Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
What's the big deal? Vegeta and Son Goku on the side were stunned. Frieza has been resurrected and is attacking the Earth. Gohan, Piccolo, and others can't stop it. Their lives are in danger. Please let Goku and Vegeta come back quickly. It would be even better if you can bring back the bald devil. Bulma's urgent cry for help came from inside the light sphere. While listening, Whis expanded the image in the light sphere, allowing Son Goku and others to see the scene on the other side of the light sphere clearly. Among them, there was an evil figure sitting on the aircraft. This figure was very familiar, and Son Goku and Vegeta recognized this old acquaintance immediately. It's Frieza, and he's still alive. Vegeta's tone was quite complicated. Half of it was jealous, and the other half was disdainful. After all, he is not the Vegeta he was back then. This villain wasn't killed by Trunks back then. How could he be resurrected inexplicably? But I see that Gohan is in danger. We must return immediately. Son Goku felt anxious when he saw his son Gohan was beaten and vomited blood, and Piccolo even fell to the ground. But here is too far away from the Earth. Even if Whis uses the universe to shuttle, it will take us half an hour to reach the Earth. By that time, everyone may have died and the Earth will not even exist. Vegeta also looked impatient. He saw Bulma was still there. Bulma was a common, any universe warrior could easily kill her. It's very simple, just use instant transmission. Goku, come and feel Gohan's aura and take Vegeta with you. Chi-Yu is familiar with the plot, so he said very calmly. But the distance is too far. I don't know if I can feel Gohan's chi. I will try my best. Son Goku forced himself to calm down, pressed 2 fingers between his eyebrows, trying to feel Gohan's chi. Beerus, do you want me to take you with Whis? Chi-Yu also used the instant transmission skill, because his perception of chi was much stronger than Son Goku's, so he felt the energy of the Dragon Ball warriors almost instantly. Gas. Of course, the speed of Whis is really too slow. Half an hour is enough for me to watch an episode of cartoons. Beerus said with a look of disgust. Whis rolled his eyes. Blame me, this is already the fastest speed in the entire universe. Instant transmission is a special skill that transcends common sense. Okay, put your hands on me, let's take a step first. Chi-Yu said while pressing the center of his eyebrows with one hand. Found it. On the other hand, Son Goku also managed to feel the anger of his son Gohan. Swish, the group disappeared in the Gods of Destruction star in an instant. The Earth on the seaside wasteland. Suddenly 5 figures appeared. It is Chi-Yu and Son Goku et al. What came into view was the overwhelming Frieza Legion, as well as the seriously injured Son Gohan and others. Gohan, seeing that his son was seriously injured, Son Goku ran towards him immediately, helped Gohan to lie down quickly, took a fairy bean from Master Roshi and fed him. Father, you are finally back. Gohan opened his eyes, saw Son Goku's face and said excitedly, Gohan, take the others to hide behind Lord Beerus first and let me deal with Frieza. Son Goku said calmly, okay, but Dad, you have to be careful. Frieza is countless times stronger than before. I feel his power is unfathomable. Although Gohan's strength is not there, he still has fighting instinct and eyesight. He felt that Frieza's strength was extraordinary. Well, I feel it too, but I'm sure I can beat him, don't worry. Son Goku patted his son on the shoulder, motioning him to push aside. Then he looked at Chi-Yu first. Master Chi-Yu, do you want to intervene? Chi-Yu yawned, shook his head and said, I'm not too lazy to watch you guys fight on your own. It's been a hard time practicing, I have to go back and sleep first. Son Goku was speechless. You are the next Gods of Destruction. How can you leave at this time? At least you have to look at my cultivation results like Master Beerus. Vegeta clasped his hands and he said stiffly, so what if I'm the next Gods of Destruction? Sooner or later, Vegeta will become stronger than you and Beerus. Frieza, who was completely ignored by them, stared at Beerus nervously. You are the Gods of Destruction and legendary, Beerus. Even if Frieza pretended to be, he didn't dare to sit on the aircraft in a bully manner to point out the country at this time. He quickly jumped off from above and slightly lowered his proud head. The surrounding universe warriors were all stunned when they saw Frieza's gesture. What did they see? Lord Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, actually bowed his head to another person. Talk to me, Frieza, how dare you call Gods of Destruction by its full name? Beerus stood behind a rock followed by Whis, and the two of them ate the delicious strawberry ice cream that Boomer offered them. Frieza trembled slightly. Beerus, sir, do you want to meddle in my affairs with these Saiyans? Beerus snorted coldly. I'm too lazy to care about your shit. You can fight as you please, but you'd better get out of here and fight me. I don't want my delicious ice cream to be covered in dust. As long as you don't interfere. Frieza got Beerus' promise and was immediately relieved. Then he turned his head and walked towards Son Goku, showing a ferocious laugh. Son Goku, we finally meet again. What a moment to celebrate, and what I've always dreamed of, to finally get revenge with my own hands. Frieza. Son Goku looked at the other party calmly. The chi in your body has become much stronger. You must have worked hard to cultivate. HMPH tilde tilde Frieza laughed strangely and said, in order to avenge you, I have practiced hard every day, and it took a total of 4 months. To be honest, even I feel the results of the practice. Fear, this time I will kill you all at once. Kill them for me. After finishing speaking, Frieza yelled at the Universe Warriors behind him. Whoosh whoosh. Immediately, hundreds of Universe Warriors covered the sky and rushed towards Son Goku and the others. Hey Vegeta, please let me fight Frieza first, is that okay? Looking at the hundreds of Universe Warriors in the sky, Son Goku said to Vegeta calmly, HMPH, I'm not even interested in making a move against these little guys. Hurry up, if you don't finish Frieza within 10 minutes, I'll fight both of you together, Vegeta said arrogantly. Since he can transform into the god of Super Saiyan Blue, he doesn't take anyone seriously except Chi-Yu and Beerus, even Son Goku. Hahaha, no problem, just watch mine. Son Goku walked towards Vegeta excitedly. And Vegeta looked at the Universe Warriors in the sky, and there was a tyrannical, murderous look in his eyes. A bunch of bastards, let me die. Finished. An extremely dazzling shockwave erupted from Vegeta's palm. This impact burst into the sky, turned into a huge energy bomb, enveloped all those Universe Warriors, and then exploded. Hundreds of Universe Warriors were instantly blown into ashes, not even scum left. The Frieza Legion is domineering throughout the universe, and each one can be regarded as a rare powerhouse. But in front of Vegeta today, these guys are no different from garbage. What? Seeing this scene, Frieza was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Vegeta to have such terrifying power. You must know that these are hundreds of intermediate Universe Warriors, all of which are the last elite of the Frieza Legion. They have also experienced Frieza's 4 months of hellish training, and they have already become powerful warriors. Such a large group of people were killed in an instant. Vegeta's power is beyond everyone's imagination. King Frieza, let me deal with that guy. I heard that he is the Prince Vegeta of Planet Vegeta. I don't think he is very good, Taguma said. Frieza nodded. Well, you go and test Vegeta's strength. He has indeed improved a lot, but you are the first person who survived my special training with your current strength. It is enough to kill any Earthling masters. Even if they become so-called Super Saiyans, it's useless. Yes, my lord. After getting permission, Taguma couldn't wait to walk towards Vegeta. As he walked, he mocked. Vegeta, you traitor, you were just a soldier under King Frieza back then. I didn't expect you to be so presumptuous now. Let me, Taguma, deal with you today. Hess. Vegeta crossed his arms and looked at Taguma without looking at him. What are you, worthy of talking to me? You. Taguma suddenly became angry. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, there was a guy on the field who was out of tune with everyone. He was squatting on the ground and fiddled with a little green thing. This extraordinary person is naturally Chi-Yu. Originally, he wanted to go home and sleep, but when he saw so many people present, he suddenly became interested again. After practicing for so long, he just got a little itchy and wondered if Frieza could resist his punch. Captain Jinyu, is that you? The little thing in front of Chi-Yu was actually a green frog with tentacles. And Chi-Yu also called this frog Captain Jinyu. What's going on? I'm afraid only friends who are familiar with the original drama will know. In order to obtain Son Goku's extremely powerful body, Captain Jinyu used his talent skills to exchange bodies with Son Goku. Later, when he was about to switch bodies again, he was stopped halfway by a Namek's frog thrown by Son Goku. As a result, Captain Jinyu's soul traveled into the frog, and the frog's soul entered Captain Jinyu's body. In this way, Captain Jinyu was tragic, from a universe-advanced warrior to a frog that can be trampled to death with 1 foot. Who knows what he has experienced in these years, and how he survived the Big Bang of Namek and even came to the Earth living for so long. A frog has lived for more than 10 years, which is awesome. Frogs are so strong. Frog is strong. No, it should be Captain Jinyu, who suddenly saw Chi-Yu standing in front of him and was immediately stunned. It finally seized the opportunity of King Frieza's return to the Earth. And it has been lurking secretly for such a long time just to wait until this day. He wants to find a new body and then serve King Frieza again, recreating the old Jinuit team. Glory. But he was blocked by this nasty bald earthling. Quack, 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 an angry voice called out from Captain Jinyu's mouth. Chi Yu laughed, and of course he had to respond, so he also lay down on the ground imitating the cry of a frog. Quack, quack, quack. Vegeta's patience was completely exhausted. Chop Suey, die for me, finished. A group of energy shock waves that were more dazzling than before erupted from his hand and instantly hit Taguma in front of him. Rumble. Taguma was locked on by Vegeta's murderous aura, unable to move half a step at all, and could only watch helplessly as the devastating attack fell on him. No, he let out an earth-shattering scream. Then the whole person was blasted to ashes by Vegeta. Spike, another spike. Vegeta killed hundreds of universe warriors with one blow and then destroyed Taguma with one blow, which was simply incredible. Except for Son Goku, the other Dragon Ball warriors were stunned. So strong. Is Vegeta already this strong? Kellen trembled all over. He actually felt the same terrifying aura from Vegeta as Frieza. Vegeta uncle is amazing. Daddy should be like him. Great, the earth is saved this time. Son Gohan clenched his fists and exclaimed, his eyes a bit complicated. Originally, he could also become a strong man at the level of his father and Vegeta, but his heart was not at all pursuing the limit of martial arts. A large part of it was influenced by his mother Chichi. Gohan gave up cultivation and chose to become a scholar, married and had children, and his strength has long been wasted. Now he can only deal with some mobs with soy sauce. Ho 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 ho, Vegeta, you are very good. Even Taguma was killed by you in an instant. I thought this piece of garbage could block it for a few seconds. Watching Taguma being killed, Frieza didn't have any unexpected expression on his face. At their level, they can basically see the general strength of the opponent at a glance. Vegeta's hidden strength surprised Frieza, but that's all. In the entire universe, he doesn't take anyone seriously except Beerus. Even Son Goku is no exception. Chi Yu, who was squatting on the ground talking to Captain Frog Jinyu, was a little impatient when he saw that these people had dragged on for a long time and hadn't started fighting. He stood up, held the frog in one hand and said to Frieza, "Then so-and-so. It's called Frieza, right? Can you hurry up? I'll go home and sleep if I kill you." I heard Chi Yu's mocking sound. Frieza turned his head immediately, looking down at Chi Yu with cold eyes. A common earthling who doesn't even have a combat power of 5. How could this kind of be ****D appear here? As he spoke, an energy ray appeared on his finger and it shot towards Chi Yu in an instant. Frieza's move has been tried and tested. Anyone whose strength is lower than his will be pierced by this energy ray, causing severe injuries or death. However, a shocking scene happened. Chi Yu breathed lazily. Boo. Frieza's blow that could kill any Dragon Ball warrior on the scene was blown away by Chi Yu in one breath. Oh, there are still masters. Frieza's mouth revealed a trace of teasing and surprise. I didn't expect Chi Yu to have such a skill, no wonder he dared to mock him. Damn, it's really a waste of time, I hate procrastination. Chi Yu yawned, he was really impatient. The plot of the original anime is like this, slow and slow. It is too boring for a person like him who is impatient by nature. Chi Yu's patience was exhausted, and he clenched his fist and was ready to give Frieza a hard blow, killing him with one punch. But was stopped by Son Goku. Goku waved his hands again and again and said, "Master Chi Yu, if you shoot Frieza, you will definitely kill Frieza in seconds. Can you let me enjoy it first? Such an opponent is hard to find." Saiyan are all fighting madmen, and Son Goku is an absolute representative of them. Now that Frieza is resurrected and his power is greatly increased, Son Goku must be the first to test the water. It means that she will never give up to Chi Yu. Chi Yu waved his hand impatiently. "I will give you 5 minutes at the end." "That's great." Son Goku stood up and started warming up. Frieza took a deep look at Chi Yu. He didn't understand why Son Goku would follow him. Even Vegeta, whose heart is higher than the sky, looked at the bald head with a hint of fear in his eyes. But no matter which direction Frieza looks at, Chi Yu is just a common earthling. The only thing that caught his fancy was that Chi Yu had just blown away his energy rays in one breath. "Son Goku, I've waited too long for this day. Do you know what I've been living in hell all these years? A large group of panda rabbit angel children are buzzing in my ears. I'm going crazy." Frieza shattered the aircraft he was riding on and slowly descended from the sky, saying with a grim face, "HMPH, you deserve what you deserve." Because of Chi Yu's urging, Son Goku didn't dare to waste time and directly became the Super Saiyan Blue God. The azure radiance enveloped the entire earth, and a breath of divinity erupted from Son Goku. Not only that, but there are blue flames boiling all over his body, and the divine sound lingers on the stage, just like a real god, sacred and inviolable. Kellen and others watching the battle on the ground were once again shocked by Son Goku's power. He has the same sacred feeling as Beerus, and he has broken through the level of mortals and reached the level of gods. Piccolo couldn't help muttering, "Son Goku, how strong do you have to become before you give up?" Frieza, admit defeat, I have become a Super Saiyan God, you just accept your fate obediently. Son Gokuji, the incarnation of the Super Saiyan God, said calmly. Oh, it turns out that this is your whole card, I thought it was so powerful, hahaha. As soon as the words fell, Frieza roared. The flames of gold, which symbolized the realm of gods, burned so fiercely that people couldn't open their eyes. The strong air flow scattered in all directions, and the cliffs by the sea gradually collapsed under this force. After the light gradually faded, a Frieza exuding golden luster appeared in front of everyone. Not good, Frieza has also reached the realm of God. Not good, Frieza has also reached the realm of God. Seeing Frieza, who turned into yellow gold all over, everyone was deeply shocked. After so many years, Frieza actually reached the divine state as soon as he was resurrected. This speed of progress is simply appalling. Compared with Frieza, the talent of Son Goku and his group of Super Saiyan is far worse. You know, it took them more than 10 years and experienced countless battles and hardships to get to where they are today. And Frieza, it only took 4 months. As expected of the most powerful frozen demon family in the 7th universe, Frieza's talent is simply terrifying. Jai Jai Jai. I am so strong now, this kind of power that can destroy everything is really wonderful. Frieza crossed his legs and held the void upward with his hands, showing his invincible posture. Now do you understand, Son Goku? No matter how hard you practice, you can't compare to the results of my few months of serious cultivation. Whether it is your so-called Super Saiyan or what Super Saiyan God, in my eyes, they're all a bunch of bastards. It's easy for me to surpass you. I call my current state Golden Frieza, how about it? Frieza chattered arrogantly and arrogantly. HMPH, to be honest, Frieza, you have indeed become stronger, but it took me many years of hard work to get to this point. I will never lose, I will defeat you again today. Son Goku clenched his fists, and the breath in his body exploded again. Even the blue flames on the outside became more vigorous and boiling. Ha ha ha, want to beat me? Dream, Son Goku, I'm going to torture you to death. Frieza erupted too, and gold's flames boiled all over him. Rumble. I saw a blue and gold flame colliding violently together in an instant, and an earth-shattering shock wave and explosion sound broke out. It was equivalent to a hurricane of dozens of levels rolled up on the spot, so violent that the surrounding gravel was rolled into powder one after another, and everything around was emptied in an instant. Bang bang bang, a fierce battle broke out. The two invincible powerhouses who have reached the God realm can be said to be standing on the top of the universe, fighting frantically in the sky. Only a powerhouse like Vegeta, who is also in the God realm, can intervene in this level of battle. Therefore, when Vegeta folded his hands and sneered at the battle scene in the sky, the other Dragon Ball warriors were stupefied, and their eyes couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the two strong men. Pity. The strength of Son Goku in the Blue God state is no longer comparable, but he was still suppressed by the Golden Frieza in the early stage, and gradually fell into a disadvantage. After a storm of fists and kicks invisible to the naked eye, Son Goku was kicked by Frieza and hit the ground heavily. Vegeta yelled impatiently, Kakarot, can you do it? If you can't, just change. Son Goku stood up from the gravel, wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, and said calmly, I've agreed, I'll go first, I just warmed up, the real victory is about to start now. Vegeta could still bear it, but Chi Yu didn't want to wait any longer. According to the original plot, Son Goku will be attacked by Frieza's subordinate Sorby and a surviving universe warrior later and miss the chance to eliminate Frieza. Vegeta, who appeared temporarily, defeated Frieza. But let him blow up the earth at the moment of death and both of them perish. It was a good situation, but it was killed by Son Goku, a simple-minded idiot. In the end, it's up to Whis and Beerus to pick up the pieces. Forget it, I can't wait any longer, now I'm going to kill this flamboyant talker. See Chi Yu coming out. Son Goku also stopped what he was doing. Both he and Vegeta knew. Once Chi Yu makes a move, the two of them will have nothing to do. Even Gods of Destruction Beerus is no match for Chi Yu, let alone a Frieza. Master Chi Yu, you are so serious, come and fight me at this time. Son Goku complained a few words. If Chi Yu gets offended, then he will be unlucky with him. Besides, compared to Frieza, they want to see how much Chi Yu's strength has grown after returning from the planet Gods of Destruction. Seeing that there was a replacement midway and he was still an Earthling. Golden Frieza laughed wildly, Son Goku, are you out of your mind? You even sent a person from Earth to compete with me, Golden Frieza. I can kill this bald man without even using 1% of my strength. Son Goku retorted, Frieza, Lord Chi Yu is very powerful. You are not his opponent at all. Hurry up and surrender or no one will be able to save you. Master Chi Yu, is this the bald man? Frieza snorted coldly and looked at the expressionless Chi Yu. Except for Master Beerus, no one is qualified to use the honorific title in front of my King Frieza. Since you are so flattering about this Earthlings, then I will kill this stinky bald head first. Seeing the arrogance of the Golden Frieza, Chi Yu couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Frieza, you still have the face to say that I'm bald and you're also bald. Everyone has no hair, so don't blame anyone else. Frieza was obviously taken aback when he heard Chi Yu's words. Then I touched my head and it was really smooth. They are a group of frozen demons. At most they have horns on their heads and they really don't have hair, especially in Frieza's current state. His whole head is shining golden, which looks rounder and shinier than Chi Yu's head. Well, this is actually a battle between two bald heads. It's fine that I'm bald, but I still have the face to criticize others. What an annoying guy. Chi Yu is too lazy to talk nonsense with Frieza. He held out a finger, A group of tiny black energy droplets instantly appeared on the fingertips. This energy droplet was not as big as Chi Yu's finger, but it contained an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. Oh, this guy, is he going to destroy Frieza from the start? Beerus, who had been immersed in eating ice cream, suddenly raised his head and looked at Chi Yu. Master Chi Yu seems to be short-tempered. Whis also smiled lightly. What, this lunatic? Vegeta originally had an arrogant and conceited face, but when he saw the drop of black energy water appearing on the tip of Chi Yu's finger, his expression changed drastically. The other Dragon Ball warriors looked puzzled. What is Chi Yu doing? In the next second, they understood. I saw that the black energy droplet was lightly ejected from Chi Yu's fingertips by Chi Yu and instantly hit Frieza's face. This drop of black energy water looks inconspicuous, but it is actually gods of destruction energy from the same source as Beerus. But Frieza underestimated the enemy. Such a weak Kai blast dares to attack me. It really is just an earthling looking for death. Frieza looked contemptuous and raised his hand to slap the black water droplet. But the next second he regretted it. Pooh, there was a crisp cracking sound. Then Frieza felt a piercing pain coming from his whole body. He lowered his head and saw that there was a big hole in nothingness on the left side of his body. That energy droplet instantly annihilated half of his body, completely destroying it, leaving nothing left. Frieza directly turned into a terrifying appearance with only half of her body. At the wound on the destroyed body, you can even clearly see Frieza's beating internal organs and muscle tissue, which looks extremely bloody and terrifying. No, it's impossible. My body has disappeared. What's going on? Oh. Frieza finally came to his senses at this time, followed by an earth-shattering scream and howl. The golden arrogance of his whole body disappeared, and half of the chi in his whole body was gone. The damaged half of the body could no longer keep steady and fell straight to the ground. With Frieza's strong vitality, he will not die at all. However, there is no half of the body. Frieza's actions will undoubtedly be greatly restricted. His current state is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Even Son Goku, who has no brains, can easily eliminate him. The scene suddenly fell silent. Just played against Son Goku for more than 10 minutes, and Frieza also suffered a lot of attacks from Son Goku. However, the sum of these injuries is not as great as the damage caused by Chi Yu's black energy. Gyudong, everyone was deeply shocked by the destructive power of Chi Yu's attack. Black energy water droplets seem to contain very little energy. Why do they have such a large destructive power? Kellen, Son Gohan, and others murmured blankly. What kind of power is this? It's terrifying. Vegeta and Son Goku looked solemn and said nothing. As for Beerus and Whis, they didn't pay attention to this battle at all. Their attention was all on the food. Surprisingly, Frieza, who has been in the universe for countless years, recognized the source of this energy. He covered his bleeding half-body, trembling all over, almost gritted his teeth and said, This is the power of gods of destruction in Legendary. Chi Yu expressionless, I didn't expect you to know each other. Frieza couldn't believe it in his eyes. Only the gods of destruction can use this kind of energy. What is your relationship with Beerus? Could it be that you are another gods of destruction? Chi Yu shrugged. I defeated Beerus before, so he visited the door himself and taught me this skill. Destruction energy can only be used by gods of destruction. At this time, Chi Yu's identity will be revealed. He's the new gods of destruction. There was anger and horror in Frieza's eyes. I didn't expect that I would meet the next gods of destruction on the earth, but your destructive energy seems to have just been learned, not much. Otherwise, the destructive force just now could kill me directly. Chi-Yu waved his hand. You can come over and try again. Frieza said angrily, don't scare me, I was just careless just now. Don't you think that kind of gods of destruction power can hit my golden Frieza again? Even if you are gods of destruction, I will kill you today. About you. But he hasn't finished yet. The scene in front of him made his eyes tear open and he was almost frightened out of his wits. I saw Chi-Yu's hand. A mass of pitch-black light swelled up like a balloon, getting bigger and bigger, getting bigger. In a blink of an eye, a huge football-like gods of destruction force was formed. The air around the sphere is gradually distorting, as if the entire space is about to be torn apart by this Kai blast. The earth begins to tremble, starry skies start trembling, the entire universe seemed to be trembling in front of Chi-Yu's gods of destruction power. Damn. Is this guy crazy? Such a large-scale gods of destruction force can destroy the entire galaxy at one time. Seeing Chi-Yu's big move, Beerus finally couldn't calm down anymore. It seems that Master Chi-Yu's temper is even more irritable than Master Beerus. While smiling, Whis picked up his angel scepter, ready to use his divine power to protect everyone present at any time. Once Chi-Yu really uses this group of gods of destruction power, there is no doubt that except for Whis and Beerus, the entire galaxy will be buried with him. Even gods of destruction Beerus and Angel Whis are afraid of this round of Black Sun, not to mention the golden Frieza who bears the brunt of it. Gods of destruction force is simply difficult to dodge. What's even more frightening is that it is the purest form of destructive energy which can penetrate all defenses. If hit, the golden Frieza is instantly and utterly destroyed, making it impossible even for Earth's Dragon Ball to revive it. Cluck cluck. The muscles on Frieza's face deformed due to fear, and half of his body kept floating backwards. This is impossible. Even Beerus himself cannot mobilize such a huge destructive energy. Chi-Yu said with a strange tone, really, I only used less than 1/10,000th of my breath. Although it is the first time we meet, we have to say goodbye, Frieza tilde tilde tilde. No tilde 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 gold Frieza fled quickly, trying to break free from Chi-Yu's lock, but it was too late. With a flick of Chi-Yu's 2 fingers, the gods of destruction force ball suddenly blasted out, hitting Frieza in the sky directly. Black's energy ball occupied Frieza's entire field of vision. Seeing that there was nowhere to escape, Frieza could only use all the energy in his body to try to resist. Drink, I won't die, I'm Frieza, Emperor of the Universe. Gold's beams of light rushed out of his hands, hitting the destructive energy in front of him. But all this is futile after all. Frieza's aura is not directly proportional to Chi-Yu's at all, not to mention the destructive energy that can devour everything in front of him. As soon as the beam of light came into contact with the black energy ball, it melted cleanly like a candle meeting a flame. No, how could I, Frieza, be taken by an earthling? A lowly and dirty earthling. His body was completely swallowed by the power of black gods of destruction, evaporated into nothingness, and completely wiped from the universe by Chi-Yu. There was a dead silence in the audience. It's been a long time. Son Goku opened his mouth with difficulty and said, Sir Chi-Yu is really too powerful, I can't imagine where his limit is. Vegeta has basically given up on the idea of surpassing Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu used to be able to hang everything with his incomparably powerful physical body, but now he has awakened Chi and gods of destruction power. It is basically impossible to defeat Chi-Yu. And they have also seen Chi-Yu's whole card, that punch that even Beerus can't compete with can destroy the world. Thinking of this, the proud Vegeta felt bitter. It seems that we have to have a good relationship with the big devil Chi-Yu in the future. This is the next gods of destruction. It would be bad if one day he gets upset and destroys the earth. Kellen's words made everyone fall into deep thought. Indeed, Chi-Yu is already an invincible existence. And this guy is just as moody as Beerus, so what if God knows what would happen if he got really upset someday? Think of Dapra who gets killed by a single punch, and think of Majin Buu and Golden Frieza. There was excitement in Bulma's eyes. I will definitely introduce my sister Tacy to Chi-Yu. In a universe starry sky, Beerus is returning to gods of destruction with a load of delicious food from Earth. Just then he came across 2 familiar figures sneaking across the 7th universe. It's Champa, Beerus recognized him immediately. Whis, let's stop him in the past. This guy sneaked into our 7th universe. There must be some ulterior motive. Okay, Master Beerus. Whis waved his scepter, made a sharp turn, and then turned into a long rainbow, instantly coming in front of Champa and Angel Vados. Wow, Champa was thinking about something, but Beerus suddenly appeared and surprised him. Champa, what are you doing in our 7th universe? Beerus put his hands behind his back and said with a gloomy face, HMPH, what's none of your business, Beerus? I'm just passing by. What's so delicious in your rotten universe? It's nothing compared to my sixth universe. Of course, Champa would not say that he came to the seventh universe to collect Super Dragon Balls. Huh, how dare you say my universe is broken? There's no good food yet. Beerus bared his sharp teeth and said in a ferocious tone, That's right, I'm currently collecting delicacies. There are too many delicacies in our sixth universe. In a few days, I will go to your gods of destruction star to let you taste the super delicacies of our sixth universe. You can also take out the delicacies from the seventh universe. Let's compare, and whoever loses will admit that the other's universe is the best. Do you dare? Champa looked at Beerus haughtily. Oh, you want to compare the food with me? Haha. You can't control yourself. When Beerus heard Champa's words, a glimmer of complacency flashed in his eyes. This game he won. Champa also looked proud. Of course I, Champa, are more excellent than you in every aspect, and the food in our universe is also the best. You must have never eaten delicious food if you are so skinny. Beerus' face changed. Fat pig, what are you talking about? I haven't eaten delicious food. I have a much higher taste than a hungry fat pig like you. Skinny, who do you call a fat pig? The fat pig was talking about you. Want to fight, Beerus? Afraid you won't succeed. And the two gods of destruction quarreled loudly in the void of the universe regardless of their appearance. The two are nose to nose, cheek to cheek, one fat and one thin, and they look almost exactly the same, which looks extremely funny. Angel Wise held his forehead with a helpless expression on his face. He could only look at Vados on the opposite side. Sister, how are you doing recently? It's not bad, but I'm a little tired from running errands for Champa, and my skin has deteriorated. Vados took out the scepter, used the magic ball on it as a mirror, and felt sorry for his skin. Oh ho ho ho. I recently found a very useful moisturizing cream and mask, sister. Do you want it? Wise covered his mouth and smiled coquettishly. He still got these from Balma. Really? Thank you, brother. The two siblings exchanged their maintenance experience, and Vados accepted Wise's cosmetics with a happy face. Then the two looked at each other and took out their scepters. Stop. Beerus and Champa, who were arguing, froze in place. Although Angel is a servant of the gods of destruction, he is more like their guardian. At some critical moments, even Beerus and Champa cannot resist Angel's orders. Master Beerus, it's time for us to go back to take a nap. Wise walked to Beerus and said, Master Champa, you haven't finished your weight loss task today. Vados also came to Champa's side. Snort. Beerus and Champa looked at each other, could only snort coldly, and followed the two angels back to the gods of destruction star. Beerus, don't forget, I'll be looking for you later. You're humiliating yourself, Champa. Gods of destruction star. Chi-Yu yawned boredly. He found himself getting lazy recently. The last time Frieza was destroyed, he went home and slept for several days. Could it be that after becoming gods of destruction, he would become so lazy? Just a few minutes ago, Beerus notified Chi-Yu and asked him to come to gods of destruction, saying that there was an important matter to discuss. Chi-Yu thought it was some kind of universe crisis, so he hurried over. It turned out that Beerus was eating and drinking, looking completely idle. Chi-Yu suddenly felt a little regretful, as if he felt cheated. Beerus. Chi-Yu was about to say something when he suddenly looked up at the sky, and he felt two powerful auras descending from the sky, flying towards the star gods of destruction at top speed. Rumble. This stream of light fell directly to the ground, causing a powerful shock wave, and instantly destroyed the forest not far from the garden. Such a huge movement naturally alarmed Son Goku and Vegeta, who were wearing an extremely exaggerated gravity suit and practicing one-finger push-ups. What happened? The two couldn't control it anymore, fell to the ground, then quickly got up again and looked into the distance. So it's them. Chi-Yu suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a scene in the original play, in the forest. As soon as Champa and Vados landed on the ground, the gods of destruction from the sixth universe laughed wildly. Beerus, you scrawny fellow, I Lord Champa have come and brought you the deepest despair. Beerus took a skewer of roast mutton, flew into the air and said to Champa, I said who? It turned out to be you, a fat pig. Gods of destruction cannot fight, and the battle between Champa and Beerus is generally limited to the competition of whose food is delicious. As soon as Champa found a delicacy similar to ostrich eggs, he immediately ran to challenge Beerus. Bardos, bring that up to me. I'm going to show Beerus. Who are you? What are you doing? I'm the great sixth universe gods of destruction. Stop. Champa didn't finish his sentence. Chi-Yu didn't know when he appeared behind him, pulled his ears and lifted Champa up. Fat rabbit, you disturb my uncle's rest, do you understand? Chi-Yu threw Champa aside. Champa immediately jumped up in a rage, and two black balls of light appeared in his hands and shouted at Saitama, Damn mortal, you dare to pull my ear, I will kill you. Don't let people tell you that you are fat, you fat rabbit. I'm not a rabbit, I'm Lord Gods of Destruction, Champa, you damn bald head. Champa was angry, extremely angry and angry. You are the rabbit. I'm going to kill you. Champa created a ball of destructive power to destroy Chi Yu. Beerus quickly stood up and stopped. Champa, stop. Fighting between gods of destruction is not allowed, otherwise the entire universe will be destroyed, even with the backup gods of destruction. What's more, Chi Yu's destructive power is too great. Once this guy makes a move, it may cause immeasurable consequences. Beerus immediately stopped the two who were about to clash and said to Champa, "The seventh universe is my territory, Champa. Who gave you the guts to touch my people here? Zeno has divided permissions for each gods of destruction. Generally speaking, gods of destruction cannot intervene in the affairs of other universes." Champa could only grit his teeth and turned to his subordinate Angel Bados and said, "It's disgusting, Bados, why haven't you brought that thing up to me yet?" With a wave of Bado's cane, several ostrich egg-like objects flew into the hands of Chi Yu and the others. Son Goku and Vegeta also got one. It's so delicious. Son Goku, who has a simple mind and well-developed limbs, never refuses anyone who can eat, even an egg in common. He also eats with relish. Bah, what's so good about a bird's egg? Chi Yu peeled off the egg and took a bite, then spit it out in disgust. Champa slapped the table and said angrily, "Smelly bald head, how dare you spit out the delicious food I gave you?" Chi Yu frowned. "Fat rabbit, do you want to die? Don't mess with me or I'll treat you like a rabbit and roast you later." "You, Champa," Beerus said coldly, "you call this kind of food delicious? Poor guy, I'm going to show you real food right now. Whis, bring me a bowl of noodles." Whis waved his scepter. 4 boxes of bowl noodles appeared in front of Champa and Vados along with an hourglass for timing. "What is this? Beerus, do you usually sprinkle sand in it as a condiment?" Champa laughed wildly. "It's time, try it, you idiot, you have never seen the world," Beerus said with a look of disdain. "HMPH, I'd like to see what tricks you're up to." Champa picked up the bowl of noodles suspiciously and took a big bite with chopsticks. "Suck yo." When the noodles were full of elasticity, a strong aroma rushed to the face. Feeling the strength of the noodles exploded in the mouth, Champa's eyes suddenly widened. "It's so delicious." A simple food exchange meeting. As Beerus and Champa's tantrums and Son Goku, a belligerent R******D, devolve into a fight over ownership of Earth. Champa learned from Beerus that the Earth humans in the 7th universe are rich in delicious food, so he also wanted to find the same Earth in his own universe. It turns out that the Earth in the 6th universe has long been destroyed because of human stupidity and war. If Champa wants to take the Earth full of delicious food as his own, he can only snatch it from Beerus. Therefore, Champa proposed a 5-on-5 group arena. Bet 6 Super Dragon Balls, and the Earth, and the winner will get 2 things. "Well, Beerus, do you dare to bet with me?" Champa looked at Son Goku and Vegeta, and of course he saw that these 2 guys were Saiyan. Coincidentally, his universe also has the Saiyan race. Champa didn't put Son Goku in his eyes at all. "Why don't you dare, Champa, you will lose this time." Of course, Beerus readily accepted such a proposal. "Just kidding, the 7th universe has Chi Yu, an unreasonable big devil, it's hard to lose." Then it's settled, the game ends in 5 days, Bados, let's go. After that, Champa took Bados and left. Hey, you idiot Champa." Seeing the 2 leave, Beerus hummed and laughed strangely. Seeing that sinister smile, Chi Yu suddenly felt bad. "Beerus, is this why you called me here?" Beerus flattered, "Don't say that, we are half a master-student relationship after all. And you live on the Earth, so don't you take action when the Earth is in crisis." Chi Yu shrugged. "Even if the group arena is lost, the Earth will only be transferred to the 6th universe. When did it fall into crisis?" Chi Yu's words made Beerus speechless, just like what Chi Yu said. All this has nothing to do with the people on Earth. He is the only one who will bear the loss. Thinking that he would never be able to eat regional delicacies again, Beerus immediately became anxious. But Beerus has one last trump card. "Oh, by the way, Chi Yu, don't you want to grow your hair? Super Dragon Ball can help you realize any wish. If Earth Dragon Ball can't do it, it's impossible that even Super Dragon Ball can't do it." Although Bulma has done some research, even the Dragon Ball on Earth can't make itself grow hair, and the possibility of Bulma's success is very slim. That being the case, the Super Dragon Ball is the biggest opportunity. Maybe this thing can really work. Chi Yu thought for a while, then nodded heavily and said, "Then it's a deal. The lifespan of the gods of destruction is long, and if not for accidental deaths, these guys may live to the end of the universe. In such a long time, always have some fun for yourself. For old friends Beerus and Champa, the greatest happiness in the world is the other's unhappiness. So the bet against the group arena is still secondary, the most important thing is that you must not lose." So under the selection of Beerus, 7th Universe sent a strong 5-man lineup, Chi-Yu, Son Goku, Vegeta, Majin Buu, Piccolo, the other side. Champa took the 6 Super Dragon Balls he had collected and together with Bados arranged the venue for the tournament. The size of the Super Dragon Ball is too huge. It is as big as a planet, it is simply scary. With such a huge appearance, even if people know that Super Dragon Ball is very powerful and can fulfill any wish, they don't have the ability to collect it. After all, it is easy to destroy a planet, but it is not so easy to move a planet. Neither Champa nor Vados knew that the unnamed planet they chose as the battleground was the last Super Dragon Ball. The venue is set, and finally only the participants of the 6th universe are left. 5 days later, Beerus and Angel Wise took the warrior and spectators of the 7th universe to the junction of the 2 universes agreed with Champa. The unknown star is in this place. When they passed through an asteroid, the 5 planet-sized Super Dragon Balls that appeared in the sky caught everyone's eyes. OMG, it's the Super Dragon Ball. This is simply too exaggerated. Although I guessed that the Super Dragon Ball might be as big as a star, I didn't expect it to be as big as an asteroid. Balma and the others stared wide-eyed and were all stunned. Hee, although I've seen the first 10 on TV a long time ago, what I've seen with my own eyes is indeed far more spectacular than I imagined. A Dragon Ball the size of a planet must summon a very powerful Shenron. My hair might really grow back. Chi-Yu stood beside Wise, whispering to himself, "Wise, hurry up." Beerus waved his hands impatiently. For gods of destruction like them, the Super Dragon Ball is actually very attractive because they are already the supreme existence of this universe. Okay, Lord Beerus. Wise poked the ground with the scepter and the group passed through the barrier of void and came to the arena. At this moment, a slightly sarcastic voice sounded. "Beerus, you're really here, I thought you'd wet your pants. HMPH Champa, you're doomed this time." A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Beerus' mouth. "Let's not talk nonsense, the game will start immediately. The rule is that the first player on the field of both sides can continue to the next round as long as they defeat the opponent. The loser will be eliminated until all the players in one camp are eliminated. Get Earth and Super Dragon Ball," Champa said loudly. "Okay, just follow the rule you said." Beerus confirmed the rule. Boom, with the sound of a huge bronze drum, the game officially begins. "Boring, I'll be the last one to play and they'll call me after they lose." Chi-Yu yawned, looking listless. Beerus looked disgusted. "You guys are lazier than me lately. Could it be that your training has ruined your brain? Since you are going to hold the line, which one of you will be the first to appear?" Me. Militant Son Goku was the first to raise his hand again. Vegeta still didn't snatch him this time. "Okay, Goku, you will be the first contestant of our camp." As for Champa, they also selected their first contestant, Elastic Bear Bidama. "The first game, let's start. The battle between the two is like child's play. Son Goku didn't even change his Super Saiyan status. Same as the original plot. Son Goku easily defeated Badamo the Elastic Man. "Ha, we won, Fat Pig, your players are too weak." Beerus yelled happily. "I don't care, you fouled, this game doesn't count, I asked to start over." Champa, on the other hand, was so angry that she rolled all over the floor like a child. Everyone mocked Champa one after another. "How can you be foolish? It's too embarrassing, but you are still gods of destruction." Shameless gods of destruction blatantly cheating on this is a violation. "Master Beerus, we want to protest." Vados looked at Champa helplessly. "Master Champa, it doesn't matter if you lose a game, we still have 4 players, just let the others win back." "Well, let them be proud for a while, the final winner must be our 6th universe." Champa snorted coldly. Second game, Son Goku vs. Blue Frieza. The relationship between the 6th universe and the 7th universe is the same as that of Beerus and Champa, they are twin brothers. In this universe there is also a person like Frieza. But according to the people of the 6th universe, this Frieza seems to be a peace-loving justice warrior. Hearing Frieza's experience, Son Goku couldn't help sighing. Unexpectedly, in another universe, Frieza would be a good person. "Then please give me your advice." Frieza of the 6th universe bowed to Son Goku, looking polite. The battle soon began. The power of this Frieza is still at the level of Super Saiyan's first form, and it is impossible to be Son Goku's opponent. Goku just turned into Super Saiyan and beat him all the way. However, just when everyone thought the victory was within their grasp, Son Goku suddenly fell down. "What the hell is going on? Kakarot, what are you doing? Get up." Vegeta clenched his fists and shouted, but Son Goku was completely unconscious and was carried off the ring. Not to mention Vegeta, even Beerus was surprised by this unreasonable scene, not knowing why. Champa laughed loudly. "Beerus, it seems that you and Wise Apprentice are no big deal." "Is that so? Chi Yu snorted unhappily and said, "The gods of destruction actually let the contestants carry poisonous needles to participate in the competition. I don't think it's a big deal with your fat rabbit. What did you say?" Champa has long disliked this earthling who repeatedly provoked himself. Hearing Chi Yu's ridicule, Champa flew into a rage instantly. Chi Yu pointed to Frieza's arm and said, "Did I say something wrong? You all saw clearly what's on his wrist." Everyone looked at Chi Yu's fingers and saw that there was a small hole in Frieza's wrist from the sixth universe, and purple venom was flowing out. Champa's face turns blue and white. He never thought that the warrior he found would use such indecent means. He and Beerus have always had an emotional rivalry, and this situation can be said to be embarrassing for him. Champa Sase vented his anger on Bados and said, "Why did you find such a person for me?" But according to Master Champa's order, character and so on are not considered at all. "Didn't you want me to find a warrior who can win you victory?" Then, Bardos began to introduce Frieza's crimes. Unlike the Frieza of the 7th universe, the Frieza of the 6th universe is not quite as insolent. He disguised himself as a good guy, and while invading the planet, he appeared as a savior, earning huge profits from it. It turns out that no matter which universe, Frieza is an unscrupulous jerk, to save face. Champa said, "This game is not counted. I announce that Son Goku will resume his right to participate. If the original plot is followed, Bruce will of course accept it." But with Chi Yu as a killer, whether Son Goku is eliminated or not, victory is guaranteed. He didn't want to pass up this opportunity to discuss Champa. Beerus stretched out his sharp nails and plucked his ears and then smiled and said, "Our 7th universe is different from some despicable villains. Even if the rules do not prohibit plotting, we have no meaning. Sanluan, we can also win." Champa gritted his teeth with hatred, so he could only say viciously, "Beerus, don't cry when you lose later. In this case, we can only wait for you to win. Let's decide who will win next. The second one is Piccolo. As a named native, Piccolo's potential is limited. No matter how he practiced, he couldn't be Frieza's opponent after all. At this time, Vegeta was already very impatient. He really didn't bother to see how Piccolo was abused by Frieza. So he stood up from the stands and shouted at Piccolo, "Our player Piccolo abstains." With that said, he winked at Piccolo. The latter understood, then nodded to Vegeta and stepped back from the ring. Beerus said grimly, "Vegeta, I won't stop you if you want to play early, but if you lose, you should know the consequences." "Of course I can't lose to this kind of scumbag." After all, Vegeta jumped onto the ring. There are two people Vegeta hates the most in this world. One is Chi Yu, the big devil who always teases himself and tramples on his self-esteem. The other is Frieza, who destroyed his hometown and deceived and enslaved him. Seeing this guy in front of him, Vegeta was so angry that he wanted to tear him to pieces immediately. Vegeta in the past could only succumb to Frieza's majesty, but today's Vegeta has experienced countless battles and has truly been reborn. Now Vegeta's strength far surpasses the Frieza in front of him. The golden Frieza last time was instantly killed by Chi Yu. This time Vegeta is going to get it back on this blue Frieza. Chi Yu was too lazy to watch the battle on the field anymore. This was not a match worth watching at all. It was a massacre at all. He turned to Beerus, "This game is so boring that I want to doze off." Beerus hurriedly said, "Don't really fall asleep, it will be your turn to play later." Now the strongest Son Goku has been eliminated, relying on only one Vegeta, there is no certainty of victory. Chi Yu glanced at the chief executive of the 6th universe and then said, "Counting that one called Champa, they are also some low-strength trash, vulnerable. Give me a minute and I can end this battle. Boring farce." Beerus, Chi Yu doesn't like this kind of meaningless battle and even less like this kind of weak opponent, for the bald devil, whether it's Dabura, Majin Buu, or Golden Frieza. Essentially all the same, these people were tied together and they couldn't catch his casual punch. "Let's just wait, Vegeta is just starting out, it's not worth fighting like this for you, but Vegeta is different." Unsurprisingly, Vegeta finally got strong, easy one-punch finish of Frieza from Universe 6. Then he defeated the other two strong players in the 6th universe in a row, achieving a 3-game winning streak. Seeing that Ming won the final victory, he ran into the strongest killer in the 6th universe, Hit. Everyone didn't even see Hit's movements clearly. Vegeta was covered in bruises and fell on the ring. What happened? This person's movements are obviously not fast. Why is he so fast that he can't see clearly when he launches an attack? Even Son Goku and Beerus couldn't see how Hit made the shot. Is it finally my turn? At this time, Chi Yu had already stood up and then walked onto the ring. There was originally Majin Buu, but this guy actually fell asleep while watching the competition. Once Majin Buu falls asleep, no one can wake him up. The universe is so big that all kinds of powerful people emerge in endlessly. In some universes, it is not uncommon for warriors to appear stronger than gods of destruction. For example, Chi Yu is such an existence. Because he couldn't see the attacking action clearly, Beerus became a little nervous and said to Chi Yu, "Be careful, this guy is weird." Chi Yu on the ring turned his head to Beerus and the others and said, "Nothing weird. He can only pause time temporarily, he is not my opponent." Hit folded his hands and said, "You clearly know my abilities, why are you still so confident? Time is the most mysterious substance in the world, even for Supreme Kai, controlling time is a taboo." Wandering in the sixth universe for 1,000 years, Hit has not met an opponent who can compete with him for a long time. Chi Yu didn't answer Hit, he put his hands in the trouser pockets of his Hawaiian shirt just like a passerby walking. He casually walked towards Hit. Chi Yu is full of flaws, no matter from which angle he looks at, he does not have the posture of a strong man. Hit, kill him for me. In the stands, Champa is shouting loudly. For this guy who has repeatedly disobeyed himself, Champa has long disliked him. He even imagined that Chi Yu was born in his own universe, so that he could use his power of gods of destruction to completely destroy it. Before Chi Yu appeared on the stage, Champa suddenly regained his spirits. He couldn't wait to see how Chi Yu was abused by Hit. Hit sneered and then suddenly launched an attack. Just like he did against Vegeta, he briefly stopped time before attacking Chi Yu with lightning speed. As imagined, Chi Yu was completely like a common man and he didn't make any resistance. Boom, the hand knife hit Chi Yu accurately, but Hit's expression changed instantly. Hit's power is very strong, not inferior to Son Goku. In the past 1,000 years, no one has ever been able to take a single blow from him and still be intact, but the bald head in front of him has refreshed his understanding. Hit only felt that his hand had hit an indestructible iron wall. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward an inch. Suddenly, a drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. "The force is too small, if you try harder, my neck will be a little sore." Now do you know where my confidence comes from? Maybe you can stop time, but it's meaningless. Even if your attack can hit me, it can't cause me the slightest damage because you are too weak. Chi Yu's voice resounded throughout the audience. Everyone was dumbfounded. The combatants of the sixth universe stood up from their seats in surprise. Even gods of destruction, Champa and Angel Vados stared wide-eyed, not to mention the people from the sixth universe. Even Son Goku and others who are in the same team are somewhat difficult to accept. Hit's strength is obvious to all. Even apart from his ability to stop time, his strength is comparable to Son Goku and Vegeta. But when facing Chi Yu, his deadly attack had no effect. Champa yelled at Beerus in the next stand, "Beerus, what kind of cheating did you use? Why didn't Hit's attack have any effect on him?" Beerus snorted coldly and said, "Cheating? Don't be kidding, just because you, a killer who doesn't know where to find it, can Chi Yu use cheating? What? Didn't cheat? Damn, how can this guy be so strong?" This is already destroying the other combat power of divine grade. As a twin brother, Champa certainly knew how proud Beerus was. Even he agrees with this bald head, Chi Yu's strength must be extraordinary. Champa felt a strong sense of frustration. Is he really going to lose this time? In the arena, Hit activated the flash time skill again, and in the blink of an eye, he separated from Chi Yu. I didn't expect that there is such a strong person in the seventh universe. Chi Yu twisted his neck. So are you ready to admit defeat? Of course not. Hit clenched his fists, then suddenly roared. The aura on his body keeps rising. It has surpassed the previous Super Blue Vegeta and moved towards a higher level. Hit said, I have been wandering in the sixth universe for 1,000 years. During this 1,000 years, I have encountered all kinds of powerful opponents. But even so, I am the one who survived in the end. I hope T is not only able to defeat people who are weaker than me. In fact, Hit is very similar to Son Goku. They are the kind of people who are strong when they meet the strong and break through themselves in battle. Hit is a killer but also a genius warrior. Good job, Heater, come on, give me a hard beat up on that nasty stinky bald head. Seeing that Hit's chi rose again, Champa was also greatly relieved. As the gods of destruction of the sixth universe, he already has great confidence in Hit's strength. Now that Hit has broken through again, he believes that there is no suspense in defeating his opponent. Whoosh. Hit appeared in front of Chi Yu again and stabbed Chi Yu's carotid artery with a hand knife. This time, Chi Yu still didn't make any move. The hand knife accurately hit the vital point, but only made Chi Yu's head tilted. It's interesting, this time I gained strength, but my aim was a bit off. Chi Yu shook his head, but he was still unscathed. Ah, I don't believe it, tilde tilde tilde, frustrated again, Hit yelled and attacked Chi Yu frantically. At this time, he had already forgotten the rules of the game that he could not kill, and only wanted to completely destroy the enemy in front of him. Every move of his aimed at Chi Yu's weakest point, but it still didn't have any effect. Champa in the stands looked straight, not understanding why. Champa turned to look at Beerus. Beerus, what talent does this guy have? Can he be immune to all attacks? Beerus sneered. Innate skills? No, Chi-Yu is just too strong physically. This killer named Hit has not yet reached the point where he can hurt Chi-Yu. Champa yelled, "Are you kidding me? How can a mortal have such a physique?" Beerus took the ice cream that Whis handed over and licked it happily. How can you tell that I am joking, let alone hit? Even if I hit him with all my strength, it would only leave a red streak on his body. It's just an imprint. What did you say? Although he is a twin brother, Beerus is stronger than Champa. If even Beerus can't hurt this bald head, then Champa may have a hard time doing it either. As for Hit, don't even think about it. But is this possible? How can there be humans stronger than gods of destruction in the 7th universe? Why didn't they have a 6th universe? No, Champa angrily yelled at Hit in the ring. You can't break his defense, Hit. Take advantage of your speed and throw him off the ring. In the group arena, there is a rule of losing out of bounds. Since you can't beat the opponent, you can only find a way to make the opponent out of bounds. Chi-Yu's defense is indeed amazing, but he did not show amazing speed and attack ability. Hit's speed is already very fast. Coupled with the flash skill that can pause for a short time, it is not difficult to throw Chi-Yu off the ring. He glanced at Champa, although he was a little bit unwilling, but he decided to follow Champa's order. After all, Chi-Yu has a body that cannot be broken even by destroying Shendu. Hit activated the flash time skill again and came behind Chi-Yu, ready to hug Chi-Yu's lower back, but he couldn't do it. At some point, Chi-Yu appeared behind Hit. Hit turned around in a hurry and said in disbelief, You also know how to do flash skills." Chi-Yu smiled, "No, I'm just too fast, you can't see clearly. Not just absolute defense, but also absolute speed." With these two invincible skills, Chi-Yu is already invincible. However, Chi-Yu's strength is far more than that. He raised his fist. "One more thing, neither speed nor defense is my strong suit. What I'm really good at is offense." How? Why do you have such a warrior under your command? Champa has completely lost his mind. The 7th universe and the 6th universe are twin universes. Generally speaking, as long as there are characters in the 7th universe, the 6th universe should also exist. But during the tens of millions of years that Champa ruled the 6th universe, no such character has ever been heard of. Beerus yelled towards the ring, "Chi-Yu, don't beat him to death or you will be sentenced to lose." After awakening Chi-Yu's strength was multiplied again. If you don't want to kill someone with a single punch, you have to be really careful. Seeing Chi-Yu raised his fist, Hit hurriedly stopped time and fled away. But Chi-Yu's figure is like a ghost, following him like a shadow. Hit used the flash time several times in a row but still couldn't get rid of the enemies behind him. Common series, common one punch, Saitama made a move. That punch was mediocre without posture and there was no subtlety. That punch was unimaginable because it was too fast and heavy, so heavy that even the surrounding time and space were distorted by its power. Hit couldn't figure out how there could be such a person in this world who could reach such a level just by relying on his strong physical body. It's impossible. This. Chi-Yu's fist hit Hit, who was like a cannonball and flew directly towards the stands where Champa was. After the bang, the arena, stands, and protective shields used to protect the audience were all smashed. The devastating impact has been spreading, completely breaking the surface of the entire planet, exposing the Super Dragon Ball wrapped in rocks. Unexpectedly, the 7th Super Dragon Ball that Champa has been looking for turned out to be the planet they used for the competition, and everyone was surprised. Bulma turned on his Super Dragon Ball radar, only to find that he couldn't find this Dragon Ball before. It was completely because of the black light. While scanning the entire universe, she totally didn't notice that there were not 6 blips on the Dragon Ball's radar, but 7. Unexpectedly, the 7th Dragon Ball is actually under our feet. Beerus also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If Chi-Yu couldn't find the 7th Super Dragon Ball, Chi-Yu, who couldn't realize his wish, would most likely have to find trouble for himself. At this time, Champa was also covered with bruises. When Hit was beaten into the air just now, Champa stretched out his hands and used all his strength to block Hit's body. At this time, Hit's sternum had been shattered, and he could only breathe a sigh of relief, barely hanging. The referee ran up to Hit, wiped the pulse on his neck, and then raised his hand and announced, "Hit is still alive. I declare that the winner is Chi-Yu from the 7th universe." So far, the contestant from the 6th universe all have been defeated, and the 7th universe has won. As gods of destruction, Champa can easily heal Hit. With the help of Bados, Hit recovered from his injuries in a short while. Champa looked at Chi-Yu on the ring, and the anger in his heart was burning like thousands of suns. "Damn it, I'm going to make this damn bald look good one day." How dare he call me a fat bunny, pull my ears, and make me lose the Super Dragon Ball. Master Champa, I must. Master Champa, Master Champa. Champa was still talking to himself, but Bado's calls kept coming from his ears. Champa, who just lost to Beerus, was already in a bad mood. Finally, Champa turned his head tirelessly and yelled at Bados. What are you yelling for? Bados stretched out a finger and pointed to the middle of the damaged ring. At some point, three weird-looking guys appeared on the ring. The one at the head has a round head and is no more than 1 meter tall, like a chubby alien elementary school student. Seeing this person, the two gods of destruction and Supreme Kai who was watching the battle were immediately terrified and ran to crawl in front of the elementary school student. Master Zeno, why are you here? In the world of Dragon Ball, Zeno is the absolute master. This guy who looks like a schoolboy can destroy the world with a single thought or create a universe. His greatest hobby is like playing with universes as marbles, watching them collide with each other and then turn into fireworks. This unreasonable guy is both the creator and the destroyer of the world. What determines the difference is entirely out of Zeno's personal mood. Once Zeno is in a bad mood, the result will be absolutely terrifying. Zeno said, I just came here to take a look. I didn't expect to find such an interesting thing. Why don't we hold a martial arts competition next time? I'll call all the universes, and everyone will participate together. No one dared to refute Zeno's order, even gods of destruction. Hearing Zeno's proposal, everyone could only respectfully accept it, which was more obedient than eunuchs in the Qing dynasty when they met the emperor. Supreme Kai and Sabotage Shendu are bitter faces, while Son Goku is the opposite. This guy is an out-and-out martial idiot. He was plotted against by Frieza just now out of nowhere, and he didn't enjoy fighting at all. Son Goku is of course very excited to be able to fight with the strong players of various universes now. He came to the ring in a flash and grabbed Zeno's hand. Son Goku is a typical example of a simple mind with strong limbs, and Zeno himself is a naive schoolboy. In a sense, Son Goku and Zeno can be said to be the same kind of person, so the two quickly became friends. Beerus and the others were terrified, but Chi-Yu stood alone on the ring, looking at the master of this world, Zeno. The original work did not introduce Zeno in detail, but no matter from which point of view, this little guy who rules everything is absolutely impossible to be a simple character. Chi-Yu felt eager to challenge Zeno, however, now is not the time. If you rashly provoke this terrifying existence that looks like a child, even the current Chi-Yu may be wiped out in an instant. Well, then, that's it. See you at the martial arts tournament. After Zeno commented on Beerus and Champa's recent work, he shook hands with Son Goku and left. Saw Zeno leave. Beerus, who was still in shock, still had a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Master Zeno came so suddenly that I lost even the excitement of defeating Champa. Champa proudly said, Hey, Master Zeno said that the real competition will be the All-Universe Power Tournament. Today is just a warm-up. Next time I must win. HMPH, you are defeated. What do you have to say? My team will still defeat you next time. Beerus said with a sneer. Nonsense, the warrior in our 6th universe is the strongest. This time it was just my carelessness. I will definitely choose a stronger warrior next time, then you won't even have time to cry. Champa blushed angrily and had a thick nose. Seeing that the two were about to fall into a quarrel again, a faint voice suddenly sounded. Hey, it's time for you to fulfill my wish now. Chi-Yu walked unhurriedly into the middle of the crowd and said to Beerus, I almost forgot about you. Only then did Beerus come to his senses, a little embarrassed. When Champa saw Chi-Yu, he immediately became angry. HMPH, you bald man, it's you who caused me to lose the game. I want to destroy you. Fat rabbit, what are you talking about? Chi-Yu frowned and looked at Champa. I said your stinky bald head is too hateful. Champa yelled loudly. Then the next second he was punched and flew out. Rumble, Champa is like a rocket. The fat body is constantly thrown upwards. In an instant, it pierced through the shield set by Angel Vados and was shot directly into space. And this is far from over. Champa couldn't control his figure at all, was blasted all the way, and finally hit the surface of a Super Dragon Ball. Boom. The huge impact almost made Champa vomit blood. He stuck to the surface of the Super Dragon Ball like a mosquito, and even a crack appeared on the Super Dragon Ball. The audience was stunned. This is a gods of destruction. Mighty gods of destruction, Champa, supreme ruler of the 6th universe. Was it just blown away with one punch? Everyone stared dumbfounded at the culprit Chi-Yu. He calmly withdrew his fist and said disdainfully, I'm so annoying, tell this fat rabbit not to provoke me, but he won't listen. This punch is just a warning. If he doesn't restrain himself, don't blame me for not giving Zeno face gone. Everyone. Nima, Chi-Yu is too cruel. He doesn't even pay attention to destroying Shendu. In the auditorium, Balma, teacher Wushin, Kellen, and others were all stunned. Is this still an Earthling? That's the gods of destruction of the sixth universe, which made Champa angry. What if he destroys the Earth? Beerus wiped the sweat from his forehead. I said, Chi-Yu, Champa just can't control his mouth. You don't need to teach him such a big lesson. He will feel ashamed if you beat him up in front of everyone. Beerus was right. All the combatants in the sixth universe were stunned when they saw their gods of destruction being punched away by Chi-Yu, as if they had seen a ghost. This is Chi-Yu's true strength? This is too exaggerated. Even gods of destruction Champa is not Chi-Yu's opponent. Could it be said that Chi-Yu's power has surpassed gods of destruction? Hit's fists had already clenched tightly, and the pressure Chi-Yu put on him was much greater. Hateful. Just when everyone was shocked by Chi-Yu's invincible power, a long and earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded in the void. I saw Champa's figure descending from the sky, aiming at Chi-Yu. What's more, he still holds two groups of purple-red destructive power in his hand. Champa is going crazy. Whis, take Goku and them away. Seeing this scene, Beerus screamed in vain. Don't worry, Master Beerus, sister, let's take these mortals away from the center of the battle together. Whis took out his cane and said calmly, okay. Vados also picked up the cane. Everyone else knows this kind of battle that destroys the divine grade and they can't intervene at all. So they all hid in the transparent box, were taken away by Whis, came to the void and watched from a distance. On the unnamed planet, only Beerus, Chi-Yu, and Champa are left. Champa, stop it, don't you want to destroy two universes? Beerus saw Champa bombard Chi-Yu with destructive power recklessly and quickly yelled, wanting to stop his brother, but Champa had no intention of stopping at all. He dived towards Chi-Yu and roared loudly, it's useless to anyone, I have to destroy this mortal boy who knows nothing about his heights. I want to show him how powerful gods of destruction is. Rumble. The figure of Champa descending extremely fast is like a meteorite falling to the earth. Due to the friction with the air at too high speed, his whole body becomes like a big fireball. And Chi-Yu on the ground saw Champa attacking towards him. If he dodges at this time, with Champa's powerful destructive power as gods of destruction, he might be destroyed with this super Dragon Ball in an instant. It's not worth it. Beerus, do you remember the palm technique that soars to the sky in Legendary? Seeing that the enemy was approaching, Chi-Yu suddenly turned his head and said to Beerus, what are you talking about? The palm technique that soars into the sky? You are still in the mood to joke with me at this moment. Baga, Beerus was furious and furious. What are you in a hurry for? Be calm. Isn't it just a fat rabbit that wants to bite someone in a hurry? It's just a trivial matter. Chi-Yu smiled lightly, showing a confident look. Then I saw him also soaring into the sky and rushing towards Champa. One of the two fell from the sky and the other rose into the sky. Just like sparks hitting the earth, the destructive power caused by this moment is absolutely beyond everyone's imagination. One punch, serious destruction punch. The moment he collided with Champa, Chi-Yu said this sentence, seriously wrecking punches. This is a boxing method created by Chi-Yu himself. The principle is a combination of destructive power and serious boxing. However, the power of this serious destruction fist is countless times greater than the original serious fist. Rumble. Moment. The two destructive forces of the divine grade collided together, and the terrifying destructive force of a nuclear explosion was directly staged on the unnamed planet. The first is the sound of continuous explosions. All the land and mountains on the surface of the nameless planet were all shattered by this destructive force, and they were all cracked. Large pieces of supercrustal meteorites like continents were blown up, and the continents and rocks on the surface of the unknown planet were all shattered. Then it was instantly blasted into countless starlight dots by the destructive power of gods of destruction, and disappeared into the universe spectacularly. In the end, everyone saw an extremely shocking scene. It turns out that the unknown planet is the last Super Dragon Ball. At this time, Champa had already been seriously punched in the stomach by Chi-Yu's destruction, and the two groups of terrifying destruction at the beginning cancelled each other out because they came from the same source. But Chi-Yu's serious punch hit Champa's stomach firmly. Boom. This time, the invincible powerful force broke out on Champa because the punch was too powerful and Champa was directly knocked out. Chi-Yu retracted his fist, and then carried the unconscious Champa back to the center of the ring. Everyone was as motionless as a statue, including Beerus at the center of the battle. Chi-Yu threw Champa in front of Beerus. He has been knocked out, call Vados to take him away. You are really exaggerating, you are worthy of being the bald devil. Champa will probably hate you for the rest of his life this time. Beerus said speechlessly, the bald demon king deserves his name, and the other sighed. After hearing Chi Yu's words, as the guardian of Champa gods of destruction, Vado's angel immediately appeared on the ring. Master Chi Yu, then I'll take Champa back first. I'm really sorry. Champa is actually a child at heart. I hope you don't have the same knowledge as him. Vados bowed slightly to Chi Yu. Chi Yu waved his hand. Of course I know, so I just taught him a small lesson, so I won't let you go by. Vados also smiled and shook his hands at everyone. Then goodbye Lord Chi Yu, goodbye Lord Beerus, goodbye my dear brother and everyone. After speaking, Vados picked up Champa, then turned into a rainbow streamer and disappeared. Okay, everything has been dealt with, it's time to fulfill my wish this time, right? After watching Vados leave, Chi Yu turned around and looked towards Beerus. Of course, we'll help you summon Shenron right away, Beerus said flatteringly. Whis, come here. The spell to summon the Super Shenron is the language of the gods. For Chi Yu, who is not good at foreign languages, it can only be done by Whis and Beerus. In the void, Whis spoke the strange pronunciation of babbling. Come out, dragon of God, I will grant my wish. This spell seems nonsense, but in fact Balma worked so hard to get it from the prophet. After Whis finished speaking, Super Dragon Ball remained silent for a while. I'll just say no, it must be a mistake in the wording. Beerus just wanted to correct Bulma's mistake at this moment. The 5 Super Dragon Balls suddenly emitted a dazzling red light. Each of these Super Dragon Balls is the size of a planet, and the combined vastness illuminates the galaxy. Coming soon, Bulma yelled, and an incomparably stalwart figure emerged from the sea of light and quickly flew towards the direction where Chi Yu and the others were. The Super Shenron's body is ridiculously large, and the planets are as small as dust in front of it, and they will be destroyed when they touch it. This ridiculously big Shenron is all golden. Not only has a long tail, but also a pair of huge wings, which are very different from the Azure Dragon on Earth and the dragon on Namek Ball. Even Chi Yu felt that this Shenron vaguely looked evil. Woo-woo. Super Shenron opened his mouth wide and spit out a series of incomprehensible words. Professional translator Whis said to Chi Yu, Shenron lets you express your wishes. See the grandeur of the Super Dragon Ball. Chi Yu gradually became excited and soon he no longer needed to be bald. Tell Shenron I'm going to grow my hair back. Beerus spoke a long list in the language of God, which was then relayed to Super Shenron by Angel Whis. I'm afraid it won't work. After hearing Whis' words, Super Shenron seemed to have a troubled expression on his face and kept shaking his head. Whis looked at Chi Yu helplessly. Shenron said he couldn't do it. Chi Yu was stunned. What do you mean? Could it be that Super Shenron can't even make me grow hair? In fact, in essence, there is no difference between Super Shenron and ordinary Shenron. They all rely on consuming the energy of the Dragon Ball to help the wisher fulfill their wishes. It's just that the energy possessed by a Super Dragon Ball is countless times stronger than that of an ordinary Dragon Ball. In this universe, it's basically hard to find anything that a Super Dragon Ball can't do. But Chi Yu just happened to meet him. Beerus was also sweating profusely. He stared at Chi Yu's smooth head and said, What's going on with your head? Why doesn't even the Super Dragon Ball let you grow hair? How do I know? Speaking of this question, Chi Yu was very angry. He said, Then let it help me control all the chi in my body. Beerus communicated with Super Shenron again, who was still shaking his head again and again. It still doesn't work. It says that the energy in your body is too huge, and no one in this world can control it. I can't make any wishes, so what's the use of asking you, Shenron? Go to hell. Chi Yu was so angry that he simply raised his fist and smashed it directly at Super Shenron. Compared with Super Shenron, Chi Yu's body is smaller than an ant. However, his whole body turned into a ball of flames, soaring down into the sky like a sharp arrow that could tear apart the world, sweeping across the world, going forward without hesitation. HMPH, overwhelmed human ants. Seeing that this little guy was going to attack him beyond his limits, there was a trace of disdain in Super Shenron's eyes. However, in the next second, super serious wrecking punch, Chi Yu let out an earth-shattering roar, rumble. It was like a big bang that opened up the world and was born. Chi Yu punched through the Super Gold Shenron's protective divine light, piercing through its huge body, causing devastating damage. A large hollow suddenly appeared in Super Gold Shenron's abdomen. Rumble, an unimaginable explosion sounded. The cavity in Shenron's abdomen was as big as half a galaxy, almost breaking the entire body of Super Shenron in two. Super Shenron let out a shrill roar and looked at Chi Yu angrily, as if wanting to engrave his image deeply in his soul. Then the body turned into starlight and disappeared into the Milky Way. This Shenron was blown away by Chi Yu. F***K. Binna's face turned pale with fright, fearing that Chi Yu, who was in a rage, would find him, so he couldn't help shrinking behind Whis. The guy in front of him has the same power as Zeno. If he gets anxious, the next punch might land on his body. Don't be angry, don't be angry. There will always be a way tilde tilde. Mr. Chi Yu, in fact, your hairstyle is very nice and manly. Seeing such a terrifying punch, everyone hurried up to comfort him for fear that he would lose his temper again. Forget it, I don't have any hope of growing hair. Chi Yu, who didn't get what he wanted, had no choice but to give up. At this point, the martial arts tournament about fighting for the Earth has come to an end. Under the leadership of Whis, everyone returned to Balma's home on Earth to recuperate. Even the millionaire Satan must marvel at the luxury and extravagance of the Bulma family. As the inventors of the Panacea capsule, the Blisses hold a huge fortune. The elders have 2 daughters, one is Tacy and the other is Booma. Boomer's house is as big as a castle, it backs to the sea, but is located in the city. There are not only swimming pools and golf courses, but also airports and cruise ship harbors which are jaw-droppingly exaggerated. Seeing such a living environment, Chi Yu couldn't help regretting that he punched the Super Shenron for a second. Even if the hair cannot be restored, it should be easy to give such a mansion. Son Goku laughed loudly, patted Chi Yu on the shoulder and said, "How about Mr. Chi Yu? The Bulma family is very powerful, right? I was quite frightened when I first came here." Chi Yu also had to nod and said, "This is indeed an exaggeration." Bulma looked at her older sister Tais and sighed. After defeating Hit, Tacy looked at Chi Yu with little stars in her eyes as if she had already identified this man. Tacy has been wandering in alien planets for so many years and finally met someone she likes, so she has to find a way to help her. At this time, there should be a dance party, and everyone present except Master Roshi and Piccolo has wives. Piccolo is an alien and should not participate in this kind of activity. As for Master Roshi, this perverted old man can be completely ignored. In this way, Tacy and Chi Yu, who are still single, can get together naturally. Even Balma herself was amazed by her wisdom, so she immediately said, "The tournament is finally over, let's have a dance party to celebrate." Suddenly Tacy's eyes lit up and she winked at Balma mischievously, expressing that she understood Balma's thoughts. At this moment, rumble. An aircraft suddenly fell from the sky and hit the lawn of Boomer's house. Whose ship is it? Seeing someone come to disrupt the situation, Tacy, who had already found an opportunity, was furious. There is a capsule company logo, it seems to be the time machine of Trunks. Is this the time machine that Trunks drives in the future? Chi Yu looked at the spaceship that suddenly appeared and immediately recognized it. At any rate, he had watched the original work of Dragon Ball Super, although the time was a little bit earlier. But he also knew that it must be the Trunks from the future. But when everyone approached the spaceship, Chi Yu's expression suddenly changed. Trunks is indeed in that spaceship, but besides Trunks, there is actually another person in that spaceship, Zamasu. Logically speaking, Zamasu should be the boss of this story. How could he appear here with Trunks? This is simply an impossible thing. Chi Yu was a little confused for a moment. At this time, Zamasu and Trunks were covered in bruises and fell into a coma. Balma immediately shouted, "It's Trunks, get them out quickly. Goku, go to Galen Tower and bring some fairy beans." Everyone hurriedly opened the lid of the spaceship and lifted the 2 wounded patients out. Goku gave an instant transmission and quickly brought the fairy beans. Fairy bean is a special product in the world of Dragon Ball. Taking one cannot eat or drink for 3 days and heal all injuries. After eating the fairy beans, the complexions of Zamasu and Trunks quickly improved, and the wounds on their bodies disappeared quickly. The 2 gradually woke up. Trunks, however, did not attack Son Goku as in the original show. Instead, he rushed towards Chi Yu with Zamasu. "Big Devil in Black, you be asterisk 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 d tilde tilde tilde, so you are here, I want to kill you tilde tilde tilde." The 2 yelled at the same time and then challenged Chi Yu. However, Zamasu and Trunks are not even as good as Son Goku. And how is Chi Yu's opponent? Clap. Chi Yu stretched out his hands and easily held the fists of the 2. No matter how hard Zamasu and Trunks struggled, they could not escape Yao's grasp. "What are you attacking me for?" The development of the matter was completely beyond Chi Yu's expectation. Why did the 2 suddenly attack themselves? Could it be that the future Zamasu wished for his own body? No, impossible. As soon as this idea came out of Chi Yu's mind, he completely denied it. Super Shenron can't even grow his own hair, so how can he tamper with his own soul? That being the case, why did Trunks challenge himself? Why is Zamasu with him? Why Zamasu and Trunks, who were originally villains, fought side by side like close comrades in arms? Everything is a mystery. At this time, Vegeta suddenly yelled, "Trunks, look where you are, calm down." Here, Father Vegeta's scolding. Trunks was frightened and alert and only relaxed after looking around. Zamasu looked at Beerus and the old Supreme Kai behind him in surprise. He was very shocked and said, Gods of destruction Beerus and Supreme Kaiksin, you are still alive, is this the past? Hear Zamasu's words. The faces of Beerus and Kaiwang Shendu changed drastically. Gods of destruction and Supreme Kai are the managers of this universe, and they are very sensitive to things like manipulating time. These two guys are obviously from the future, and from their words the two gods got a message. That is in the far future they are dead. Chi Yu frowned and said slowly, calm down, tell us what happened in the future, is such that. Both Trunks and Zamasu looked at Chi Yu in awe and then began to tell the story of what happened in the future. At the beginning, it was the same as the original plot. Zamasu has evil thoughts in his heart and wants to destroy all human beings. So he killed the Supreme Kai of the 10th universe, took the second ring of Supreme Kai and the Time Ring, and found the Super Dragon Ball to make a wish. The Super Dragon Ball successfully summoned Shenron, but failed to fulfill Zamasu's wish. Immediately afterwards, a monster who looked exactly like Chi Yu appeared. He killed and destroyed crazily, and even attacked the Gods of Destruction planet where Beerus was located alone, setting off an unprecedented bloody storm. Countless galaxies were reduced to ashes in this disaster, and even Beerus and others died in battle. Wait, Chi Yu stopped Zamasu's narration and asked, you mean that Super Shenron didn't fulfill your wish? Zamasu said in horror, I don't understand what happened. Shenron asked me to make a wish, and then the monster who looked like you appeared. I'm sorry, I know I did a lot of stupid things before, but now I know I was wrong. Trunks comforted, Zamasu, you have been working hard to eliminate the dark people for these years. We all forgive you long ago. Immediately afterwards, Trunks continued to tell everyone what happened to the future world. After making a wish to Shenron, Zamasu, who wished to wipe out humanity, found himself causing havoc. This catastrophe will wipe out not only humans, but all universes and gods. At that time, Zamasu realized that he had made a big mistake and began to work hard to restore everything. He fought side by side with Trunks and gradually understood human beings and became a good person. Wait, stop it for me. Are you saying that the future me is destroying all universes? Hearing the narration of the two, Chi Yu was in a bad mood. Zamasu has become New Okayan Zhao, the warrior of love and justice, and he himself is the great demon king who destroys the world. What kind of plot is this? I am afraid it is not a fake Dragon Ball. At this time, Trunks released even more explosive news. Of course that person is not you, Chi Yu uncle. After a few years of marriage to Tacy Aunt, you traveled to other universes. In fact, we have been looking for you, maybe only you can defeat that monster. Chi Yu pointed to Tacy, who was not knowing what she was having fun with, and then pointed to her own face and said, you mean I married her, she is my future wife. In the end, everyone still has a general understanding of what will happen in the future world. After the dark man who looked the same as Chi Yu appeared, he began to frantically destroy all galaxies. Even attack gods like Gods of Destruction Beerus and Supreme Kai. Even the mighty Beerus couldn't stop the dark man, so everyone came up with a way. It is to use the magic seal wave to seal the dark man to delay time, and then send people to the past world to find the real Chi Yu. Trunks said, Whis used all his power to make a container to temporarily seal the dark man. Let me order Zamasu and I to come and find you. Master Whis said that only you can defeat the dark man. Beerus and the others are because of the magic seal bow, died after exhausting his strength. It's a mess, it's a mess, it's a mess. Beerus turned out to be a hero who sacrificed himself to launch the magic seal wave just like Wu Tian teacher. But he himself became the super villain, the world destroyer demon king. No matter how Chi Yu thought about it, he felt that it was against harmony. Chi Yu covered his head and said, then why don't you just go find me in the future world? Trunks said, listen to Master Beerus, you have surpassed the boundaries of time and space and went to a world that he doesn't even know. Even he and Master Whis can't find you. 1. At this time, Zamasu jumped out and added, the time ring cannot bring two people back to the past, so we used Boomer to make 803's time machine. Chi Yu covered his head and said, that's enough, don't talk anymore, I want to be quiet. Also, don't ask me who Jing Jing is. Beerus patted him on the shoulder and said, don't worry, we all know that the person in the future is definitely not you. If you want to destroy all the universes, you only need one punch to solve it, and it shouldn't be so troublesome. The time machine can take you back to the time when Zeno, Trunks, and Zamasu just set off, so there is no rush to go to the future to save the world. Before that, Chi Yu must understand what happened to cause the current consequences. Predictably, the problem must be with Super Shenron, but he doesn't understand what's going on. A large amount of information was poured into his brain, and now he is completely dazed. Balma clapped his hands and said, Trunks and the others need to rest after recovering from a serious illness, and everyone has just finished the tournament and is very tired. I have prepared a room for everyone. We can rest for 2 days and wait until things are sorted out the cause and effect of the situation before deciding what to do. After such a commotion, everyone lost interest in holding a celebration banquet. As it got late, Chi-Yu sat on the balcony alone in a daze. Everything that happened during the day was really unimaginable. I'm afraid I never dreamed that I would bring such a big change to the world of Dragon Ball. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Who is it? I ties. Chi-Yu turned to open the door and saw Tacy wearing a long black dress standing timidly at the door. The well-cut fabric was attached to her body, outlining her hot curves. In the original work, the adult Ties always looks like a capable young woman, but she seldom wears such feminine clothes. It seems that she herself is a little uncomfortable with this suit, and she looks a little restrained. For this future wife, Chi-Yu doesn't know what kind of mentality he has. To be honest, if you want to get married, Tacy is definitely the best candidate. With such a wife, I can be like the tragedy tower, just eat soft rice and wait to die. Moreover, Tacy is prettier, has a better figure, and is more gentle and considerate than Bulma. No matter how you calculate it, this is a profitable business. However, a wife suddenly appeared and anyone would feel a little uncomfortable. May I come in? Certainly. Tacy sat down on the edge of Chi-Yu's bed, her face flushed. After a long time, she finally managed to say, "You know, I've never had a boyfriend because of work, so I'm a little nervous. Do you want to be so direct? I am more nervous than you, be *****D. You really believe what Trunks says, I mean. We're going to get married, CCCB. Tacy nodded and said, "Actually, I don't hate. I mean, I like it very much." In the end, Tacy's voice became smaller and smaller, almost hard to hear. This royal lady is shy like a ripe fruit with both a mature charm and a tantalizing simplicity which makes Chi-Yu feel distracted. Chi-Yu coughed twice before hesitating, "Then why don't we try it first? Damn it. My mind is even more confused. Then I'll come see you tomorrow." "Okay." After all, Tacy ran out of Chi-Yu's room, yelling while running, "Bulma, I succeeded, tilde. Hearing Tacy's cheers, Chi-Yu laughed. For now, though, he just wants to go to bed. Universe is facing a huge crisis, but Chi-Yu is busy talking about her first love in her life. Save the whole universe. Go. I have to go shopping with Tacy this afternoon. You go find someone else. The guy over there is called Son Goku. He can fight thieves. He can definitely do it. If it's not enough, he also has a friend called the Tower of Tragedy. Why are you two here again? The Tower of Tragedy and Son Goku can't do it. Then you wait for me for a few days. Tacy and I are planning to go on a trip. I said, why are you two so ignorant? If you come here to disrupt the situation again, I'm going to beat you up. In the next few days, the relationship between Chi-Yu and Tacy quickly entered the honeymoon period. It was the first time for both of them to fall in love, and they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to it, and their lives were very nourishing. This was a pain for Trunks and Zamasu, who came to ask for help. They hugged Bulma's thigh with bruised noses and pleaded bitterly, "Mom, think of a way. If this continues, Chi-Yu uncle will forget about saving the universe. Ms. Bulma, please help us, otherwise the future world will be over tilde. Chi-Yu doesn't like others to judge her life. But in the case of Tacy, he also had to admit that sometimes the god of fate has good intentions. At sunset, Tacy climbed ashore from the sea in a swimsuit, holding a big crab in her hand. She smiled at Chi-Yu, showing her white teeth, and the setting sun reflected bright colors on her delicate skin, making her look even more eye-catching. Chi-Yu suddenly felt that if there was anything best in the world, nothing could be better than this time. So he stood up from the beach, picked her up, and rushed into the sea again. At some point, the first star appeared in the sky. The night is not yet deep, and the warm Yifeng is like a lover's caress, expressing some kind of gentle relief with silence. Tired from playing, Tacy and Chi-Yu lay on the beach together, breathed in the sea breeze, and then complained, "Bad guy, that's the crab I managed to catch. I'll go into the sea to get you a bigger one later." "How big is it?" "As big as a table or as big as a car." "Chi-Yu, do you think we will really be a couple?" as Trunks said. Please, I've answered this question for you 4 to 19 times. For several days, Chi-Yu stayed with Tae all the time. Tacy, who wanders in the galaxy, always has countless new experiences, and staying with her never seems to be boring. Underneath the mature appearance, Tacy is a lively and active little girl with an extraordinary curiosity about novel things. For such a wife-to-be, Chi-Yu is quite satisfied. If possible, he would like to enjoy this time quietly with Ties, but the problem is there are always some ignorant people. "Wait, I'm going to the bathroom." Chi-Yu stood up from the beach. Then he left Tacy and walked slowly to a pile of lush grass. His face darkened instantly, and he said in a painful tone, "Don't you know that the saline alkali land by the sea doesn't grow grass?" There was a crack in the grass, and several heads of different shapes were exposed. Zamasu stammered, we were just passing by." Chi-Yu snapped his fingers, and the joints made a crisp sound like frying beans. Trunk's complexion changed drastically. "We just came to see how you and Tai's aunt are doing. Don't worry. I want to ask you when you will go to the future to eliminate the dark people." Boom tilde tilde tilde. After a loud bang, the world returned to tranquility again. Tacy looked at the twinkling meteors in the sky, shook her head, and smiled wryly. This kind of scene would happen almost every few hours, and she was no stranger to it. Chi-Yu returned to the beach again and said, "It's really annoying. Are these people Team Rocket? No matter how far they fly, they can always come back." "What is Team Rocket?" "A group of people who are good at turning into meteors." Sometimes some strange words would come out of Chi-Yu's mouth, but Tacy didn't mind either. After a little hesitation, Tacy said, "Why don't you tell them not to go?" Tacy didn't know how powerful that dark man was. But since all gods of destruction can be eliminated, it must not be a simple character. What happened in the other parallel world has nothing to do with them. Although it is a bit selfish to think this way, Tacy doesn't want to watch Chi-Yu take risks. Chi-Yu also knew that Tacy was concerned about him, but he had to fight this battle. He snorted coldly and said, "That's not acceptable. I would be upset if anyone imitated my hairstyle, not to mention that dark man looks exactly like me. Don't worry, I'm not that weak." Beerus analyzed before that the Super Dragon Ball can't even help Chi-Yu grow hair, let alone be able to copy Chi-Yu's body. Most likely, that dark man should be an incomplete copy of Chi-Yu. Otherwise, as long as the Liberation Force punches, all universes will disappear, and it is even less likely to be sealed by Beerus and others. Then you must come back. Of course, I will come back safe and sound, so don't worry. Chi-Yu looked at the brilliant starry sky and made a promise. Time to meet the Dark One. Early the next morning, Chi-Yu found Beerus and others. The group of people had been waiting for a long time, and Vegeta, who was already impatient, saw the squeeze. He couldn't help being angry and said, "What are you doing? We've been waiting for you for half a month." Chi-Yu waved his hand and said, "Don't be so angry, Tragic Tower. You will be my brother-in-law from now on. Don't call me Tragedy Tower." Vegeta blushed and retorted thickly, but he knew that his protest was of no use to Chi-Yu. "Okay, Tower of Tragedy." Chi-Yu turned to look at Beerus and said, "Beerus, what are your plans?" Beerus said, "We have to figure out the cause and effect of the matter first. Before dealing with the Dark Man, we must go to the 10th universe. Zamasu is the backup Supreme Kai of the 10th universe, so it can be inferred that everything should start from the 10th universe. If you can figure out the true identity of the Dark Man, then things will be much easier." Even Chi-Yu himself wondered how Zamasu, who was supposed to make a wish to Shenron and swap bodies with Son Goku, would come up with a new bald-headed devil. Asking for flowers. That guy must have never seen himself. Could it be that Chi-Yu's name has already resounded in all universes? Chi-Yu couldn't figure out why, even though he was thinking hard. Everyone is ready to go, except the future Zamasu, who is left at Balma's house. Because the 10th universe already has a Zamasu, and when two Zamasu meet, things may change unexpectedly and they dare not try rashly. To prevent this, Zamasu could only stay in the 7th universe. Okay, let's get ready to go. Wise Kane can travel through universes. Half an hour later, Chi-Yu, Goku, Vegeta, Beerus Master and Servant and others were in the God Realm. The Zamasu of this era is making tea for the old Supreme Kai. Zamasu, only the tea made by an intern Supreme Kai with a pure heart will not have a strange smell. You have been disturbed recently. The old Supreme Kai took a sip of the tea made by Zamasu and frowned. Yes, teacher. Zamasu was indeed distracted. The old Supreme Kai asked him to observe the primitive people on the barren planet. After observing for many years, he found that those barbarians were still barbarians after their evolution. This caused Zamasu to have a disgust and a strong desire to kill such lowly creatures as mortals. They can only consume energy, only fight and kill. They can't make any contribution to the universe at all. They must all be extinct. Just when the old Supreme Kai still wanted to dissuade Zamasu, suddenly a rainbow light appeared in their yard. Master Beerus. Why did you come to the 10th universe? After meeting Beerus, the old Supreme Kai kindly began to say hello. Zamasu beside Beerus glanced at Chi-Yu and the others behind Beerus with undisguised hatred and resentment in his eyes. Beerus took a deep look at Zamasu, then pointed at Zamasu and asked Supreme Kai, "Who is he?" Finding out what happened to Zamasu was what Beerus was here for. The old Supreme Kai introduced to Beerus, "This is my disciple, and I am investigating whether he is eligible to become the next Supreme Kai of the 10th universe." So Zamasu is the next Supreme Kai. Having been with the future Zamasu for so long, Son Goku never expected that Zamasu's background would be so big. So he committed the old martial idiot again, ran up and begged Zamasu to compete with himself. Chi-Yu saw all this, but he didn't stop it. According to the original plot, Son Goku should defeat Zamasu here, and then Zamasu had the idea of getting Son Goku's body. If I do nothing, will the plot be back on track? Anyway, Zamasu is much easier to deal with than his own clone. Beerus exchanged a few words with Supreme Kai from 10th Universe and then said, "Since Goku asks so, let them compete." For Beerus' request, Supreme Kai was not easy to refuse, so he turned to Zamasu and said, "Be careful when you start, otherwise 720 will hurt people." Zamasu hated humans very much, and thought that competing with humans was completely dirty his hands, but out of respect for the old Supreme Kai, he finally accepted. He looked at Goku and said, "Are you the strongest mortal in the 7th universe? I want to teach you that no mortal can be a god's opponent no matter what." Son Goku patted his head, pointed at Chi-Yu and said embarrassedly, "Actually, in our universe, I'm not the strongest. The bald man over there is the strongest in the 7th universe." Zamasu snorted coldly, then looked at Beerus and said, "Shouldn't the strongest warrior be dispatched to fight a god?" See Zamasu's reaction. Only then did Chi-Yu understand that history has changed in this way. The future Zamasu probably met himself here back then, and after being defeated by him, he came up with the idea of asking Shishenron to make a wish for an extremely powerful physical body. Zamasu wants to get a body that is strong enough, and Son Goku's casual words have provided him with a better choice. Beerus looked at Chi-Yu, asking for his opinion. Chi-Yu sighed, knowing that the future would not change after all. He said, "If this is the case, then let me do it." Beerus said, "Then trouble you." Chi-Yu nodded and held over the payment. And Zamasu is with his hands behind his back, full of Supreme Kai style. For mortals, he has the right to be proud. Really, the opponent who finally came was snatched by the bald devil again. Son Goku complained a few words but didn't mean to push in. People in the upper realm are born with huge energy in their bodies. According to common sense, no matter how hard they try, it is difficult to reach their realm. Zamasu hates mortals and thinks mortals are barbaric and lowly, so he despises mortals in various ways and does not think that mortals have the qualifications to shake him as Novice Supreme Kai. He is the most outstanding Novice Supreme Kai in the 10th universe, not to mention. This bald mortal looks ugly, his walking posture is also loose, and his whole body is full of flaws. The most important thing is that he is still wearing a Hawaiian shirt and flip-flops. Who has ever seen a martial artist who is wearing slippers and fighting with others? Zamasu of this era sarcastically said, "It seems that the 7th universe is a bunch of trash, and a guy like you is actually the strongest in the 7th universe." Chi-Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and just stood still in front of him. Masi arrogantly stretched out a finger, flicked it on Chi-Yu's head and said, "Go away, dead bald head." After a crisp snap, Chi-Yu touched his forehead. "What are you doing?" Zamasu was taken aback. In his imagination, Chi-Yu should be blown away by this finger. "Although I didn't use much strength for this blow, ordinary mortals would definitely not be able to bear it." Beerus and the others couldn't bear it any longer, pointing at Zamasu and laughing loudly. He actually flicked the forehead of the bald devil. Did he think he could defeat Chi-Yu? This Zamasu is so much fun tilde tilde tilde. Look at his expression, he's so cute and silly, he doesn't know what kind of opponent he's facing. Zamasu was angry, he snorted, then looked at Chi-Yu and said, "I must admit that I underestimated you, but mortal, you really d me off." Zamasu never expected that he would make a fool of himself in front of a group of mortals. Forget about Beerus, the two mortals behind him, those two despicable universe parasites, were laughing at him. An angry flame burned in Zamasu's chest. He condensed his hands into a knife, and a light purple blade appeared in Zamasu's hand. This is Zamasu's stunt. Seeing this scene, the old Supreme Kai couldn't help shouting, "Zamasu, don't kill." Beerus patted the old Supreme Kai on the shoulder and said, don't worry, Chi-Yu won't be hurt by such an attack." The old Supreme Kai, but Beerus said, "Just watch." Zamasu yelled and then stabbed Chi-Yu's stomach with 10 knives. The powerful energy collided with Chi-Yu's body, setting off a powerful explosion, but Zamasu's blow did not have the expected effect. The smoke and dust dissipated. Chi-Yu was still standing there, not even his clothes were dirty. Chi-Yu looked at the sluggish Zamasu and repeated the previous sentence. "What are you doing?" Yes, what are you doing after coming to this world? This jade has faced many opponents. Whether it is Majin Buu or Golden Frieza, they are far 100 times stronger than Zamasu. Even dapper Zamasu, who is the weakest, may not be an opponent. In Chi-Yu's eyes, Zamasu's hand knife is not so much an attack as a child's play. That's why he asks Zamasu, "What on earth are you doing?" Ah. Zamasu's hand seemed to have touched indestructible steel. The two fingers at the front had been broken, and the pain made him break out in cold sweat. The old Supreme Kai took a deep breath before saying to Beerus, "Master Beerus, your warrior is really too powerful." Beerus said, "He doesn't belong to my warrior and I can't actually order him. Chi-Yu's coming here is his own choice. Gods of Destruction is supreme in every universe. When did someone dare to disobey Gods of Destruction appear in the 7th universe 4? 9. Beerus' character is notoriously bad in all Gods of Destruction. Why would he let this bald man disobey his orders?" The old Supreme Kai gave Beerus a suspicious look, and then wisely chose to remain silent. At the moment, Zamasu has not given up. Zamasu let out a loud roar, then activated the hand knife with both hands and greeted Chi-Yu for the first time in a row. "How is that possible? I am the future Supreme Kai. Go to hell, tilde tilde, you damn mortal, die for me tilde tilde." Zamasu launched a crazy attack on Chi-Yu, and the sound of explosions came one after another, blowing up the courtyard where Supreme Kai lived. It took a long time before Zamasu stopped. At this time, all the fingers of his hands were broken and fresh red blood was flowing. "Is this what you call an attack? I'm so disappointed." Chi-Yu raised his hand, stretched out two fingers to Zamasu's forehead and flicked it lightly. This action is exactly the same as Zamasu's before, but it has a completely different effect. I saw Zamasu's body flying upside down, plowing a deep ravine on the ground, and he didn't know how far he rushed before stopping. Zamasu. The old Supreme Kai hurriedly came to Zamasu, checked his injuries, and said to Chi-Yu, "Thank you for your mercy, he has completely lost consciousness. If there is nothing wrong, please leave here." As the Supreme Kai of the 10th universe, Beerus brought people here and severely injured his apprentice. Even Supreme Kai, who has a good temper, is more or less unhappy in his heart. "Then we shall take our leave." Chi-Yu winked at Beerus and Beerus nodded. Then Whis used the cane to transfer the four of them into the void. Chi-Yu said, "The next step is to wait. Let's take a look here and roughly understand what happened." Not surprisingly, Zamasu should kill the old Supreme Kai and take the space-time ring. The death of the old Supreme Kai has nothing to do with the 7th universe. The big deal is that he can be resurrected with the Dragon Ball. What Chi-Yu wants to know is what happened when Marth made his offer to Super Shenron. Vegeta clasped his hands and said, "Why are you in such trouble? What a dark man. Vegeta doll will definitely be able to defeat him." Beerus glanced at Chi-Yu and then said to Vegeta, "Stop talking big, that dark man is probably a copy of Chi-Yu. Even if it's not in full form, you are definitely not an opponent." Vegeta was extremely embarrassed by Beerus' preemption, but he also had to admit that there was indeed a big gap between himself and Chi-Yu. Vegeta snorted coldly, then stopped talking. Through Whis' cane, Yinjia watched the old Supreme Kai and Zamasu intently. The old Supreme Kai didn't know that Zamasu had evil intentions, and he didn't have the slightest defense against his disciples. So after the old Supreme Kai woke up Zamasu, he started a long speech again, scolding and teaching Zamasu, blaming him for not attacking humans, let alone with murderous intent. These are not things that a Supreme Kai can do thing. After being humiliated by Chi-Yu, Zamasu is already furious and can't wait to implement his plan. How can he listen to the nagging of old Supreme Kai? His heart was already boiling with killing intent. He first pretended to help Supreme Kai make tea, then walked around behind him and stabbed Supreme Kai's back vest with a hand knife. The old Supreme Kai turned his head in disbelief and looked at his disciple. "Zamasu, your time is over, rest in peace Supreme Kai." Zamasu pulled the hand knife from the back of the old Supreme Kai, who fell heavily in a pool of blood, dying with regret. Immediately afterwards, Zamasu leaned down, took off Supreme Kai's second ring and took the time ring. "Damn Zamasu." Seeing the old Supreme Kai killed, Son Goku flew into a rage. Chi-Yu said, "Hurry up everyone, Zamasu is going to use the time ring." Zamasu, who received the inheritance of Supreme Kai, had a sinister smile on his face. Immediately afterwards, he used the time ring to open a time tunnel in the void and jumped into it. Chi-Yu and the others also followed him and rushed into the time rift. Son Goku and others jumped out of the time rift and found themselves in the void. Chi-Yu turned to Whis and asked, "Can you confirm the time now?" The angels are the managers of time and space. Even if they don't use the time ring, Whis can travel freely in time. Determining the current age is a piece of cake for Whis. He took out his wand and then carefully looked at the crystal on the wand. It is now a year later. The use of Dragon Ball needs a 1-year cooling time. It seems that the purpose of Zamasu's trip is indeed to Super Dragon Ball. Vegeta understood immediately and took out the Super Dragon Ball radar made by Balma. Not good, the 7 Super Dragon Balls are right in front of them and they have been assembled. Zamasu does not have a Dragon Ball radar, but since the last wish, 7 Super Dragon Balls have stayed at the venue of the tournament. Chi Yu said, "How could this be? Shouldn't the Dragon Ball disperse after making a wish?" Whis said Super Dragon Balls are different from ordinary Dragon Balls. They are large celestial bodies. Because of gravity, they will be firmly glued together, even if you make a wish nor will it scatter. Chi Yu said, "Then let's go there quickly." Whis waved his wand, and everyone turned into a stream of light rushing towards the Super Dragon Ball. At this moment, a majestic figure emerged from the end of the starry sky. It was Super Shenron. Different from the past, Super Shenron's eyes looked eerie and evil in a black light. It said to Zamasu below in the language of God, "Please state your wish." Zamasu instinctively felt that something was wrong with the Super Shenron in front of him. It seemed very evil. "But I finally came here and it is absolutely impossible to give up." After a moment of hesitation, he opened his hands and said, "Please let Chi Yu and I switch bodies. I cannot do it." "What did you say?" "The energy in Chi Yu's body is too huge. I can't move such a large amount of energy, but—" Super Shenron grinned and said to Zamasu 940 in a bewitching voice, "Maybe you can change your wish, such as creating another incomplete Chi Yu, a Chi Yu with the same ideals and goals as you. I can do that. Help you finish." Hearing Super Shenron's proposal, Zamasu, who was extremely disappointed, was shocked and then said, "Okay, just do as you said." The evil Super Shenron opened his mouth and said, "I have to thank you, ignorant young Supreme Kai." A bad premonition rose from Zamasu's heart. His body backed away slightly. "You, what are you talking about? Aren't you the Shenron who can grant all wishes?" "Yes, I fulfilled your wish. Let me turn into another Chi Yu and help you destroy all human beings. Of course, I also brought all the universes with me." Shenron let out a wild laugh. Its huge body bloomed with the brilliance of gold and then gradually shrunk. The light gradually faded and a brand new human body appeared in the void. Strong 8-pack abs, a strong and powerful torso, and a smooth and shiny head. Zamasu yelled, "No, that's not my wish. I just want to destroy human beings." "Sorry, but the wish you have already made cannot be changed." The dark Chi Yu transformed by Shenron appeared in front of Zamasu in an instant and then gently waved his arms. Rumble. Zamasu wanted to resist, but the huge force from his hand made him unable to resist at all, and he passed out on the spot. Evil Shenron looked at his hands and couldn't help sighing. "It's really incredible power. Even Supreme Kai can't stop my casual blow." After all, he came to the unconscious Zamasu, took off his Supreme Kai earrings and time ring and put them on himself. "I knew it, you must be playing tricks." At this time, Chi Yu and others had already arrived. Whis said, "Huo." Unexpectedly, the Dark Man turned out to be the incarnation of Super Shenron. "You twisted Zamasu's wish to actually fulfill your own wish." The Super Shenron, who has turned into a Dark Man, pointed at Chi Yu and said, "If you want to blame this damn earthling. My existence is higher than God's, but this stupid mortal dares to attack me and kill me." Chi Yu sneered, "So you want revenge?" Didn't expect Super Shenron to be so stingy. The matter of Chi Yu killing it a year ago is still remembered. Although the ability is much stronger, there is no difference between Super Shenron and Earth Shenron in essence. Fulfilling other people's wishes is the Super Shenron's only ability, so it misinterprets Zamasu's wishes and turns itself into a Chi Yu clone. All this is just to get revenge on Chi Yu. The Dark Man said, "You mortals dare to challenge the majesty of the Super Shenron and even offend me. I will make you suffer the most terrible torture in the world. I will kill everyone you love and destroy all the worlds. Chi Yu, I want you to pay a terrible price for what you did, ha ha ha." Chi Yu, the Dark Man transformed into the evil Shenron, let out piercing laughter. "You pervert who runs around naked with someone else's body, I'll kill you first." Chi Yu snorted coldly. He squeezed his fist, broke away from Wis's circle of light in an instant, and swooped towards the Ultra-Dark Man. Unlike Vegeta and others, Chi Yu once made a wish to the Earth Shenron to obtain the ability to breathe freely in the universe. Even without Whis Kane, he can still fight in the universe. People will always be disgusted with guys who imitate themselves, not to mention this guy in front of him copied himself from head to toe and used his body to run naked in the universe. So Chi Yu was furious, serious fist. When Chi Yu punched, the Dark Man also imitated Chi Yu's movements and used the same moves as him. The collision of the two fists immediately caused an uproar in the void like a star exploding. Whis struggled to support the protective cover and then managed to resist the impact. After a long time, the shock wave gradually dissipated, and I saw two Chi-Yu's fists pressing together, and lightning burst out continuously at the full contact. Whis wiped his sweat and said, "It's a terrible attack. I can't imagine that Chi-Yu's strength has reached this level." Beerus in the mask stared at the battlefield with his hands behind his back. This is just the beginning. Beerus, who had fought against Chi-Yu before, knew best that even if he didn't use the Chi in his body, the power of the bald demon king was more than just that. Vegeta was shocked. Isn't this Chi-Yu's full strength? Beerus nodded, and at this moment Chi-Yu flew back and raised both hands at the same time. Million series, continuous serious punches. Chi-Yu turned into phantoms all over the sky and then rushed to hit the dark man in front of him. Every blow is extremely heavy, and every blow is full of killing intent. The dark man who just got this body seems to have not yet adapted to the powerful power of this body, and he can only hug the front door to defend between warehouses. The fists kept bombarding his body like a dense barrage, getting faster and heavier. Gradually, scars appeared on the dark man's body, and drops of blood overflowed from the surface of the skin, floating in the void. At this time, Whis' protective cover was already full of cracks, but the violent shock continued to wave after wave, as if it would never stop. "Master Beerus, I can't hold it anymore." Beerus yelled, "Everyone, gather your energy and don't let the shield shatter." Even with the power of a god, Son Goku and Vegeta are essentially human and cannot survive in the void. If there is no oxygen in the protective cover, it will not be long before the two of them will die. Hearing Beerus' order, Son Goku and Vegeta turned into super blue forms at the same time, allowing them to resist the turbulent impact with their own energy. Roar tilde 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 Chi-Yu let out a roar, and the strength in his hand increased again. The defense of the four of Beerus was like a boat in a storm, crumbling and likely to disintegrate at any time. The explosion flickered in the dark rain like a solar flare, blinding the eyes. I don't know how long it took before the impact gradually subsided, and the figures of Chi-Yu and the Dark Man reappeared in the void. The Dark Man was already scarred, but he let out a wild laugh and then slowly put down his hands, showing an evil smile. "Chi-Yu, don't you even know your own strength? It is impossible for such an attack to defeat me." He clenched his fists, then looked at his perfect body and said, "It's really a terrifying body. Even such an attack can only cause a little scratch." Son Goku, who was watching the battle, exclaimed, "How is it possible? Such an attack has no effect. Isn't even Chi-Yu his opponent?" Beerus shook his head and said, "Even a Super Shenron can't really copy Chi-Yu's power. What the Dark Man has obtained is only a small part of Chi-Yu's ability. In fact, it is very easy for Chi-Yu to kill the Dark Man." Vegeta said, "Then why didn't Chi-Yu do this?" Beerus stared and said, "It's not that he can't, but he dares not to live without money." Vegeta snorted and said, "What do you mean by not daring? The enemy is right in front of his eyes. What is the bald demon king worried about?" Beerus said, "He is afraid that his too strong power will destroy everything in an instant." After all, the punch that Chi-Yu once threw at him appeared in Beerus' mind, that punch that was devastating and seemed to swallow everything up. These days, Beerus has been helping Chi-Yu transform destructive energy, and he has also seen with his own eyes that Chi that is countless times larger than the universe. Under normal circumstances, Li Yu would never use Chi when fighting. First of all, his physical body is strong enough. Relying on physical strength alone, there are very few people who are his opponents. Secondly, it may be that Chi-Yu himself is also afraid of the Chi in his body, so he has been deliberately hiding it. But today he couldn't hide it. "It's up to me now." The Dark Man grinned grinningly and clenched his fists, posing in the same posture as Chi-Yu. The must-kill series, continuous serious punching tilde tilde tilde. The Dark Man's fists covered the sky, and with a power not weaker than Chi-Yu's, he launched an attack on the original owner of the move. That fist kept falling on Chi-Yu's body, triggering a new round of explosions. In a panic, Beerus yelled, "Damn it. It's coming again, everyone hold on." The terrifying shock wave struck again, but this time it lasted longer. By the time the explosion stopped, even Son Goku and Vegeta in the Super Saiyan Blue God state almost lost their strength and turned into a common state. Vegeta gasped, "One more time, Kakarot, and I will be overwhelmed." At this moment, Beerus suddenly laughed. Son Goku said, "Master Beerus, what are you laughing at?" Beerus said, "Looks like this guy finally P***** D off Chi-Yu." Right in front of their line of sight, Chi-Yu's top has been beaten into universe dust and completely disappeared. The bald demon king looked down at his body, only to see a few tiny scars on it. A drop of blood flowed out from the wound, floating in front of Chi-Yu. He stared straight at the drop of blood in front of him without saying a word, expressionless. 33. The dark man withdrew his hands. Because of the high temperature caused by friction, his fists were billowing with smoke. Even he himself couldn't help but be intoxicated by such a wonderful power. It's so wonderful, Chi-Yu, didn't you expect that? Not only did I copy your body, but I also obtained a body that is stronger than yours. The dark man froze before finishing his words. At some point, Chi-Yu had appeared in front of him and raised his fist to him. You're making me bleed, you be asterisk 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 d tilde tilde go to hell tilde tilde tilde. With Chi-Yu's anger, the destructive energy in his body suddenly boiled. These energies are injected into every cell and meridian of him, making him faster and stronger. Right in front of the dark man, Chi-Yu, who suddenly appeared, was burning with purple-black flames, like a terrifying demon god. Seeing Chi-Yu in this state, Beerus's scalp went numb and he hurriedly shouted, "Get back tilde tilde tilde, stay away from them," before Beerus reminded, Whis moved. He drives his own energy, retreats quickly at an unimaginable CCD speed in order to avoid the coming impact. At the same time, the dark man folded his arms, ready to take Chi-Yu's angry blow. He thought he had overestimated Chi-Yu's power, but when the huge power came from his hands, the dark man realized that his calculation was far from enough. Black's gods of destruction energy spilled out, washing the entire starry sky. Whether it is a meteorite, a planet, or even the huge sun, they were all vaporized in this blow. In the Milky Way, a large hole with a width of tens of light years appeared. There is nothing in this void, only a few lives beyond the ordinary still alive. Beerus and Whis spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. In order to withstand Chi-Yu's blow just now, even the two of them pushed forward. Son Goku and Vegeta were even bleeding from 7 holes, holding back their last ounce of strength so as not to completely turn into fly ash. When they saw the big empty void, everyone was silent, not knowing how to describe what they saw. Especially Beerus, as gods of destruction, he never thought that there would be someone in his universe who is better at using destructive energy than himself. Looking seriously at the power of Chi-Yu's punch, he was dumbstruck. The servant and teacher Whis comforted, the universe always has geniuses. Although he has indeed surpassed you, Lord Beerus, you don't have to be discouraged. As a god with a big heart, you should be proud of having such a powerful warrior appear in your universe. Beerus sighed, "Stop talking, I understand this." At this moment, Son Goku suddenly shouted, "The Dark Man is not dead tilde tilde tilde, yes, the Dark Man is still alive." Beerus and others were hurt like this just by being affected, not to mention the dark people who faced Chi-Yu directly. Both of his hands were broken, hanging limply on his shoulders, and there was a big hole in his chest. Chi-Yu's punch just now directly pierced his body. Even so, he is indeed alive. Whis couldn't help but marvel again. It's hard to imagine how he survived the blow just now. Beerus shook his head and said regretfully, "It should be the end of the battle. We should be glad that this guy is still alive after suffering such a serious injury. Anyone who can withstand such a blow will be admired in his heart." But as Beerus said, today's dark people no longer have the capital to compete with extrusion. The dark man spat out a big puddle of blood, then lowered his hands and said, "Chi-Yu, I have to admit that you are truly the only warrior in the world. I am not your match." Chi-Yu snorted coldly, "Then prepare to die." Ha 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 tilde tilde tilde. The dark man opened his mouth full of blood and laughed again. "Chi-Yu, I expected that I couldn't defeat you, but you can't kill me either. The next meeting may be many years later, I will always find a way to defeat you." After all, a time rift appeared behind him, gradually engulfing his figure. Son Goku shouted, "No," his wife ran away. Beerus shook his head and said, "It's too late, he's already left this era." The dark man had been prepared for a long time, and when Chi-Yu made that punch, he guessed the result and activated the time ring in time. It is basically impossible to catch up with him now. Chi-Yu watched the back of the dark man fleeing and snorted coldly, "You run very fast, but no matter where you run, you can't escape the result of death in the end." The dark human said, "Chi-Yu, what I have is not just your duplicate body. I have lived as Shenron for countless years and have endless knowledge. I will find a way." After speaking, the figure of the dark man has completely disappeared. Although they figured out the cause and effect of the incident, Chi-Yu and the others were indeed in vain. Chi-Yu turned around and shook his head. "He ran away, let's go back first." Vegeta glanced at Zamasu, who was floating in the void, and asked, "What about this stupid backup Supreme Kai?" Chi-Yu said disdainfully, "I don't have time to care about the life and death of a grasshopper." Vegeta nodded and then took out the time machine invented by Balma and took everyone back to the Earth a year ago. Although Chi-Yu defeated the Dark Man, everyone became worried when they saw the Dark Man's fighting power. Super Shenron's age may not be younger than Zeno, just as it said, this universe has no so-called secrets in its eyes. Messing with such an omniscient enemy who can freely travel through time and space is really hard to sleep. Seeing everyone coming back, Trunks and Zamasu ran up immediately. How's the situation? Have you found the Dark Man? Did you kill him? Beerus said impatiently, let him run away, go away, I'm very hurt and tired. Hearing Beerus' words, both Trunks and us were a little depressed. If even these 5 people can't take down the Dark Man, then the problem is really bigger. Tacy looked at the 2 tiny scars on Chi-Yu's upper body and said distressedly, are you injured? What is he called injured? Big sister, look at the 4 of us, we were almost killed by the aftermath of their battle. Vegeta was speechless. Balma patted Vegeta on the back and said, okay, don't be angry, Piccolo still has fairy beans. Vegeta snorted and stopped talking. Now that things have happened, we can only go back to the time when Trunks and Zamasu traveled through, and then fight to the death with the Dark Man. Otherwise, no one would know where the Dark Man was, and no matter how powerful the fighting power was, it would not be effective. So Chi-Yu looked at the 2 from the future and said, you guys tell everyone about the future. The dark people of the future world have already swept across the entire universe. At the time of crisis, Beerus and Whis sacrificed themselves and temporarily sealed the dark people with Shelly's magic wave from Master Roshi. Throughout the endless years, Beerus has been the #1 powerhouse in the 7th universe, and Whis as a master may be even stronger than Beerus. In order to seal, the 2 super warriors almost exhausted their last ounces of energy and barely sealed the Dark Man, buying time for everyone. At that time, the real Chi-Yu wandered around for a long time, and he couldn't find anyone for a while. Before the oil ran out, Beerus of the future era sent the 2 Trunks back to the past to find Chi-Yu's whereabouts. Trunks said, the Dark Man is really too powerful, all of us together are no match for him. Everyone really has no choice, so I came back to find you, Chi-Yu uncle. Chi-Yu thought about it and then continued, what kind of strength will the dark people of the future be? In the world of Dragon Ball, anyone can become stronger by practicing. The evil Super Shenron obtained Chi-Yu's body. If he seized the time to practice, he might go one step further. Trunks said, we are not very clear about this. No one can pass a move in his hands, so we can't measure the depth of the Dark Man at all. In the timeline of Trunks and the others, Son Goku and Vegeta died very early, and they didn't even reach the Ultra Blue state. The only one who can fight a little is a Son Gohan with a broken arm. It's no wonder that he can fight the Dark Man. Chi-Yu said, no matter what you have to fight before you know, everyone is seriously injured. Let's rest for 2 days and then we will set off. Super Shenron's copy of himself is incomplete. Even if he cultivates for a period of time, the 8th floor will not be his opponent. Even if it wasn't for Tacy's sake, Chi-Yu couldn't bear the fact that someone exactly like herself existed in this world. It felt like I had been cloned by some mad scientist, and it was disgusting as hell. By the way, Chi-Yu suddenly remembered something and said to Vegeta and Son Goku, what are your plans for these few days? Son Goku said, Vegeta and I are going to practice in the Room of Time and Spirit. As far as this situation is concerned, their combat effectiveness is really low, basically useless. The Room of Time and Spirit can turn 2 days into a month. With their talents, they should also make great progress in this month. Everyone is practicing. Chi-Yu couldn't be idle either, he was busy having dinner with Tacy. What? You say this is not doing business properly? Just kidding, is there anything more serious in this world than passing on the family line? How magnificent and great it is to pass down genetic information in the long river of life until the end of the world. Ah, tilde, I can't help but cry. Tacy, I have an ancestral chromosome to give to you, ahem. Of course Chi-Yu couldn't say that, so he changed to a relatively euphemistic expression. Tacy, marry me, people have to think about it. Tacy's face was very red, and she didn't know whether it was because of the candlelight on the dining table or because of shyness. In the Room of Time and Spirit, Son Goku and Vegeta are practicing hard. From Frieza to Cell, Zhanya people will come here to hold their feet every time they encounter an enemy they can't beat. At this time, Vegeta and Son Goku are fighting with full firepower. As perennial competitors, there is no more suitable opponent than each other. After bearing a heavy blow from Vegeta, Son Goku briefly stopped his hands, covered his stomach, and sweated profusely. Do you think we can defeat Chi-Yu's clone in this way? Vegeta said, Kakarot, when did you start looking forward and backward like this? Even if we can't win, we Saiyan can't be useless waste. Son Goku said with a smile, as expected it is Vegeta, let's see tilde. After all, Son Goku attacked Vegeta again. 2 days later, Beerus came to the Earth again, and Son Goku and Vegeta also walked out of the Room of Time and Spirit. Beerus looked at Son Goku carefully and said, it seems that you have achieved good results during this period of time. The chi on the two Saiyans has obviously grown a lot, which is not the same. Vegeta crossed his arms and said, "Everyone is here, where is Chi Yu? What is he still dawdling about?" Whis covered his mouth and let out a laugh and then said, "I advise you to wait patiently for him at this time, otherwise the bald devil will definitely beat you to scum, and his attack is definitely worse than the Dark Man." What Whis said was true, because at this moment Chi Yu was saying goodbye to his fiancée. Tacy hooked her hands around Chi Yu's neck, kissed his mouth and said, "It's done, we'll get married when you come back." With the soft touch still remaining on his mouth, Chi Yu touched his bald head and said, "Damn it, why does it feel like setting a flag? That's all, I will keep my promise. Be safe, I know." After all, Chi Yu walked like Vegeta and the others had been waiting in front of the time machine for a long time. This time, Trunks and Zamasu also followed up. Except for Son Gohan, almost all the high-level combat personnel were present. Beerus asked Chi Yu, "Are you ready?" Chi Yu waved his hands impatiently. "Hurry up and leave, I'm in a hurry to get married." The Gods of Destruction planet of Beerus 717 was once a rich place with luxurious castles, towering pyramids, and various lush plants. But today, 10 years later, there is nothing left of this land but ruins. Half of the entire planet was shattered, and the other half was scattered in the void, forming a dense belt of meteorites. The pyramid building that once lived in Beerus has completely disappeared, and the top of the mountain is bare like Chi Yu's head. "Damn it, you made my planet look like this. Damn Super Shenron." Beerus cursed, and Zamasu pointed to the ruins of the castle and said, "The container that seals the Dark Man is in the ruins of the castle." Following the direction of his finger, I saw a golden coffin standing on top of the ruins. There were already many cracks on the surface of the coffin, and it was still vibrating continuously. Straits of black's breath struggled and overflowed from the inside of the coffin, spreading in all directions in a ring shape. Zamasu said, "This coffin was created by Whis using the hardest material in the universe, but there is still no way to completely seal Zamasu." As soon as Zamasu's words fell, the whole planet began to shake, and a huge aura shot up from the coffin, forming a black beam of light. "Not good, the Dark Man is coming out." Amidst the loud noise, the golden coffin turned into countless fragments, flying in all directions. "Ha ha ha tilde tilde tilde," the Dark Man appeared, and he laughed wildly while bathing in the beam of light, breathing the free air to his heart's content. After a long time, he snorted coldly to Chi Yu and his party. "You are finally here, I have been waiting for 10 years. Beerus said angrily, "You actually made the planet Gods of Destruction look like this, I can't forgive you." The Dark Man gave Beerus a disdainful look and said, "In this era, I have already seen your power, to be honest, it's not worth mentioning at all." Beerus gritted his teeth, "What did you say?" The Dark Man directly ignored the angry Beerus. He tore open his skirt, revealing the circular scar on his chest. "Chi Yu, every night for the past 10 years, this wound on my chest has been aching. It reminds me all the time to return to you 100-fold the pain you inflicted on me. Over the years, I cultivating crazily, dreaming of imagining the moment when he is about to defeat you. Today, I will completely tear up your invincible myth here. I will smash your body into pieces and I will scatter your ashes in the void." "It's stupid, why are you still fighting?" Chi Yu said blankly, "I'm in a hurry to get back to get married, can you stop talking so much nonsense?" ****. The Dark Man was taken aback for a moment and then suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. "Yes, that's it, this Chi Yu, that arrogant Chi Yu is worthy of my destruction." The power of the Dark Man soared again, the beam of light on his body almost penetrated the entire universe, and the turbulent breath made Beerus and others breathless. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, "How could this be? We have been cultivating in the House of Spirit and Time for so long, why is there such a big gap?" Son Goku said, "Can such a powerful Chi Yu defeat him?" At this moment the battle started. Super Kai Blast. As soon as the Dark Man stretched out his hand, a Kai Blast larger than the Super Spirit Bomb took shape in his hand, and flew towards Chi Yu's position with a bang. This must be the most powerful Kai Blast in the history of Dragon Ball. The energy contained in it even surpassed hundreds of stars, making Beerus and others' scalps tingle. However, Chi Yu just stretched out his right hand. Yes, he just stretched out a hand, and with a sudden grip the Kai Blast instantly shattered. However, the figure of the Dark Man has been hiding behind Kai Blast, waiting for a long time. With the help of Kai Blast's vision blocking, he completes his surprise attack. Son Goku suddenly shouted, "Be careful." The speed of the Dark Man was extremely fast. Before Son Goku uttered the first word, his fist had already hit Chi Yu's abdomen heavily. Rumble. After the violent explosion, Chi Yu's body turned into a meteor, smashing several planets back and forth. But the Dark Man didn't stop there. His figure kept appearing in front of Chi Yu and launched a crazy attack on Chi Yu. The light spheres formed by the explosion spread continuously in the universe one after another. Seeing the power here, cold sweat has appeared on everyone's forehead. Even if Chi Yu is extremely powerful, can he withstand such an attack? The Dark Man's attack lasted for more than 10 minutes before stopping. Even the Kopid Chi Yu couldn't stand the continuous onslaught. He stood still in the void and then gasped continuously. Chi Yu's figure has disappeared, and in the entire starry sky there are only countless planetary debris left. I won? The Dark Man asked softly, but in the dead universe no one has answered his question. I won, I won. The Dark Man shouted excitedly, 10 years of hard work, day and night of practice. Until today he finally wiped out his greatest enemy completely. From now on 5-8, no one in this world is his opponent. I finally defeated Chi Yu, I won MN. However, at this moment an indifferent voice came from his ear. Win Nima B. The Dark Man turned his head suddenly and saw a fist blocking his vision. Boom, a more violent explosion than before erupted suddenly and spread rapidly. With the previous experience, Whis quickly manipulated the cane into a super defensive shield to avoid being affected by the battle. After a long time, the body of the Dark Man emerged from the explosion again. At this time he was already in a state of distress. Half of his face was smashed to pieces and fresh red blood was flowing. The Dark Man covered his face and said, "Why you can ignore my attack? Because you've become weaker. Before you could still hurt me a little bit, but now you can't even hurt a single hair of mine." Chi Yu said lightly with his hands behind his back, "Impossible." The Dark Man yelled, "I have been practicing hard for 10 years, I have mastered the method of using Chi, and I have also learned many fighting skills. I have become stronger tilde, I have become a lot stronger tilde. Chi Yu said, "No, I said that if you become weaker, you will become weaker, because it doesn't hurt at all when you hit me." Son Goku on the side couldn't help asking Whis next to him, "Has the Dark Man really become weaker?" Whis shook his head and said, "The Dark Man has not become weaker, on the contrary, he is much stronger than when he first appeared 10 years ago." Son Goku said, "Then why can't he do harm to Chi Yu?" At this time, Beerus stepped in and said coldly, "It's not that the Dark Man has become weaker, but Chi Yu has become stronger, but he didn't feel it himself. It stands to reason that any life has its own limits and shackles. 22, for example, it is impossible for human beings to reach a height of 3 meters. No matter how fast a cheetah runs, it is impossible to fly into the sky, and reptiles have never been able to evolve higher life forms. When a species comes to this world, the genes passed in the blood fundamentally determine the ceiling it can reach. Saiyan is a fighting nation, so they are born with extraordinary fighting talent, but there is a limit to this talent. Chi Yu is a different kind of existence who has unlocked all his own limiters, so his power is basically unlimited. When the Dark Man appeared for the first time 10 years ago, he was able to slightly injure Chi Yu's body. That was because Chi Yu's physical body judged that the Dark Man could not cause fundamental damage to himself. 10 years later, the power of the Dark Man increased several times, and he attacked Chi Yu again. At this time, the ability of One Punch Man is revealed. When the Dark Man's first punch hit Chi Yu felt pain and overwhelming. But when the second punch hit him, it was no longer so difficult to bear. Followed by successive attacks, every time the Dark Man hit Chi Yu felt a little more relaxed, and in the end, it was almost no different from a mosquito bite. That's why Chi Yu felt that the power of the Dark People was getting weaker and weaker. As everyone knows, it's not that the Dark Man has become weaker, but that his body has completely adapted to the attack of the Dark Man, become stronger and more indestructible. In Chi Yu's invisible body, all the cells are rapidly mutating and evolving into a new life form. She still had the same bald head and the same lazy appearance, but Chi Yu's life level has fundamentally changed at this time. Although I don't know how Chi Yu became stronger, but his body was not so strong before, and he would definitely not be able to throw such a punch without using Chi. Beerus gritted his teeth and said, "What do you say that you hate the gifted dog the most? In fact, he is the most outrageous gifted dog in the universe. When he meets an enemy stronger than himself, he casually breaks through to a higher level while fighting. This is simply outrageous." In the empty universe, the Dark Man was muttering the same words as Beerus. "It's impossible, it doesn't make sense, it's simply outrageous. I have worked hard for 10 years, why did you surpass me in less than a minute? Then what's the point of my efforts?" The Dark Man kept complaining as if he had lost his soul. "But in many cases, fate is a sadist and you can't help it." Chi Yu said, "Leave a last word, if you have nothing to say, I'll do it." The Dark Man didn't despair, he slowly cheered up and said, Chi-Yu, I really want to defeat you head-on, but now I have to admit that I can't do it. But even if my strength is lower than yours, I still have other ways to defeat you. After all, a tiny space crack appeared in the hands of the Dark Man. Beerus asked, "What is this? Hurry up, don't let him let this thing out," Whis suddenly yelled. The angel family is an existence older than Beerus, and knows many things that even Beerus does not know. Since Whis is so nervous, the thing that the Dark Man is holding is definitely not trivial. Chi-Yu didn't want to be too big, so he swooped down and attacked the Dark Man. At this moment, the void crack in the Dark Man's hand suddenly enlarged, blocking Chi-Yu like a mirror. At this time, the Jade's attack could no longer be stopped. His body sank into the mirror without any hindrance and disappeared. The scene fell into a deathly silence and Vegeta murmured, "Chi-Yu, where did Chi-Yu go?" The mirror was closed in the hands of the Dark Man and then turned into a small ball. The Dark Man held the small ball in his hand, landed on the ruins of Beerus's castle, and laughed again. "He has gone to another world now in another era, and you will never see him again." Beerus grabbed Whis by the collar and snapped, "What the hell is that black ball?" "It's a space-time rift," Whis said. "Outside the universe there are occasional rifts like this. They lead to another world or another era. Once you fall into it, it's like being exiled from this world and you can't find it again. There is no way back. The span of time and space is extremely wide." In other words, the current Chi-Yu may be in a new universe 1,000,000 years ago, or it may be in the remains of a dead world 10 billion years later. Even if Chi-Yu's powerful strength allows him to survive there, it will be difficult for him to find a way to come back. In this way, Chi-Yu will be removed from this world, and there will no longer be a person named Chi-Yu in the Dragon Ball world. Whis pointed to the ball in the Dark Man's hand and said, "Break the ball in his hand, that is the door to another world. As long as you break the ball in the Dark Man's hand, Chi-Yu can find his way back. This is the only way." Trunks drew the Excalibur from behind, Son Goku and Vegeta turned into super blue gods, and even Zamasu activated all his powers. "Idiots, with the strength of the Dark People, you are going to die," Vegeta said. "Death is better than waiting for death." After all, the four super warriors launched an attack on the Dark Man together. As Beerus said, although not complete, the Dark Man is a copy of Chi-Yu after all. With the fighting power of these few people, they are no match for the Dark Man at all. The Dark Man held the ball of time and space in one hand and easily resolved all the attacks with the other hand. "Die to me, 1,000 blows in a flash." No one could clearly see the movements of the Dark Man, and almost at the same time, dense dents appeared on the bodies of the four of them at the same time. With only one left hand, the Dark Man punched countless punches on everyone in the blink of an eye. The four super warriors were covered in blood and flew upside down. Seeing this completely dishonest battle, Beerus was almost desperate. No matter how hard everyone tried, it was just useless. But the Dragon Ball warriors did not give up. Son Goku let out a roar and Red's arrogance erupted from his whole body. 10 times Kaioken tilde. Under 10 times Kaioken, Son Goku's power skyrocketed rapidly, like a blood-red star shining in the universe. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help admiring. As expected of Kakarot, he has surpassed his limit again. After all, Vegeta also burst out with more powerful energy than before, and even the blue flames in the ultra-blue state appeared on Trunks. No matter how powerful the enemy is, people will never know what it means to admit defeat. They burn their souls and even their lives, break through themselves again and again, and then defeat more powerful enemies. Beerus looked at the people who were risking their lives, frowned and said, "Why their attacks have no effect on the Dark People? Why do they still fight like this?" At this time, Vegeta was hit by the Dark Man again and just landed beside Beerus. Vegeta, covered in blood, grabbed Beerus by the neck and roared, "How long are you going to watch the show?" "Beerus, does that make sense? Don't talk about breaking the ball in his hands, you can't do it by connecting a meter around him." The veins on Vegeta's forehead popped out and he looked at Beerus as if seeing himself who had been cowed by Broly's strength. "You cowardly kobold," Vegeta roared, "how can a guy like you be the gods of destruction of the 7th universe? You be ****D who only dares to bully existences weaker than yourself." Vegeta is proud by nature and refuses to accept anyone. But all along, he has always been very respectful to Beerus, never daring to do anything offensive. Unexpectedly today, like Chi-Yu, he would call Beerus a kobold, which stunned Beerus. "You just sit here and wait to die tilde. With that said, Vegeta dropped Beerus' neck and joined the battle again. In the ruins of the castle on the planet Gods of Destruction, the Dark Man is pulling Son Goku's hair and kicking Goku's stomach hard. Before he could deliver a blow, Son Goku spat out a mouthful of blood. "Master Beerus, what are you going to do?" Beerus was silent, the light and shadow of the stars shone on his body, outlining a clear outline and silhouette. After a long time, Beerus raised his head. Fierce destructive energy erupted from his body and Beerus roared, I am the gods of destruction, Beerus of the seventh universe, the manager and destroyer of this world, roar, what dark man? What super Shenron? Let me all die, Vegeta, you be ****d, how dare you call me a kobold? After defeating the dark man, I will destroy the earth. Whis, give it to me. Whis put down the scepter and said, yes, Master Beerus. The two of them burst out like purple-black stars rushing towards the dark man. This was the first time in tens of thousands of years that Whis put down his cane and entered a fighting state. The fighting style of the Angel family is very light, and it is fundamentally different from Son Goku and others. In terms of breath, Whis is not as powerful as Beerus, but every ounce of his strength is used properly, which can be called perfection. No matter where they are placed, Beerus and Whis should be absolute powerhouses, but what they are facing is a more powerful dark man. Get the hell out of here, ~M. The dark man let out a roar and a torrential black halo rushed out in all directions. Everyone was swept away like mosquitoes in a storm. Beerus shouted, everyone work hard. He wants to protect the spacetime ball in his hand, and he can't spare his hands to fight us. Son Goku in the 10 times Kaioken state gathered all his chi, and a red light ball shone in his hand. Final flash destroy Kai blast Trunks, Beerus, Vegeta, Whis, Zamasu. All of them unleashed their highest fighting power and radiated Kai blast to the Dark Ones. A series of colorful beams of light suddenly appeared on the planet Gods of Destruction and turned into a spherical Super Kai blast, rushing towards the same target. However, a mocking look appeared on the Dark Man's face. What Gods of Destruction? What Super Saiyan? That's all. The Dark Man stretched out his left hand and the huge Kai blast stopped right in front of his palm, unable to take a single step. Vegeta punched himself on the thigh, gritted his teeth and said, damn it, can't this work? Son Goku said, it's the only thing to use now. Vegeta was taken aback. What that? Son Goku said, it's just a fit. Who wants to fuse with you, idiot? Watejutsu is the ultimate means of Son Goku and Vegeta, but Vegeta, as the party involved, has always hated this way of fighting. Beerus shouted, Li Zhao, don't hesitate, what tricks do you have, use them quickly, Vegeta could only grit his teeth, then nodded and said, B*******D Kakarot, I really don't want to experience this kind of encounter again, it's so damn good. If you want to come, hurry up. At this moment, a jet black light appeared on the hand of the Dark Man resisting the Kai Blast, and the gushing black light actually pushed against the Super Kai Blast, pushing it back. That is the gas gathered by everyone. Once swallowed by this ball of light, everyone will turn into a pile of universe dust in an instant. But at this moment, Son Goku and Vegeta put on a ridiculous pose. Seeing the light getting closer, Beerus couldn't help shouting angrily, you two idiots, what are you doing? Son Goku said, Master Beerus, don't worry, it will be fine soon. Can you defeat the Dark Man with such a strange pose? Do you want to laugh the enemy to death? Find a way for me, Before Beerus's complaints were over, a soft blue halo came from the two of Son Goku. The figures of the two slowly overlapped and then turned into a brand new warrior that Beerus had never seen before. His facial features have inherited Vegeta's fortitude and Son Goku's toughness, and his temperament is proud and innocent, like a collection of shields. However, Beerus and Whis both felt a little terrified by the enormous energy carried by this warrior, even approaching the level of the Dark Man. Beerus was stunned and said, what is this? This is the unique skill of Papa and Goku Uncle Fusion Art Super Blue Vegito. Future Trunks was very excited. Super Vegeta is the last resort of Dragon Ball warriors. All along, as long as Son Goku cooperates with Vegeta to use this move, no matter who the opponent is, he will only be beaten. That's why after seeing the Super Vegito, Trunks clenched his fist so excitedly and said, come on Dad, no empty version. Vegito appeared in front of the Super Kai Blast with an instant transmission, and then 370 launched its own unique Kai Blast. Finally, Kamehameha the Super Blue Vegito's chi collided with the Dark Man's chi, unexpectedly pushing that Super Kai Blast back slowly. Beerus and Whis hugged each other, bouncing and jumping, almost crying with joy. The Dark Man said, I didn't expect that you still have some strength, but it's not enough. After all, the beam of light in the hands of the Dark Man surged up like a tsunami. Beerus looked at Whis and immediately said, gather our chi and send it to Kale and Vegito, now we can only place our hope on him. Yes, Lord Beerus. Both Beerus and Whis stretched out their hands, transferring all their chi to Super Vegito's body. Immediately, Vegito, who was originally at a disadvantage, was radiant, and his strength increased crazily. Jai tilde 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 king tilde 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 fist tilde 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 10 times tilde 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 20 times tilde 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 30 times tilde 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 Kaelan Vegito squeezed out all his potential and shouted 100 times super realm tilde tilde king tilde tilde fist tilde tilde tilde. The bloody light covered the entire starry sky, and the burst of energy from Vegito gradually overwhelmed the Dark Man, swallowing the beam of light in the Dark Man's hand very quickly. Seeing that victory was just around the corner, Beerus and the others held their breath. Damn B asterisk D tilde tilde. Finally, the Dark Man threw away the spacetime light ball in his hand and had to fight with two hands. The aura of the Dark Man broke out again, and the black light actually had an indissoluble fight with Kamehameha in the end. Whis said, "It's now." After saying that, Trunks flew towards the ball of time and space thrown by the Dark Man. As long as this ball is smashed, Chi-Yu can find his way home, and at that time, no matter how powerful the Dark Man is, it will be useless. Will the Dark Ones stand by and watch Chi-Yu be brought back? Of course not. At the critical moment, the Dark Man twisted his waist, kicked out a ball of light, and went straight to the flying Trunks. This ball of light is small in size, but it is indeed the Kai Blast of the Dark Man with terrifying energy in it. With the ability of Bai Trunks, it is absolutely impossible to block it, and it is also impossible to avoid this Kai Blast. Trunks stood there dumbfounded, and when he was about to be killed by the ball of light, a figure knocked him away. This is none other than the reformed Damas. He stood in front of Trunks and shouted, "Trunks, come on tilde 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 Zamasu." Zamasu embraced the Kai Blast with both hands and refused to take a step back. Trunks could only watch helplessly as his friend's figure was completely swallowed up by Kai Blast, but he couldn't do anything. "Trunks, I will remember the time I spent with you. I will leave it to you, Trunks, save this universe tilde tilde tilde." Trunks 1 CCDJ gritted his teeth, then moved forward with tears. The explosion of Zamasu and Kai Blast came from behind him, but he didn't have time to mourn for his friend or even watch him go. Now he must grasp the spacetime ball that is close at hand. Just when Trunks was about to touch the ball of time and space, Super Blue Vegito finally exhausted his last ounce of strength and redifferentiated into Son Goku and Vegeta. The liberated Dark Man turned around and grabbed the Trunks who were about to succeed. At this time, Vegeta and Son Goku couldn't even maintain the Super Blue state and changed back to the common form. Vegeta shouted anxiously, "Trunks, watch your back." Trunks accelerated crazily and the spacetime ball was within reach. His heart was beating nervously, time seemed to be stretched infinitely, 10 meters, 8 meters, 1 meter, 30 centimeters, 20 centimeters. However, his hand finally stopped at a place less than 1 centimeter away from the spacetime ball. "That's it, little guy tilde tilde tilde." The Dark Man arrives and grabs Trunks by the neck and lifts him up. No matter how much Trunks struggled, he couldn't get rid of the hands on his neck. Yes, as the Dark Man said, it's all over. Son Goku and Vegeta have used up all their Kai, and Beerus and Whis have contributed all their energy to support Vegito. In a short period of time, it is impossible for everyone to recover their combat effectiveness. Zamasu was killed, Trunks got caught, Chi-Yu was exiled to an unknown time and space, and now they have lost all means of resistance. Beerus muttered, "Is it all over? I'm afraid I'm the first gods of destruction to die in battle in all universes." Whis said, "Master Beerus, I am honored to be able to work with you. Death is a terrible thing, but when death really comes, everyone's heart gradually calms down." No matter what, everyone fought hard. Only Vegeta was still staring at the Dark Man. As a father, he was about to watch his son get killed. Whoever is replaced, this is an unacceptable thing. "Is there no way?" Vegeta yelled. "Is there really no other way? Damn tilde 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 damn tilde tilde tilde." Goku comforted, "The Dark Man is indeed too powerful and we are indeed no match for him." At this moment, there was a roar and the entire universe suddenly began to shake the beans violently. Countless stars, countless galaxies, everything vibrated. The Dark Man stopped what he was doing and Beerus and the others suddenly looked up, looking for the source of the vibration. "What happened?" Beerus said in shock. Whis looked at the still shaking starry sky and universe, widened his eyes and said, "It seems to be, it seems to be." Beerus said angrily, "What does it seem like? Tell me quickly." Whis said, "It seems. It seems that someone is knocking on the door." As soon as Whis finished speaking, the second shock came again, and several planets were slowly disintegrated under the violent impact. Rumble. The huge planet exploded, and countless rubble scattered everywhere, covering the sky and the sun, covering almost all the void in the surrounding space. Terrible shocks that even the universe itself can't bear. Boom. This time, everyone understood what Whis meant. This shock came from the outside of the entire universe. as if someone was violently attacking the outer shell of the universe. Boom, 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 tilde, 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 the vibration became stronger and stronger, and the frequency became faster and faster. The sun, moon, and stars of the seventh universe were all shaken to pieces, but the shock was like the prelude to the end, and there was no intention of stopping at all. Click. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the dark night sky, a crack that runs through the entire universe. Something is about to come. The dark man looked at the intact spacetime ball in his hand, then looked at the cracks in the sky and murmured, "This is really outrageous. What the hell is this?" Just when everyone was stupefied with fright, an arm passed through the void and emerged from the crack. That hand looked like the Earthlings in common, but it was burning with a white flame, which Beerus was all too familiar with. Once upon a time, he also faced this arm and faced this terrifying flame of only white. When he saw Chi-Yu for the first time, when he swung a super serious punch at himself, there was such a flame wrapped around his body. This is Chi-Yu's most original power, and Beerus has always been afraid that he can't control it, so he made him a backup gods of destruction. Now the imprisoned demon has been released. Click, click. There was another loud bang, and the second arm also passed through the barriers of the world and appeared in the seventh universe. Those two flaming arms grabbed the two sides of the universe crack, tearing it hard. The seventh universe began to vibrate again, and the cracks in the universe spread in all directions like a spider web. Immediately afterwards, a shiny bald head emerged from the enlarged crack. Beerus opened his mouth with difficulty and said softly, "It's Chi-Yu, it's Master Chi-Yu tilde tilde tilde." Not only Beerus and his party, but even the Dark Man has gone stupid at this moment. More than once, the ball of time and space in his hand has been left in the void, missing. Now he finally understands that if Chi-Yu wants to return to this world, he doesn't need any space-time rift at all. There is no space-time rift, he will use his own hands to forcibly tear one across the entire space-time. Damn it, it's like this. This is my last hole card. This is the second time that the Dark Man Chi-Yu has said such words today. But what was different from before was that the Dark Man Chi-Yu's eyes were full of despair at this time. Even after living for countless years as a Super Shenron, he can't find any means to fight against such a terrifying monster. In the end, Chi-Yu's upper body pierced through the time-space rift and roared to the entire starry sky, resounding heaven and earth. Blazing flames burned on top of his head like phantom hair. In addition, his eyes, Zhang Ka's mouth, every pore of his body exudes terrifying flames. "Dark man, get out of here tilde tilde tilde, I'm going to kill you." Countless stars and countless worlds were blown to ashes by Chi-Yu's roar. On this day, Beerus and the others finally saw how Chi-Yu let go of himself and fully displayed his strength. Number, impossible. The Dark Man was almost scared out, facing the Chi-Yu who was slowly approaching. He couldn't bear the thought of resisting at all. The Dark Man grabbed Trunks' neck and threatened, "Don't come here, this is your friend's child. If you come here again, I will kill you." Boom, the words of the Dark Man did not finish. It can't be finished anymore. No one could clearly see how Chi-Yu made the move. When everyone reacted, the head of the Dark Man had disappeared, asking for flowers. It turned out that Chi-Yu punched him in the head. The Dark Man who lost his life, the cold corpse floating in the void, became cold and dead almost instantly. Such a powerful Dark Man was actually killed by King Chi. This seems too childish, doesn't it? You must know that just now, Angel Wise, Beerus, and others gathered together to attack, and they can only resist the Dark Man for a while. There is only one explanation for all this. Chi-Yu is really too strong, swish. The figure of Chi-Yu appeared behind Trunks, then withdrew his power and turned into a common man again. His Hawaiian shirt has been ruined, revealing his hardcover upper body and a pair of simple flip-flops underneath the board shorts. If you change the background to the streets of Common, anyone can see that this is just a sloppy old man on vacation, enjoying the beach. But Beerus and others would never think so, because those dense spacetime cracks still remain in the night sky, because those planetary debris are still floating around. Chi-Yu didn't look at the Dark Man's body anymore, but glanced around Zhou Dao. Wow. The whole universe has been beaten up like this. It seems that the battle between you and the Dark Man is quite fierce. You obviously did all of this, B******D. Everyone roared. Compared to Chi-Yu, the damage done by the Dark Man to the seventh universe is completely negligible. Now there are almost no planets in the future seventh universe, and even the entire spacetime has become dilapidated under the power of Chi-Yu and may collapse at any time. Chi-Yu touched his bald head and said depressedly, "Impossible. I have carefully controlled my own strength. How could this happen?" Beerus held Chi-Yu's shoulders and shook them vigorously. Now the seventh universe has been completely destroyed. Think about it. The beaches and oceans are gone, all kinds of delicacies are gone, and even your favorite tasty is gone. It's gone. That's a problem. Chi-Yu stroked his chin and said, in this case, let's find the Super Dragon Ball. Ah, are you still here? Chi-Yu, 10 years have passed since the appearance of the Dark Man, and the Super Dragon Ball should be able to make a wish again. More importantly, the previous evil Super Shenron should have become independent from the Super Dragon Ball, so it became Dark People. That is to say, the Dark Man is just a trace of evil thoughts born from the Super Shenron. The real Super Shenron will not disappear, so we can still use its power. If we gather all the Super Dragon Balls, then we can resummon A. The new Super Shenron, Whis took over the words. Chi-Yu snapped his fingers and said, correct. When everyone thought about it, they suddenly felt that what Chi-Yu said made a lot of sense. The Super Shenron has become a Dark Man, but the Dragon Ball is still there. In this case, what will be the new summoned by the Super Dragon Ball? Chi-Yu raised his fist and said, then keep fighting. Beerus looked at his universe, which was on the verge of destruction, and finally sighed. No way, we have no choice unless Elder Zeno can show up. On the other side of the planet Gods of Destruction, Marth lay quietly on the ground. After helping Trunks block the fatal blow of the Dark Man, his body is broken and incomplete, like an old and discarded doll. The solar wind from the stellar explosion scraped the surface of the broken planet, picking up his hair and ragged clothes. Trunks. Is the Dark Man dead? My eyes are so dark I can't see anything. It has been wiped out by Chi-Yu, uncle. That would be wonderful. Trunks was silent for a while and then said, I'll take you back right away. We have fairy beans and they will definitely cure you. Why hehe. Zamasu laughed, then shook his head and said, don't waste your energy. I know I can't live anymore. Trunks, can you promise me one thing? Trank nodded and said, no matter what kind of wish you have, please tell me. A smile appeared on Zamasu's bloody face. Then please promise me, don't use the Dragon Ball to revive me. Zamasu grew up in the Supreme Kai world, and since he was born, he was chosen as the heir by the old Supreme Kai. It can be said that Zamasu's life is to become Supreme Kai and bring prosperity to this universe. But not only did he fail to do all this, but he brought unprecedented catastrophe to the world. People are slaves to their thoughts. In this vast world, there is nothing more terrifying than the collapse of values. Zamasu subverts Supreme Kai's duties, like a money worshipper who loses money, like an idealist who loses his way to self-realization. The old Supreme Kai once said that Zamasu is actually a good man. He is just blinded by his own too strong sense of justice, so he is often cynical. If he can wake up, he will definitely become a very competent Supreme Kai. But that day came too late. Are you sure? I'm sure. I want to clear myself of my sins this way. Then I promise you. Zamasu laughed, amused and hearty. Trunks, I want to make a pot of tea for you and let you taste whether my tea is as clean and pure as before without any impurities. But I can't do it anymore. Zamasu stretched out his only arm, tore off the clothes that should have belonged to Supreme Kai, and then lost the breath of life. Trunks wiped his tears, then knelt down on one knee, put the sword in his hand beside Zamasu and said, May your purity and courage be like this sword, always sharp and never corrupt. After saying that, Trunks flew in the direction of Chi-Yu and the others. Broken planet, broken world. Under the distant brilliance and high wind, Zamasu's body, together with the sword, remained forever on the damaged Gods of Destruction star. Vegeta carries the Super Dragon Ball radar with him. Coupled with Whis' super high-speed navigation ability, it is not difficult to find the Dragon Ball. In one afternoon, they collected the Super Dragon Ball again and summoned Shenron. The appearance of Super Shenron has not changed at all, but it does not have the evil spirit of 10 years ago. It looks sacred and solemn. Whis closed his eyes to perceive for a while and then said, the breath has changed. Chi-Yu is right. The current Super Shenron is no longer the original one. Shenron opened his huge mouth and said, please state your wishes. Whis said, then please restore everything here to its original state, including the dead and all kinds of lives. Can you do it? Wait. At this time, Trunks stood up and said to Whis, tell it, just restore everything in this era to its original state. Chi-Yu was a little surprised. What about Zamasu? Zamasu has time-traveled many times. From the first time he used the time ring to a year later, his time was misplaced. Strictly speaking, Zamasu is not a person of this era. If he makes a wish like this, he cannot be resurrected. Trunks laughed happily and said, Zamasu has fulfilled his own wish. There is no need for it. Chi-Yu nodded meaningfully and said, Trunks, you have grown up. Whis, just follow what he said to make a wish. After everything was over, Chi-Yu's obscenity had penetrated into the hearts of the people, and even Whis didn't dare to refute his words. So according to Trunks' request, Whis asked Shenron to restore everything in this era to its original state. As you wish tilde 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 0. 2. The Super Shenron spewed out a dazzling white radiance, which spread to every corner of the universe, repairing the scars everywhere. The damaged planet returned to its original state, and the cracks in time and space slowly healed. In a blink of an eye, lush grass fields and towering trees grew on the planet gods of destruction. Vegeta said, "By the way, Trunks, where is your sword?" Trunks said, "Give it to a friend." Vegeta asked suspiciously, "Except for a few of us, there are no living people in the entire 7th universe. Where did you get your friends from?" Just when Trunks was thinking about how to answer his father's question, Chi Yu popped up again and said, "Tragedy Tower. You can find a wife like this, I'm so freaked out. I said don't call me Tragedy Tower, good Tragedy Tower." Seeing that the two were about to get serious again, Whis could only laugh dryly. "Everything is over, let's go back earlier, this time we can let Balma hold a grand celebration banquet." When it came to food, Beerus was the first to get excited and said, "Yes, everyone hurry up, otherwise the grilled octopus will be cold. By the way, Lord Beerus." Whis turned to look at the castle on the planet gods of destruction and said, "Aren't you going to see his mother?" Beerus closed his eyes and said, "No, there's no need, this is not our territory, everyone should go." Vegeta had already taken out the time machine and sat on it one by one. Before leaving, Beerus took another look at the high castle, where there was a person who looked exactly like Beerus standing at the window and staring. The two eras of Beerus nodded to each other and said goodbye. No one in the world can understand themselves better than themselves. Although they haven't said a word, they can clearly understand each other's thoughts. 22. Until the time machine disappears on the planet gods of destruction. Beerus of this era turned away from the window and walked into his bedroom. Whis said, "Looks like thanks to Chi Yu, we have all been resurrected successfully." Beerus slumped on his chair and said, "Thanks to him. If he hadn't killed the Super Shenron, how could there have been so many troubles? It's exhausting, I almost became the first one in the entire universe to die in battle gods of destruction. If it gets out, Champa will laugh at me to death." Whis covered his mouth, let out a laugh and then said, "Master Beerus is really arrogant. Shut up, you idiot." Beerus cursed, then looked out the window where everyone disappeared and said, "Actually, we should be lucky, at least we don't have Chi Yu here. Thinking about what he did in the past, I was in a panic. Chi Yu is the new gods of destruction anyway. If he finds out about scolding him like this, the consequences will be very serious. What about the new gods of destruction? Back in the day, I fought against him anyway. Really, if this guy hadn't traveled to other worlds, how could we have ended up like this? After coming back from the future, Chi Yu and Taisei's wedding is a matter of course. Originally, Chi Yu didn't want to make a big splash, but he married the daughter of the richest man in the world. The wedding was prepared by the Brie couple, and it was surprisingly grand, and a lot of celebrities were invited. After taking the oath, Dr. Brie wept and handed her daughter's hand to Chi Yu, saying, "Taisei will be counting on you from now on. My daughter will finally stop wandering, that's great. It's really great, woo 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 tilde tilde, father don't cry, it's a shame." Taisei said so on her lips, but in fact she also contained tears in her eyes. According to the custom, Chi Yu puts a ring on Taisei, and the wedding is considered complete. After that, greeting guests and friends, I was busy until late at night, and Squeeze and Tass finally got rid of this torture. After all, Taisei is a common person. At this time she was so tired that she collapsed on the bed, motionless. The two's wedding room was set up at the top of the bride's mansion, and the large and soft mattresses faced the balcony. Looking out from here, the sea is reflected in the stars. The summer breeze had just cooled, slipped in through the swaying curtains and filled the room with the smell of the sea. "That's great," Taisei said and then added, "I will be your wife from now on." Chi Yu also laughed, then pulled her up from the bed and took her to the balcony. Taisei asked, "What are you doing?" "I'll show you the meteor shower." "Nonsense, 4 years until the next meteor shower." Taisei is the daughter of Brie, a standard scientific young woman, and she knows a lot about this kind of thing. But Chi Yu is very confident. "If you don't believe me, let's make a bet." Taisei snuggled into Chi Yu's arms and said, "Don't worry, from now on I'll give you whatever you want. As long as it's what I have." Chi Yu never thought that Taisei could say such love words, and even he was a little moved for a while, so he snapped his fingers at the starry sky and began to summon gifts for the bride. So the meteor shower came, and the brilliant white light was inexhaustible, illuminating the night sky like daytime. When she was young, Taisei and Bulma often used Dr. Brie's astronomical telescope to look at the stars, but never saw such a large-scale meteor shower with such brilliant and beautiful meteors. Taisei stared at her beautiful eyes and said in disbelief, "How could there really be a meteor shower? I said there is. Chi-Yu supported her chin, then gently took off her snow-white wedding dress and began to exercise the rites that the groom has. Why are there meteor showers? That's a really good question. In the distant sky, Beerus, Vegeta, and Son Goku are hard at work launching Kai Blast. Those beams of light are the origin of the meteor shower. Why do I gods of destruction ask 647 to do this kind of thing? Why does my handsome Saiyan prince come to do such a thing? Son Goku said, everyone stop complaining, it's just an agreement to do Master Chi-Yu a favor. If you complain anymore, Bulma will get angry. At this time, Bulma was driving the spaceship and hovering beside the three of them, holding a big horn in his hand, directing the actions of Beerus and others. Beerus, your angle is off. This is my lovely old sister's romantic wedding. If you screw it up, don't even think about coming to my place for delicious food. Beerus wanted to cry, but if he had done it before, he would blow up the earth now. But as the saying goes, people are soft but hands are short, and Bulma has been with Bulma for a long time, and we have experienced so many things together, it is hard to say that you can turn your back on it. Besides, Bulma is now the younger sister of Chi-Yu, the big bald devil king. If she really gets into trouble, she will definitely be the one who is unlucky. Beerus gritted his teeth and fired Kai Blast harder. Inside Bulma's spaceship, Whis, who was eating ice cream, was shocked suddenly, then put down the food in his hand and said, Master Beerus, you just received an order from Zeno. Regarding Zeno's order, Beerus did not dare to neglect, so he ignored Bulma's scolding and quickly ran into the spaceship and said, what did Master Zeno say? Angel Whis said, Master Zeno wants to summon Son Goku. Seeing that the meteor shower is almost over, Goku and others all returned to the spaceship one after another, and they just heard the message from Whis. Son Goku said, it's Aquan, what can he do with me? Bang tilde tilde tilde. Beerus punched Goku hard on the head and then said, what is Quan? Don't call Zeno random nicknames. If he doesn't like the earth, it's game over. Warning you idiot, don't let Zeno see you. Talk nonsense, show me some respect. Son Goku is a guy who is out of his mind, let him go to meet Zeno. Just thinking about it makes Beerus go dead and his face turns pale. Bulma said, is Zeno the same guy as the elementary school student in the previous tourney? It doesn't look very good. Beerus yelled exaggeratedly and said sharply, listen to me, Zeno is more terrifying than the bald-headed Demon King. No matter what, Goku is not allowed to make mistakes. Otherwise, with just one thought, Zeno can make the entire seventh the universe is gone, do you understand? Now Goku is leaving immediately, follow me to meet Zeno. He had just attended the wedding, and Son Goku was still wearing the suit Chich I bought for him at this time, so there was no need to change clothes. Seeing that Beerus was so nervous, the others couldn't stop him, so they let him take Goku away. Angel Whis waved his wand, and the three of them turned into colorful beams of light and disappeared in the seventh universe. Arriving at the palace where Zeno is, the Grand Priest has been waiting at the door for a long time. Both Beerus and Angel Whis greeted the Grand Priest with respectful salutes. Grand Priest said, come with me, Master Zeno is waiting for you. After finishing speaking, he led everyone to the palace. On the way, Son Goku asked Beerus in a low voice, is this Grand Priest good? Beerus said, you ignorant guy, Grand Priest is one of the top 5 masters in all universes. After thinking about it, I still think I respect Akira Toriyama's original work. According to the setting of the manga, anime party audiences should not complain. Son Goku said, then can I fight him? Beerus furiously said, you idiot, don't even think about it, a guy like you, Grand Priest, can crush you to death with one finger. Goku thought for a while and said, then is the Grand Priest better than Chi-Yu? Beerus wanted to say of course, but then there was a sound of Chi-Yu smashing the shell of the universe and rushing into the 7th universe. In an instant, he lost his mind. Where exactly is Chi-Yu's limit? Even his 7th universe destroyer Shendu can't figure it out. At this moment they arrived at their destination. Zeno was sitting in the center of the hall and said to Goku with a doll's accent, Goku, you are here. At this time, Son Goku ran up heartlessly, watching Beerus almost have a heart attack. If Angel Whis hadn't supported him, Beerus would have fallen directly on the hall. Son Goku said, Aquan, what did you ask me to do? Zeno said, I let you come and play with me. Son Goku said, then what are we going to play? Zeno said, I don't know. Goku touched his head, then slapped his palm and said, then let's play rock, paper, scissors. Of course, Zeno has never played the game of Earthlings, so he asked, what is that? Son Goku explained the rules of rock, paper, scissors to Zeno, and immediately after that the two were fist-fighting in the hall, which made Beerus stare. Called himself and others from 1,000 miles away, is it just for punching? But by the looks of it, Zeno seems to be having a good time. In the end, Son Goku won with punches and Beerus was sweating. Let him win, idiot, Zeno lost. Zeno is angry. The seventh universe is going to disappear unexpectedly. Zeno was not angry because of this, but was very happy and said, I had a great time today, thank you Goku, please come and play with me next time. Goku couldn't find an opponent during this period, and it was the time when he seemed panicked. Hearing Zeno's words, he immediately remembered the previous agreement with Zeno about the Universe Power Tournament, so he said, speaking of fun, the Power Tournament is the most fun. Master Zeno, how are you preparing? Speaking of this topic, Beerus' heart was immediately pulled into his throat. Zeno clapped his hands and said, I've already forgotten, thank you for reminding me, there is such a fun thing, Grand Priest. The subordinates are here. Go and prepare me for the Power Tournament, I want all universes to participate. Yes, Master Zeno, I'll get ready right away. The Grand Priest bowed, then stepped back. Seeing that Zeno was already preparing for the Tournament of Power, Goku said excitedly, then let's go first. The Tournament of Power will be able to fight against all the powerhouses of the universe. It's really great, I have to go back and prepare quickly. Zeno handed Son Goku a button and said, Goku, this is a device to summon me, you press this button and I will appear. If you encounter any interesting things in the future, you must summon me. Goku took the button, scratching his head and giggling. He still doesn't know what kind of powerful nuclear warhead he is holding. Goodbye, man. Goodbye. Coming out of Zeno's palace, Beerus wanted to strangle Son Goku, the talkative B*******D, cursing Goku's blood all the way. Son Goku said, what does it matter? Anyway, our seventh universe has a bald-headed demon king, so it is impossible to lose. Beerus said, don't you still want to get Chi Yu out to fight? Have you forgotten the last time of Zhao? He destroyed the entire seventh universe. When dealing with the Dark Man last time, everyone was deeply impressed by Chi Yu's destructive power. Unless it was a last resort, Beerus really didn't want to invite the bald demon king out again, otherwise something more terrible would happen. Luckily this guy just got married and is busy on his honeymoon, so he won't get involved in these things. Angel Wise said, Master Beerus, are you really not letting Chi Yu play? Beerus thought about it carefully and then said, we can't rely on this guy who may destroy the universe at any time, let's see the situation first, if it doesn't work we can only call him. Before that we have to find other warriors, that's all right. Goku, you provoked this matter, so naturally you have to solve the matter of finding the warrior yourself. Son Goku patted himself on the chest and said, don't worry, this matter is on me. On the Gods of Destruction planet of the 6th universe, Champa is having a fit of rage. Just received news from Grand Priest that Zeno is going to hold a tournament of power. According to his understanding of Zeno, once this game is lost, the result is likely to be the complete destruction of the 6th universe. That idiot named Son Goku, he doesn't understand the horror of Lord Zeno at all. He insists on holding a power conference. I'm going to kill him, I'm going to kill him. Master Champa, please don't make such a nasty cry. Bados, who was standing beside him, said, there is a bald man named Chi Yu in the 7th universe. Logically speaking, it is impossible to lose. Hearing Bado's reminder, Champa's face immediately turned green. Yes, the 7th universe has that monster Chi Yu, even if all his warriors go together he probably won't be Chi Yu's opponent. Then Champa screamed, what should I do, what should I do? I'm really dead now Bados said, Master Champa, remind you again, don't shout so vulgarly, okay? Champa walked around the palace alone as if he didn't hear what Bados said and after a long time said, Bados, call me Hider. Okay, Zero, Master Champa. After all, Bados raised his cane. A flash of light flashed, and Hit appeared in the bedroom of Gods of Destruction. At this time, Hit was covered in sweat and was steaming hot, as if he had just finished a high-intensity exercise. Champa covered his nose and said, Hit, what did you do? Why is your body smelly of sweat? Hit said, I am practicing to defeat Chi Yu. Champa's eyes lit up and said, how is it? Have you achieved results in your cultivation? Hit shook his fist and said, I feel that I have become a lot stronger, but in the ring I am still no match for Chi Yu. Champa said viciously, what if you're not in the ring? You mean? I want you to go to the 7th universe, assassinate ya. Hit is the most powerful killer in the universe, and he can't show his killing skills in the ring at all. Maybe Chi Yu is much stronger than Hit, but assassination is not a one-on-one duel. No matter how powerful the strong man is, he may CCDG fall under the hands of the attacker. You can't lose in the tournament of power no matter what, otherwise what awaits you is likely to be ruined. Since it is impossible to defeat Chi Yu in the arena, the only way to keep him from being in the arena is to assassinate him before the tournament of power. Hit thought for a while then nodded. I think I can do it. As the universe's #1 killer, Hit has such confidence. No matter how powerful Chi Yu is, there must be flaws. As long as you find that flaw, you may be fatal in one blow. Champa said, Then I will leave this matter to you. Now you go to the 7th universe and you must kill Chi-Yu. The fate of the entire universe is in your hands. If you lose, everything is over. Understand? Yes, Lord Champa. Hit bowed to Champa and disappeared into the hall. Even Champa himself didn't figure out how he left. After seeing Hit's ability, Champa breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's really false. Hit has been an assassin for hundreds of years. If he claims to be second in assassination, no one would dare to say that he is number one. The first rule of the killer rule is that when facing a target, you must first observe, accurately grasp the strength and behavior habits of bidders." At the tournament, Hit had already seen Chi-Yu's strength with his own eyes. An indestructible body, a ghostly speed, and an invincible attack. Everything about Chi-Yu left a deep impression on Hit, but it didn't make Hit flinch. In fact, in essence, Hit and Son Goku are a kind of people, both pursuing a sufficiently powerful goal and an unattainable enemy. On the Earth, Hit hid behind a tree, using secret techniques and terrain to perfectly hide his figure and aura. On the sea in front of him, a man and a woman were sitting and chatting with sweet expressions on their faces. In fact, Hit was also very curious about what kind of training method Chi-Yu used to get to where he is today. But after observing for several days, Hit didn't gain anything. The bald-headed Demon King sleeps until 12 o'clock every day before getting up, and then sits on the bed in a daze for half an hour, then washes up and eats lunch directly. After that, I played and chatted with Taisi and went to Santon, never doing anything right. Can it become stronger? Certainly not. Chi-Yu lives so sluggishly and still can acquire such great strength. It must be because he has mastered some superb secret method that others don't know. Only this Hit fully affirmed, so Hit launched an in-depth investigation. He listed Chi-Yu's work and rest time in a rigorous and detailed table and conducted this research day and night. In the end, the superb secret method was not found, but instead he suffered from panda-like dark circles. B*******D. There must be something I've overlooked. Hit looked at the boat where Chi-Yu and Taisi were on. As usual, the two would go out to sea at noon, flirting. Taisi peeled a coconut for Chi-Yu, then handed it to him and said, "I've stayed here for a few days, where shall we go next?" Chi-Yu said, "I don't know, you have the final say." Taisi thought for a while and said, "Why don't we go to other universes? Going abroad is not very attractive to a guy like Tae. She is a woman who has traveled the entire 7th universe since she was a teenager. Tae, who loves adventure by nature, has always wanted to visit other universes, but she has never had the opportunity." Chi-Yu said, "No problem, but there are some things that need to be resolved first." After finishing speaking, Chi-Yu glanced at a coconut tree on the shore. Hit behind the tree was startled and couldn't help shivering. Chi-Yu found himself. How did he do that? Hit's lurking technology is his most proud method, and no one in the entire 6th universe has seen through it. Hit is a cautious person when it comes to work. Seeing Chi-Yu's vigilance aroused, Hit turned around and left without saying a word. "Ties, did something happen, honey?" Chi-Yu shook his head and said with a smile, "No, it might just be an illusion." In the next few days, Chi-Yu always felt that there was a vague killing intent around him, tightly locking himself. According to his usual habits, Chi-Yu would not pay any attention to these Zio who were hiding in the dark, but now he still has Taisi by his side. Taisi is just a common person. It would be bad if she gets involved in danger. Another 3 days passed, and Chi-Yu basically identified the person who came, so he shouted, "Hit, you've been squatting on me for 3 days, why don't you make a move? Are you addicted? Now that it has been discovered." Then there was no need to continue hiding, so Hit walked out directly from behind the shadows. "How did you find me?" At the martial arts tournament, Taisi had met Hit, and of course knew this killer from the 6th universe. So she peeled another coconut and said to Hit, "Do you want a coconut?" Hit didn't look at the coconut but stared straight at the squeeze on the boat. Really, why are there always troubles at times like this? Chi-Yu got off the boat and then greeted Hit in front of him. Last time it was Beerus and the others. This time it was finally cleared up and another Hit appeared. Chi-Yu now just wants to get rid of this fly as soon as possible. Hit stared at Chi-Yu and asked solemnly, Why do you eat and drink from morning to night and wait to die, never practice and still become so strong?" Chi-Yu was furious, pointed at his shiny scalp and said, "How do you know that I don't practice? I worked so hard when I practiced, and I even bald my head to obtain such a powerful strength." Hit was taken aback. Sure enough, as long as it is a strong person, it must be a person with both talent and strong perseverance. But what kind of practice can make the head bald? Is it possible to become a strong man with a bald head? Hit touched the top of his head, which was as hairless as Chi-Yu, and then remembered that he was born bald, not the result of cultivation. So he trembled and said, "What kind of cultivation can turn a person into a bald head?" Could it be that after experiencing an extremely tragic battle, all the hair was burned off in the high-temperature energy flow? Shallow and ignorant. Chi snorted coldly and said proudly, "Then I will show you my arduous cultivation method with great mercy." What is it? Stick to 100 push-ups every day. 100 push-ups, what kind of secret method is this? 100 push-ups is not enough, you need 100 sit-ups. Then what? And then I have to run 10 kilometers. Then what? And then it's gone. What, it's gone? Hit pointed at Chi who was complacent, and said angrily, "Nonsense, my daily cultivation intensity is 100 times that of yours. No, it's 10,000 times. You guy, you are not good at all. A rotten person who eats, drinks, and waits to die while practicing cultivation. I did not become a strong person by relying on my talent. Let's see, this is the result of my cultivation during this period of time." Hit's whole body burst out with an extremely powerful aura. Compared with the martial arts tournament, he was indeed much stronger. Purple's energy flow covered Hit's palm and then formed a light knife that continuously swallowed arrogance. Hit raised his dazzling knife and shouted, "No matter how powerful you are, a guy like you who doesn't want to make progress will be surpassed by Hit in the end. This is the stunt I practiced for you, the ultimate arrogance cut." After experiencing the battle of the martial arts tournament, Hit has been looking for a way to defeat Chi Kai's immortal body. In the end, he invented a move to condense all the chi in one point in his hand to achieve the effect of invincibility, which is now the ultimate chi flame slash. In order to practice this move, Hit endured unimaginable cruel training, and today is the time to test this move. Chi you will definitely be defeated by me today. I will use this move to show you the weight of sweat and hard work. Only people like me and Son Goku who constantly surpass themselves can be regarded as true martial arts masters. The blood was boiling in Hit's chest, and he couldn't wait to tell Chi Yu with practical actions that only those who overcome hardships and fights are the real strong. So he launched a flash attack and then appeared in front of Chi Yu in an instant and stabbed the light knife in his hand towards Chi Yu's heart. Then there is no more. Chi Yu's face was frighteningly dark while Hit's face was pale with fright. The moves he worked so hard to cultivate didn't even break the skin on Chi Yu's chest. Now the knife in his hand was pressed against Chi Yu's chest, unable to move forward an inch. How is it possible? This move of mine can even cut off Lord Champa's destructive energy. Hit used all his strength again, but the hand knife still stopped there, unable to even dent Chi Yu's skin. "You mean I'm actually a gifted dog?" A gloomy voice came from above Hit's head. He raised his head and saw Chi Yu's gloomy face as if he had been constipated for a week, and suddenly felt the danger of a storm coming. "You, I'm asking you something. You are a gifted dog." Hit boldly said, "The cultivation you are proud of is not a cultivation at all. How dare you insult my efforts?" This time, Yin Yu was really angry. With a loud noise, Hit was turned into a meteor by Chi Yu like a fly, and then quickly disappeared into the sky. The next day, Hit came back again, covered in plaster and bandages, and was hiding under a tree to continue his research. No, a person who does not practice hard will never be able to reach this level. Chi Yu must have other methods. Just then, he saw the bushes beside him move. Hit, who is a master of hiding, glanced at the grass and couldn't help but sneer. "Are you an idiot? How can there be such lush grass growing on the beach?" The grass parted, revealing an angry head. However, this man, like Hit, was covered in bandages, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. If this isn't Vegeta, who else could it be? Vegeta snorted and said, "No matter how stupid I am, I'm not like some people who challenge the bald-headed devil beyond my control." "Who are you saying overestimated?" "I'm talking about you, you idiot. Do you know how powerful the bald devil is? He is a man who can destroy the entire universe." It was only in the previous battle between Chi Yu and the Dark Man that Vegeta fully experienced Chi Yu's strength. Since then, he has been following Chi Yu all year round, trying to discover the secret of Chi Yu becoming stronger. But the result is obvious. Not only did Vegeta find nothing, but was severely injured by Chi Yu repeatedly. As far as appearance is concerned, Vegeta at this time is much less tragic than Zishi. Hit said, "You came early." "It's been 2 months, Vegeta said. Hit said, "Did you find anything?" When it came to this question, both of them fell into a silent 2-2-3 and then sighed together. "Why? Vegeta Dar is already a genius among geniuses. Why can this guy become stronger than me without practicing? Hit have been wandering for countless years, learned various killing techniques and practiced hard day and night. Why am I not as good as a guy who eats, drinks, and waits to die?" In an instant, the two began to cherish each other. At this moment, the top of their heads was shrouded in shadows. At some point, Chi Yu and Tacy had already appeared above their heads. At this time, Bulma is expecting to give birth at home, and her second child with Vegeta is about to be born. As a husband, Vegeta ran out to wander around without guarding at home, which made Tais, who was a younger sister, very angry. Tacy crossed her waist and said, "Vegeta, Bulma is about to give birth and you are not by her side to accompany her." Chi-Yu said, "Honey, it seems that my attack was too light last time. Do I need to work harder this time?" Chi-Yu rubbed his fists, making crackling noises from his joints. Hit shook his head again and again. "Wait, I'm just passing by, don't care about mine." "Vegeta, don't do this tilde 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 ah tilde tilde tilde." Then the two turned into meteors again and flew to the distant sky. While Vegeta and Hit were messing around, a big event is happening at the other end of the universe. The originally peaceful planet Supreme Kai welcomes a guest of great background. At this time, Son Goku and Beerus are discussing with everyone the countermeasures for the Tournament of Power. At this moment, the Grand Priest suddenly descended, and Beerus and Supreme Kai immediately knelt down in the tunnel and said, "Master Grand Priest, why are you here?" Grand Priest said, "It's like this. The future Master Zeno has come to this universe. It's very interesting to hear the Zeno of this era talk about the Tournament of Power, so I want to invite you to go there together and fight a skirmish. For an existence like Zeno, time travel is as easy as playing, and he often visits different eras." The Zeno of the two eras got together and chatted about the tournament between the 6th universe and the 7th universe, and the Zeno of the new era was very interested. No matter which era, Zeno has a childish character, he has no patience, so the future Quan Ju wants to have a preview of the Tournament of Power first. The Grand Priest is here for that. Son Goku is most interested in the Tournament of Power. Seeing the arrival of the Grand Priest, Son Goku immediately asked the Grand Priest, "My lord, how are the preparations for the official Tournament of Power? I can't wait to fight against masters from all over the universe." Seeing Son Goku's reckless appearance, Beerus and others couldn't help but feel anxious. However, at the moment of the Grand Priest, Beerus can't attack again. Grand Priest said, "Except for the stage, everything is almost ready. Like the previous martial arts tournament, we use the Dragon Super Dragon Ball as a reward, and the winning universe will get the Super Dragon Ball to realize their wishes." Son Goku said, "Then what's the reward for the failed universe? Everyone must have worked hard for such a game." "Rewards?" Grand Priest said, "There is no reward for the loser. In fact, this matter should not be mentioned first, but you are a friend of Lord Zeno, so I will tell you first. The loser of the Tournament of Power, together with the universe it is in, will be eliminated by Master Zeno." "Ah, eliminate? Do you mean directly erased?" This is simply too." Hearing Grand Priest's words, Beerus and the others were all shocked and screamed. Grand Priest said, "I'll give you an hour to prepare, find all the players on the field, I'll go first." After saying that, the figure of Grand Priest disappeared into the air. As soon as the Grand Priest left, Beerus, who was suppressing himself, broke out immediately. He grabbed Son Goku's neck and shook wildly. "Son Goku, you idiot, look at what you did. It's over now, once we are eliminated I'm going to die tilde tilde." The old and new Supreme Kai did not speak, but their faces were ashen and haggard at the moment. There are a total of 12 universes in the Dragon Ball world, that is to say, the chance of winning is less than 10%. It's not necessarily a fatal ending, but it's not too bad. Son Goku rubbed his neck that was red from being strangled by Beerus and said heartlessly, "Won't it be fine if you win, you idiot?" Everyone couldn't help cursing in unison, and Son Goku didn't even realize how much trouble he had caused. Supreme Kai sighed and said, "Forget it, don't talk about it, Goku has always been like this 5-9. Now we must quickly find the other two warriors to play an exhibition match for Master Zeno. Otherwise, if Master Zeno is angered without going to the Tournament of Power, we'd be eliminated." The old Supreme Kai said, "Just call Chi-Yu, it's safer to have him." Whis said, "This can't be done unless it is absolutely necessary. We can't send the big bald devil. You can call him to hold the line, but try not to let this guy play." "Good idea, but we have to find someone to watch him. Don't let him act recklessly and anger Lord Zeno. Chi-Yu is not an idiot like Son Goku. Once he gets angry, everyone will die together." When Chi-Yu fought the Dark Man, the two Supreme Kai were not there. I don't know how destructive Chi-Yu is, but others know how terrifying Chi-Yu is when he is angry. As Whis said, Chi-Yu's danger factor is more terrifying than the wooden fish head of Son Goku. It's natural to call him, but don't let him play yet. After that, Beerus slapped Son Goku on the head with a chestnut and said, "Find someone for me and wipe my asterisk for the trouble I caused." Wow, it hurts, it hurts. Son Goku could only hold his head in grievance and disappeared on the Supreme Kai planet using instant transmission. Son Goku went to Vegeta's house first, and saw Vegeta was wearing a bandage and hanging his foot on the bed. Even if he was not dead, he only had half his life left and he was moaning in pain. Son Goku was shocked and said, "How did Vegeta get hurt like this?" The pregnant Bulma in front of the hospital bed snorted coldly and said 22. He asked for it, he went out and ran around when I was about to have a baby and was beaten by the bald devil. Son Goku shrunk his neck in fear. It seemed that what Beerus said was very reasonable. Sure enough, he couldn't call the bald demon king unless it was a last resort. Kakarot, I need senbeans. Senbeans. Vegeta stretched out his hand and shouted with the last of his strength, but Son Goku had disappeared in place again. Without Vegeta, Son Goku had to find Son Gohan, and then asked Mr. Satan to bring Majin Buu. In this way, the three people in the skirmish were barely together. Chi Yu originally didn't want to disturb this muddy water, but he couldn't bear Yu Kong's begging. This guy caused trouble. If he couldn't bring Chi Yu back, Beerus would have to skin him 8 times. If it was before, Chi Yu would definitely not buy into his account, but now she is Tacy's husband anyway. The basic social relationship of the family still needs to be maintained a little bit, so Chi Yu agreed to go with everyone. When Chi Yu and others arrived, people from other universes were already waiting there. Grand Priest introduced to everyone, "This is Son Goku player, he is Zeno's friend, in order to challenge all the strong players in the universe, so he proposed to Master Zeno to hold this competition." Is this Son Goku? Damn B********D. If it wasn't for him, how would we be here? If the Tournament of Power loses, we'll all be wiped out by Zeno. This guy Beerus, how did he restrain his subordinates? Seeing the culprit, no one had a good face. The winning rate of the Tournament of Power is less than 10%, except for the final victor, all universes must be eliminated by Zeno. The reason why everyone is pushed into a desperate situation is entirely due to Son Goku. Seeing that he has become the target of public criticism, Beerus couldn't help but sigh, "Why even I have to be implicated?" Chi Yu folded his arms and cast his eyes on the Grand Priest and Zeno in the sky. If there are still enough enemies in this world to fight, then these two guys can definitely be regarded as two of them. At this moment, Grand Priest also set his sights on Chi Yu in the stands. From this man, he felt a dangerous aura. After a long time, Grand Priest took his eyes off Chi Yu. He had more important things to do. Grand Priest announced, "Now please invite the 7th universe and the 9th universe for a one-on-one confrontation match." The two sides decide the order of players' appearance, and it will start in 10 minutes. The players in the 9th universe are called the Dangerous Trio, and they consist of 3 werewolves of different colors. Among them, Red's werewolf is called Basil, who is the youngest of the 3 and is also the first to play. The order of appearance of the 7th universe was decided long ago, starting with Majin Buu. Satan raised his fist and said, "Come on, Buu, defeat him." Basil is good at legs and is the fastest player in the Dangerous Trio. From the looks of it, Majin Buu is not even as good as Chi Yu. With a kind and innocent smile on his face, he is fat and bloated, and he is unsteady even when he walks. Basil snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "You are the strong man of the 7th universe." Majin Buu said, "Satan wants me to come down and play with you." The 9th universe Supreme Kai in the stands said, "Basil, don't talk crap with him, get him." Basil replied, "I don't need you to tell me." After saying that, a round of Red's arrogance appeared on Basil's leg, and he quickly kicked Majin Buu. At this moment, Majin Buu stood motionless, letting Basil kick him. There was a loud noise, and Basil's figure leaped high from the smoke, and then kicked out dense Kai blast with both legs. Dense explosions and smoke flooded the entire arena, and when the thick fog cleared, a big hole appeared in Majin Buu's stomach. Seeing that Majin Buu was so heavily injured, the gods of the 9th universe were all happy, and their eyes were already full of contempt when they looked at the 7th universe. "With such strength, how dare you launch a power conference? Who gave you the courage?" Faced with the ridicule from his peers, Beerus did not get angry for the first time but said, "You can't even see the form of 520 clearly, so you dare to make random comments. Who gave you the courage?" 9th universe Supreme Kai said angrily, "Beerus, what are you talking about?" Beerus was too lazy to talk to these guys. At this moment, Majin Buu chuckled. Obviously, there was a big hole in his stomach, but Majin Buu really smiled innocently and relaxed. "You are so funny." Majin Buu's words brought the scene into a weird state, and then he straightened his stomach slightly and the horrific wound disappeared. 9th Supreme Kai punched the fence and asked anxiously, "Is this guy immortal?" There is no true immortality in the world of Dragon Ball, but when it comes to resistance to blows, Majin Buu is definitely among the best. This guy's body is like a lump of mud. If he doesn't bear a certain level of attack, it will be difficult to cause fundamental damage to him. Even if Chi Yu wanted to eliminate Majin Buu, it would take a little thought, let alone other people. At this moment, Majin Buu launched an attack. Buu's strength is roughly equal to that of Goku in Super Saiyan's third state. How can Basil in front of him handle it? In a blink of an eye, he was caught by Majin Buu, who beat the whole audience flying around and ran away with his head in his arms. Seeing that he was about to lose, Basil yelled at the ninth Supreme Kai, "Give me that. If something goes wrong, you are responsible for it." After saying that, Basil threw a black crystal towards Basil. Basil opened his mouth wide and swallowed the crystal in one gulp. Beerus asked in surprise, "What is this?" Chi Yu, who has read the original book, of course knows what it is and said casually, "It's nothing, it's just a stimulant." "What?" Beerus yelled and then protested to Grand Priest. "Grand Priest, they use drugs to improve their skills, it's not fair to us." After taking the medicine, Basil's breath soared and he turned into a muscular and strong werewolf. Seeing this scene, the two countries sighed happily at the same time. "It's so interesting. It's amazing." Grand Priest glanced at Zeno's reaction, then turned to Beerus and said, "It seems that Master Zeno is not dissatisfied with Basil's actions, and the game will continue as usual." Hearing what the Grand Priest said, Beerus could only knock out his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Give him 100 guts, but he doesn't dare to disturb Zeno's interest directly. At this time, Basil launched an attack again. After taking the medicine, Basil's strength and speed were more than doubled, and he instantly became a powerful warrior. Majin Buu was actually crushed by Basil's explosive hammer and was directly driven into the ground. Beerus in the stands was sweating profusely. Although it was just a skirmish, as long as it was Master Zeno's order, he couldn't neglect it. If Zeno is unhappy and feels that his own people have beaten badly, then the entire 7th universe will suffer accordingly. At this moment, Chi Yu said, "Don't worry, it's okay. Although Majin Buu is indeed weak, it's not something that rubbish can defeat." The 9th universe gods of destruction was furious. "Who are you? How dare you call my warrior a garbage?" Chi Yu sneered, "Not only your warrior, but your entire universe is rubbish." In fact, what Chi Yu said was right. Among all the 12 universes, the 9th universe was originally at the bottom. As soon as Chi Yu finished speaking, Majin Buu crawled out from the bottom of the ring. His whole head was hammered into the neck at this point, but for Majin Buu, it wasn't a big deal. He pulled his neck with both hands and pulled it hard, pulling his head out of his body. Generally speaking, the head is the key point of a person, but the guy in front of him was not injured even though his entire head was smashed. This is what makes the 9th universe the most frightening. You are amazing. Majin Buu also praised Basil, then put his hands together and started to gather Kai Blast. He said again, "But I am even stronger." After all, a dazzling purple beam of light shot out from Majin Buu's hands, engulfing Basil's figure directly. Kai Blast caused an explosion in the stands which far surpassed Basil before, and the entire ring was divided into two pieces. Goku raised his hand and looked towards the ring side. "Yeah, you won't kill him, will you?" The smoke dissipated, Basil walked out from the smoke and then fell powerlessly on the ring. Until the end, there was a vicious grin on his face. Grand Priest announced, "This is the 7th universe victory. Please invite the following players to play." The 7th universe sent Son Gohan, and the 9th universe sent the yellow werewolf Rabunda. Rabunda is good at using poison and is the second brother of the dangerous trio, but in fact he is not very good at it. Seeing such a fight made Chi Yu drowsy, so he took out snacks and comics from the universal capsule and sat in the auditorium while reading a book and eating snacks. Son Goku said, "Why didn't you watch it?" Chi Yu said, "It's just 3 bad things and 3 bad things, what's the point?" The 9th universe gods of destruction is even more angry. "Smelly bald head, who do you say is a scumbag? One trash." Chi Yu glanced at him and then ignored the 9th universe being killed by the bad god. Meanwhile, Champa and 6th universe were not watching the game. Their full attention was on Chi Yu. Of course, those who have fought against Chi Yu know that this casually dressed bald head is the biggest whole card of the 7th universe. A super warrior that is difficult to defeat even if they destroy Shendu. Champa said to Hit beside him, "Have you thought of a way to defeat him?" Hit was not as unlucky as Vegeta, at least he was injured and God helped him heal. Although the injury recovered, Chi Yu's terror deepened in Hit's heart. Hit said the only way now is to rely on the power of other universes. Let alone defeating him, it is impossible to even break through his defense. But the competition system, maybe we can leave him behind ring. Champa bit her nails and remained silent. The dangerous trio of Universe 9 was a bunch of chickens and dogs, and it didn't take long for them to be defeated by Goku and Gohan. At this time, Grand Priest said, "The 7th universe has won the preliminaries. Up to now, all the warm-up matches for the Tournament of Power are over. Now I want to announce that the universes participating in the Tournament of Power, except for the 1st, 12th, except for the 5th and 8th universes, all other universes must participate. The 9th universe Gods of Destruction was very puzzled. Why can the 4 universes not participate in the conference? Before Grand Priest could answer, Chi Yu, who was reading a comic book, said, "Because they are strong enough, you idiots." In the eyes of Zeno and Grand Priest, we are all universes with insufficient average strength. Even if we are destroyed, it doesn't matter much. Chi Yu's words caused a commotion in the audience, and everyone looked up at Grand Priest, waiting for his answer. Unexpectedly, Grand Priest didn't intend to explain at all and said directly, "Just like what the bald player said, Master Zeno thinks that there are too many universes now, and the universes with low strength should be eliminated. Damn, this is too unacceptable. Is it because of this reason that we are going to be destroyed?" At this moment, Beerus stood up, clenched his fists, and said loudly, "Master Grand Priest, are you sure our universe is not one of the top 4 universes? On my side there is Chi Yu, the big devil. No matter how low the other people's strength is, Chi Yu can still raise the average combat power by himself." Grand Priest said, "If you don't count this bald man, the average strength of your warrior ranks second to last in all universes." Beerus said, "What if you include him?" Grand Priest said, "It's hard to say, but it should be ranked among the 4 strongest universes." The Grand Priest's words made everyone gasp, and the players and gods from all universes turned their attention to Chi Yu, who was reading comics in the auditorium. It's hard to imagine that this slovenly man in casual clothes can pull universe, which is the second to last in terms of combat effectiveness, to the top 4 by himself. But no matter how everyone observes, they can't find the shadow of a strong man in Chi Yu. Grand Priest, are you kidding me? That is, did you make a mistake? Is this man as strong as you said? He doesn't feel angry, just like a common man. 603. At this moment, Beerus interrupted everyone's uproar and said to Grand Priest, "Then why can't he be included? The powerhouses in every universe don't believe in Chi Yu's strength, but that doesn't mean Beerus doesn't believe it. After so many battles, everyone in the 7th universe has no doubts about Chi Yu's strength. If Chi Yu is counted, they will be squeezed into the top 4 of the 12 universes, and they don't need to participate in this tournament of power anymore." Grand Priest said, "But you only have 3 players, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Buu. The Sabotage Shendu who came here today brought 3 players. Our calculations are based on these 3 players. Damn it." Beerus regretted endlessly. If he had known that Chi Yu had also been reported, he would not have to participate in the power tournament. After explaining Beerus' question, the priest Yin read out the rules and time of Beerus. Then he said, "Please prepare hard and strive to bring a wonderful game to Mr. Zeno." At this moment, a contestant covered in black cloth jumped down from the 11th Universe auditorium, pointed at Son Goku and said, "I know I'm being rude, but the justice in my heart makes me unable to tolerate Son Goku. Goku is an evil man who put all the universes in crisis. This man is the bearded Toppo. Toppo is the 2nd strongest player in the 11th universe, second only to Jiren in strength, and is also the next backup of the 11th universe, Gods of Destruction. In a sense, he and Chi Yu are peers." Just then, a voice came from the stands. "You seem to have found the wrong target. It's not that Son Goku wants to destroy all the universes. Why are you attacking him? If you really want to eliminate the bad guys who threaten the universe, you should change your target, such as the one sitting on the stage too." At some point, Chi Yu appeared on the ring and pointed his finger at Zeno at the top of the stands. Like Chi Yu said, it wasn't Son Goku who really wanted to eliminate the universe, but Zeno and the Grand Priest. Everyone knows this truth, but no one dares to reveal the truth. Chi Yu's words made the audience fall into silence. A drop of sweat fell from the chins of Beerus and Supreme Kai and fell to the ground. However, Chi Yu is not prepared to stop there. He added, "In fact, everyone here thinks so, but you dare not say it. Because Zeno and Grand Priest are too powerful, you dare not compete with them, so you can only vent your anger on the seemingly weak on Goku." Beerus yelled hysterically, "Chi Yu, shut up, what are you talking about, CCDB?" Chi Yu ignored Beerus. He looked at Toppo, who was already on the spot, and said, "In this case, what kind of justice do you call yourself? You are just a clown who is good at bullying the weak. The real hero is not like you." Speaking of this, a figure emerged in Chi Yu's mind. He was wearing cheap tights and a cape and had the same hairstyle as himself. Yes, the man who will not be swayed by any voice or difficulty and who is impeccable from strength to heart is the real hero. As long as he is here, no matter how powerful the disaster is, nothing can stop him from punching him, and no amount of slander can shake him in the slightest. Compared to Saitama, Toppo is really just a clown. Toppo, who was going to fight Son Goku, suddenly fell to his knees, motionless like a sculpture as if he had lost his soul. In just a few minutes, Chi Yu's words had already shattered his faith. Then tell me, what a real hero should be like. It should be like this. After all, Chi Yu did something that everyone thought was crazy. He pointed to the Grand Priest and the two Zeno, then pointed to the ring under his feet and suddenly shouted, "Get down and die." Crazy, really crazy. Chi Yu's roar reverberated in the empty arena and shocked everyone's souls. People from various universes were dumbfounded, not daring to make a sound. That bald head was standing there, he was rebellious, he was free and easy, and his small body seemed to carry a power that could break through everything. That power makes people uneasy because it makes people frightened. Beerus almost exhausted all his strength and yelled at Chi Yu. "Chi Yu, if you provoke Zeno, you will destroy the entire 7th universe, don't you think about Tacy?" Chi Yu said, "Tacy is not that kind of girl, if I shrink back at this time, Tacy will look down on me." Grand Priest looked at Zeno and saw that the two children on the throne were not only not angry, but curious and excited expressions appeared in their eyes. The two Zeno said, "Fight tilde tilde tilde, I want to see Grand Priest fighting with the big bald head." Grand Priest coughed twice and then said, "Master Zeno, I still have to prepare the venue for the martial arts tournament. If I go to a duel with someone, then the Power Emperor Conference cannot be formalized." Well, it seems to be the same. Zeno on the left nodded. "Then wait until the Tournament of Power is over and then you can fight again." Zeno on the right said happily, "What a pity, what a pity." The two Zeno spoke separately like children. The Grand Priest was a little awkward. He turned his head to look at Chi Yu and said, "Did you hear that, bald player?" Master Zeno said that if the 7th universe wins the Tournament of Power, I will fight with you as an extra reward. Of course, I will remember your promise. Chi Yu stared at the Grand Priest for a while, and after a long time he slowly walked back to the auditorium where he was. The hearts of Beerus and the others were hanging in their throats. Seeing that no irreparable horror happened, Beerus, Satan, and the others hugged each other and wept bitterly. "Great, we survived tilde tilde. My God tilde tilde tilde. I will definitely not be able to bring Chi Yu out again in the future, it's too scary tilde tilde." In the stands of the first universe, Gods of Destruction, Ivan was communicating with Supreme Kai beside him. The first Supreme Kai said, "This man is really desperate." Ivan said, "However, I really admire his courage. He even dared to challenge Zeno and Grand Priest. Only such a man can single-handedly pull the entire universe to the top of the whole universe." The first Supreme Kai said disdainfully, "What's the big deal? In fact, we came here today just for a formality, and we didn't bring out the truly powerful warrior. Otherwise, how could it be this bald guy's turn to show off his might? The first universe is called the Supreme Universe, and the 12th universe is called the Ultimate Universe. These two universes are twins, just like the 7th and 6th universes. These two universes were born the earliest, so they are also the most powerful, and a few of them even surpassed Grand Priest. I'm not talking nonsense. As I said in the comics, Grand Priest only ranks 5th. There are too many animation adaptations, but I still respect Akira Toriyama's original work. Don't spray it if you don't like it." Ivan said, "Actually, you don't know, the favorite of Grand Priest and Zeno is such a brave and fearless guy." "What?" The first time Supreme Kai exclaimed, but Ivan said, "Let's go and then we won't care about our business. Wait for me." After all, the first universe also disappeared in place. At this time, the 11th universe Gods of Destruction Vermut also came to the field and helped Toppo up. "Ready to leave, Toppo, you have to cheer up. The next strength conference still needs your strength." "Yes, Lord Vermut." "Don't pay attention to that bald head, you are the future Gods of Destruction of the 11th universe." Toppo stood up, but Chi Yu's words still echoed in his mind. Afterwards, all the major universes left the Void World one after another, and only Grand Priest was left alone, still using his divine power to arrange the venue. After returning to Earth, Beerus hadn't recovered from the fright just now, and a pair of cat ears were twitching lifelessly. "Son Goku is heartless, he doesn't care what happened just now," he said to himself. "Really? I have to wait for more than 40 hours, I can't wait to fight against the strong, you idiot." Speaking of this, Beerus was furious. "If it weren't for you, why would you cause so many troubles? Have you decided on the contestants? Our 7th universe has the second-to-last combat power." Son Goku counted with his fingers, "Me, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Kellen, no. 18, Majin Buu, Teacher Wushin, and the Bald Devil. No matter how you count, there is still one person missing." When Chi Yu was mentioned, Beerus became even more angry and shouted, "Then hurry up and find me." Yes, yes, yes. Having been together for so long, Son Goku certainly knows that Beerus in this state cannot be messed with, so he hurriedly soared into the air and disappeared in place. The powerhouses of the seventh universe are basically concentrated on the Earth. It is not difficult to find suitable candidates. Son Goku thought for a while and he had a goal in mind. So he used instant transmission and immediately appeared on Gixian Island. On the one hand, he came here to persuade the Kellen couple, and on the other hand, he also wanted to track down the whereabouts of number 17. As the twin brother of number 18, number 17 also has impressive strength, which is very suitable for this power conference. Asking for flowers, Goku, why are you here? At this time, Kellen had just got off work from the police station, and as soon as he put down his helmet, he saw Son Goku suddenly appearing. Son Goku rubbed his head and said, I'm here to invite everyone to the Tournament of Power. Kellen said, what is the Tournament of Power? Son Goku exaggeratedly urged, it's a martial arts tournament similar to the No. One Budokai in the world, but this time it gathers experts from various universes and you can meet all kinds of powerful guys. Son Goku thinks it's attractive, but that's only for him. Kellen said, I'm sorry Goku, I have given up my identity as a martial artist. Now that I am a father, I can't fight like I used to. Son Goku anxiously said, the winner of the power tournament can get a Super Dragon Ball. Super Dragon Ball. It's a Dragon Ball that can make any wish come true, much more powerful than Earth's Dragon Ball. Hearing that wishes can come true, number 18 also became interested. She put down the child in her hands and said to Goku, is it true that any wish can come true? Goku said, of course, this is a competition held by the gods of the universe. Number 18 thought for a while and then said to Kellen, actually, I have always wanted to travel with my family. Since you've said that. In fact, Kellen didn't want to participate in this kind of martial arts tournament. He had died many times for the sake of the Earth. As Goku's strength is getting stronger and stronger, Kling has basically nothing to do with it. However, Kellen is still unwilling. He remembered that back then, he and Goku practiced together under Master Roshi Wushin, grew up together, and witnessed countless Earth crises together. As a native Earthling, he has his own pride. Kellen has never given up his mission as a martial artist. After all, he was once the strongest Earthling, Mountain. Kellen is a good husband, and since 18th had a request, he had to agree. Afterwards, Goku asked number 18 about the movements of number 17 and then jumped into the air. Then I'll go find number 17 first. Goodbye. After Goku left, Krillin fell into deep thought. 18th also noticed Kellen's uneasiness, took her husband's hand and said, if you don't want to go, let's talk to Goku again. Kellen said, if you want to participate, you can participate, it's okay. But after all, I'm just an Earthling, and I'm afraid I won't be able to bring good help to the battle situation. Number 18 said, you have to have confidence in yourself, isn't the bald-headed devil also a person from Earth? But now everyone is saying that he is the most powerful person in the universe. For 4-3, that's right, the big bald devil. Keelin was shocked and then said to number 18, wait a minute, number 18. After saying that, Kling used flying technique to fly up. Where did you go? Go and find the big bald devil. Before number 18 dissuaded him, Kellen turned into a beam of light and flew towards the mansion of Bree's family. That's right, since the bald devil can become the strongest in the universe as a person on Earth, then he must have a cultivation method suitable for people on Earth. As long as the bald devil is willing to help him, then he will definitely be able to improve his combat effectiveness. Kellen's speed was very fast, and after 2 hours he found the pressure. Chi-Yu, who is bored in every way, is reading comics and drinking drinks in his luxurious and invincible sea view villa, and then enjoying Tacy's service. Among other things, Tacy's technique was really good, and Chi-Yu lay on the beach chair happily, almost falling asleep comfortably. At this moment, Kellen fell from the sky. Chi-Yu asked, why are you here? Kellen hesitated for a moment, then suddenly knelt down and put his head on the ground and said, Master Chi-Yu, please accept me as a disciple. I hope to be as strong as you. Chi-Yu himself can't even explain where his power comes from, let alone recruit disciples. Asking him to teach his apprentices, he can only teach which comics are good-looking and which brand of snacks tastes better. But Kellen is a different kind of guy. If it is this guy, Chi-Yu can really help. Although not as talented as Saiyan, you and Son Goku have experienced so many battles together. If you don't count Chi-Yu, Kellen is definitely the strongest Earthling with iron plate. It's just that Kellen is timid and afraid of getting into trouble by nature, so he can't show his strength. Seeing Kellen's sincerity, Chi-Yu didn't mind helping him for a while. But it's fine to accept apprentices with this talent. Going out in the future can only embarrass yourself. Klin, in fact, you are already very strong and you have basically reached the limit of the people on Earth. But you can't exert your strength, so you can't always defeat the enemy. I can't exert my strength. Kellen looked up, looked at his hands and asked again, Why? Chi Yu stood up, then raised his head towards Kellen. Master Chi Yu, what are you doing? Don't. At this moment, Chi Yu suddenly punched Kellen. I have seen the destructive force of the bald devil. Kling, even Dabra and Vegeta were killed by his punch, let alone himself. Clint covered his face in fright and trembled all over. Chi Yu's fist got closer and closer and finally landed on Kellen's body. Contrary to imagination, this punch was very light and only slightly touched Klin's head. Kellen opened his eyes, looked at Chi Yu, who retracted his fist and said, "You are." Chi Yu clasped his hands and said, "My punch was light and slow." "But you didn't dodge or block it. Why? Because you were afraid. You thought my punch would kill you. You don't have Vegeta, and Son Goku's talent is still second. And the more important thing is that you don't have their will to sacrifice your life for the sake of fighting. So the key to becoming stronger is not to improve your energy and physique, but to strengthen yourself, the spirit of." Clint said, "Then what should I do?" Chi Yu didn't answer Klin's question but said an irrelevant sentence. "I heard from Beerus that there is a very delicious fish on the planet Wang Xing in the southern border. But it has a ferocious temperament and is difficult to catch. I've always wanted to try it." "Ah, Lord Chi Yu, I don't understand what you mean." Chi Yu smiled sinisterly. "You'll know right away." Yep, Klim figured it out right away. 5 minutes later, they came to the southern boundary of Wang Xing. Chi Yu used a thick tree trunk as a fishing rod, then found a strong rope as a fishing line and started fishing. As for the bait, it was poor Kling. A giant fish with a size like a sea monster leaped out of the sea, then opened its bloody mouth and bit Klin. The teeth of the strange fish shone coldly, and Kellen could already smell the bad breath of the giant fish. "Master Chi Yu, please let me go, I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Seeing that Klin was about to be cut in half by sharp teeth, Chi Yu pulled the rope suddenly, allowing Klin to barely escape. Chi Yu laughed and said, "Since you can't overcome your fear, you can only get used to it. Kellen, you have to understand my painstaking efforts. If you want to become stronger, this is the best way. Don't break free from the rope, don't use the flying technique either. 5-2, here it comes again, my mother, At this moment, the strange fish came out of the water again and bit Kellen. Chi Yu pulled the fishing rod again and then said, "It's okay, there are still 40 hours before the power conference, we have plenty of time. I don't play anymore. I don't want to become stronger. I don't like to give up halfway when I do things, you should bear with it. Remember, if you break free from the rope or use the flying technique, I will kill you directly. I don't lie to you." Chi Yu snorted coldly. Thus, Kellen was treated as bait by Chi Yu, tortured cruelly by Chi Yu, and underwent hellish training. Similarly, his strength improved rapidly. While Chi Yu was fishing with Kling, the gods of the fourth universe were quarreling fiercely. That guy named Chi Yu is absolutely invincible. The Grand Priest has said that he can raise the average combat power of the seventh universe to the level of the top 4 in the entire universe by himself. And I heard that he is also the backup gods of destruction of the seventh universe, and his strength is comparable to Beerus. What's the use of talking about the strength of the enemy? No matter how strong we are, we must defeat them, otherwise our universe will be wiped out by Master Zeno. It's easy to say, how do you let us defeat such an enemy? Enough. At this moment, the gods of destruction sitting at the top of the hall suddenly shouted loudly, stopping the dispute among his subordinates. The fourth gods of destruction is called Quaitla. It is a large humanoid mouse. He looked at his subordinates and said, "Are you all idiots? Since the warrior named Chi Yu cannot be defeated, let's find a way to prevent him from going up. Isn't it all right? Can't play," Quaitla said. "The tournament of power is a competition for 10 people, isn't it? If Beerus suddenly finds that his team members are not enough when the competition is approaching, what do you think will happen?" The fourth Supreme Kai said, "They will be eliminated directly." Quaitla sneered, "You are right, they will be eliminated and then eliminated by Zeno. In this way, no matter how strong that Chi Yu is, there is no threat." The fourth Supreme Kai's eyes lit up, and he asked again, "Then how should we reduce the number of warriors in the seventh universe before the match?" Quaitla stretched out his finger, and a large destructive energy appeared in the hall. Immediately afterwards, Kutra put it into a bottle and said, "Who is the weakest in the seventh universe? Have you figured it out?" The fourth Supreme Kai said, "There are still 3 that have not been confirmed, but according to the existing information, the weakest warrior we know should be an earthling named Klin. Send someone to kill him." As he said, Quaitla threw the bottle in his hand to Supreme Kai and said, "Just in case, take this bottle with you, it contains half of my destructive energy." "Yes, Lord Terra." Meanwhile, Son Goku and the gods of the seventh universe are gathering to worry. After successfully persuading number 17 to join, the original manpower should be enough. But at this moment, Majin Buu, who was originally scheduled to participate, fell asleep. According to Satan, once Majin Buu fell asleep, he would basically be in a state of being unable to wake up no matter how much he beat or hammered. In desperation, everyone had to re-elect. Goku said, "Master Supreme Kai, you have been observing the entire universe, can't you find a powerful person?" Supreme Kai said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, combat power is not my main direction of observation, so I don't know who is strong and who is weak." Beerus complained to Supreme Kai, "It's all your fault. If you didn't say to let the life of the entire universe develop freely, how could we have fallen to this point?" Hearing what Beerus said, even the good-tempered Supreme Kai couldn't help it and said angrily, "You still have the face to accuse me, you haven't been sleeping all the time." Seeing that the two gods were about to start fighting each other, Son Goku clapped his hands and said, "I figured it out, there must be one person who can do it. Who is it? Universe Emperor Frieza? What?" Everyone's eyes widened. In the 7th universe, Frieza's degree of danger is second only to Chi Yu, and he is an unscrupulous devil. Once this guy is released from hell, many problems may arise. So Beerus said, "Goku, are you sure you can convince Frieza?" Goku said, "I think there should be no problem." Beerus was still hesitating, but the old Supreme Kai said, "There is only one day until the Tournament of Power, now we don't have time to think about it, slowly let Goku go." Under all kinds of scoundrels, everyone can only agree with Son Goku's proposal and then send him to hell to find Frieza. After getting the consent, Son Goku directly used instant transmission to arrive at the location of the divination mother-in-law. "Goku, why are you here again?" According to the fortune-telling mother-in-law's experience, meeting Son Goku will definitely not be a good thing. If it's not that the Earth is going to be destroyed or a certain big devil is coming, otherwise Son Goku won't run to her for help. Son Goku rubbed the back of his head and laughed, "Actually, I want to ask you for help." Sure enough, the divination mother-in-law was displeased and said, "Did you bring a gift?" Son Goku left in a hurry, of course empty-handed. But since the divination mother-in-law asked, Son Goku can't say that he didn't bring it. He is an adult anyway, and he understands this bit of worldliness. "Of course I did." After that, Son Goku began to fumble around, finally found a button. "Grandma, this is for you." "What's this?" "This is the button that Master Zeno gave me to summon him." The divination mother-in-law took the button in her hand and looked at it and asked, "Who is Zeno?" Immediately afterwards, Son Goku told her mother-in-law that Zeno would hold a power tournament and eliminate all the universes. At this time, the divination mother-in-law was about to test what the 797 button could summon, and her fingers were less than an inch away from the button. After hearing what Son Goku said, she was so frightened that she quickly threw the button back. "Son Goku, are you trying to kill me by giving me such a dangerous thing?" Son Goku quickly caught the button and said, "I'm sorry, but I didn't bring anything else." The divination mother-in-law said with a headache, "Forget it, I'll help you see Frieza, I won't dare to accept your things from now on. It's really terrible." Communication between yin and yang is a good thing for divination mothers-in-law. After a while, Son Goku appeared in hell and met the king of Hades. After explaining his purpose, Yama sent someone to take Son Goku to a sea of flowers. Frieza can be said to be the saddest villain, especially after Chi Yu came. Not long after he regained his strength, he turned into a golden Frieza and just wanted to pretend in front of the Earthlings, but he was punched by Chi Yu, which can be said to be extremely miserable. After being beaten to death by Chi Yu, he found himself tied to the flower sea tree at the bottom of the abyss of hell by something like a silkworm cocoon. Then a group of angel bears and rabbits beat gongs, drums and songs in his ears every day. For Frieza, this is the real hell. At this moment, Frieza had a gloomy face. Beside him, a group of little angels are surrounding him, singing happily. "No, this disgusting scent of flowers, these nasty angels, I will kill you, I will destroy everything tilde tilde tilde." Frieza roared angrily to the sky, endless resentment erupted from him, the huge evil power could almost annihilate any good food in an instant. However, the angel bears are still beating the drums. At this time, Son Goku appeared. He raised his palm and greeted Frieza. "Yo. Frieza, it seems you are doing well in hell." Seeing the person coming, Frieza, who was already on the verge of exploding, became even more furious and shouted, "Son Goku, you dare to come to hell to laugh at me? I will kill you too tilde tilde, I will kill all human beings tilde tilde tilde. I'm not here to laugh at you." Facing a dangerous person like Frieza, even with Son Goku's big heart, he had to be careful. Son Goku told Frieza his reason for coming and then said, "If you agree to participate in the Universe Power Tournament, I will put you down. Otherwise, once you lose the Power Tournament, you will follow us and be eliminated by Zeno." Frieza let out a sinister smile and then said, I can help you, but you must promise me to use the Dragon Ball to help me revive. Son Goku doesn't want this guy to come back to the world, but the situation is urgent, so Son Goku can only be honest. The prize of the Power Tournament is the Super Dragon Ball if you want to resurrect Go and win the prize yourself. Just when Son Goku persuaded Frieza, Chi Yu and Kellen faced a new crisis. After more than 10 hours of baptism of fear, Kellen was numb at this time. He stared blankly at the surface of the sea, and even when the strange fish came to bite him, he remained motionless. At this moment, Chi Yu suddenly looked up at the sky, and a black vortex was slowly forming in the air. After a while, a group of masked people jumped out of the vortex. The leading masked man asked, "Which of you is Kling?" Chi Yu pointed to Ki Lin on the rope and said, "Do you have anything to do with him?" "Talk chatter, we are here to kill him." Chi Yu laughed and said, "That's really great. Just now we can test our practice results, so it's decided to be you Go. Super Klingman tilde tilde tilde." After saying that, Chi Yu pulled Kellen off the rope and then kicked Kellen's a asterisk asterisk. The drowsy Kellen was awakened by the pain, then stopped in the air, clutched his buttocks and said, "Why did you hit me?" Chi Yu pointed to those humans in the sky and said, "These guys are here to kill you just to let you try the tail." 11. Kellen was shocked. "What are you talking about? They are here to kill me." Chi Yu pointed and said, "Klin, you have to believe in yourself. You are no longer Klin but a super Klin beast. Go ahead, let them see how powerful you are." Kellen looked at his hands and asked, "Have I really become stronger?" The masked assassin leader said, "What a pathetic guy. He is about to die and he doesn't know his situation yet. Come on everyone, Lord Gods of Destruction will definitely reward us well." The strength of the universe is directly proportional to the birth time. Generally speaking, the longer the universe exists, the higher the evolutionary level of life, and the easier it is for strong people to emerge. Because of this, the first and 12th twin universes are the strongest among all universes, because they are the earliest universes born. The 6th and 7th universes were born the latest, so they are also the easiest to be looked down upon. According to the survey, Kling is the weakest player in the 7th universe. Isn't it easy to deal with this kind of guy? At this moment, the assassins rushed forward and attacked Kling. However, Kellen's strength greatly exceeded their expectations. Just a face-to-face, Kling punched like the wind, shooting down all the assassins closest to him. During the battle, Qi Lin Ming clearly felt that something had changed. A strange feeling surged from his body, and Peng Bai's energy spread along his body and spread to all limbs. His speed is getting faster and faster, and his strength is getting stronger and stronger, even surpassing himself as a martial artist. After knocking a large group of assassins into the air again, Kling stopped. He looked at his hands in disbelief and said, "This is my power." Chi Yu said, "Of course this is your own power, but you in the past couldn't use it at all. As a warrior, every time you encounter an attack, you always think about how to dodge, and when you see the enemy, you want to escape. You can't control yourself like this." Kling turned his head and said, "Then why am I different now?" Chi Yu said. "Because your fear of death has become numb. In the past 10 hours, you have been on the verge of life and death all the time. After this period of time, your spirit and body have become accustomed to dancing with death. That's why such power can be erupted. Let's not talk about it. Your enemies are coming. Go and deal with them." Hearing Chi Yu's words, Kellen was overjoyed and then took the initiative to rush towards the enemy. He fought more and more bravely, and gradually a faint flame appeared on his body. Although it was pitifully thin, it was indeed a symbol of God's power. Compared with Goku and others, Kling has inherent disadvantages. He can't get a physical body like Saiyan, let alone have such a powerful chi, but this doesn't mean he can't reach the same state as them. In fact, as long as Son Goku has experienced battles, he has experienced most of them. These experiences and auras have been stored in his body, but they have not been activated. The warrior Wang Nuohao of the 4th universe was originally a group of soft-legged shrimps, and the one who was sent to be an assassin was even worse. Under the crazy attack of the Super Klin beast, he quickly became disorganized. Seeing Klin's bravery, the leader of assassin couldn't believe it. "What's the matter with the spy? How can such a guy be the weakest warrior in the 7th African universe?" Kellen knocked the last minion away, put his hands on his hips and said, "HMPH. Guys like you are not worth mentioning in front of me now. Damn it, do you think it's over? We've already prepared for it." After all, the leader of assassin took out a small bottle and said to Klin, "No matter how powerful you are, it is impossible to survive in front of this, which contains half the destructive energy of Lord Gods of Destruction Quitela. Let's go, Earthlings tilde tilde tilde." The leader opened the cork, and a black ball of light rushed out of the bottle and it became bigger and bigger. Delete. After all, the leader of Assassin took out a small bottle and said to Klin, "No matter how powerful you are, it is impossible to survive in front of this. It contains half of the destructive energy of Lord Gods of Destruction Quitla. Let's go, Earthlings tilde tilde tilde." The leader opened the cork, and a black ball of light rushed out of the bottle, and it became bigger and bigger. With half the energy of a Gods of Destruction, let alone killing a human being, it is possible to destroy the entire galaxy. Kellen looked at the mass of energy, and the fear of death that he had just overcome emerged from his heart again, making his face pale with fright. Everyone understands that once this mass of energy is released, Kellen's death is a foregone conclusion. Unfortunately, the white-collar assassin met Chi-Yu. Seeing this mass of energy, Chi-Yu finally became angry. If he hadn't happened to be present, once this energy ball was released, the whole Earth would be turned into fly ash in an instant. And Tacy, who had just married with him, would surely die in this disaster. Your fourth universe's Gods of Destruction seems to have crossed the line a bit. Chi-Yu's tone became cold, but the assassin leader didn't know Chi-Yu's terror. He held up the energy ball and said, "You dare to talk about Mr. Quitla, you really don't know how to live. Klin 513, stand behind me and throw it." Hearing Chi-Yu's words, Lin quickly hid behind Chi-Yu. Immediately afterwards, Chi-Yu raised his right hand to the assassin leader. "Mortal, what are you thinking? Are you still trying to resist the power of breaking back to God?" At this moment, a deep black light also appeared in Chi-Yu's hand, and that breath was exactly the same as the energy ball of the leader of Assassin. The assassin leader was shocked and said, "Impossible, how could you use the power of Gods of Destruction?" Chi-Yu asked, "What is impossible?" The leader of Assassins snorted coldly and quickly regained his composure. "Stupid, even if it's also destructive energy, how can your backup Gods of Destruction surpass the official Gods of Destruction? Go to hell." After finishing speaking, the leader of Assassin threw the energy ball in his hand towards Chi-Yu and Klin. At this moment, the black light in Chi-Yu's hand suddenly exploded, forming a giant energy ball with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Compared with the one of Quitla, it is more than 10 times bigger. As soon as Chi-Yu let go, the destructive energy ball rushed out, directly devouring Quitla's energy ball. CCD. The leader of Assassin was dumbfounded. All the bottles in his hands fell to the ground, but he forgot to pick them up. He suddenly remembered the previous rumors that there was a human being in the 7th universe who was stronger than Gods of Destruction, and this guy even had a punch against the Grand Priest and survived. Could this be the guy in front of you? No, you can't fight, run tilde tilde tilde. The assassin leader turned around and wanted to escape, but Chi-Yu appeared behind him at some point and put his arm on his shoulder. Chi-Yu's cold voice came from his ears. "If you want to survive, take me to the 4th universe set." The assassin leader turned his stiff neck, slowly turned his head to look at Chi-Yu and said, as long as I take you to the 4th universe, you really won't kill me. You'd better move fast before I change my mind." "Yes, my lord." After all, at this moment the leader took out a strange instrument and then summoned a vortex. These people came to the 7th universe through this vortex just now. If nothing else happened, the leader of Assassin should not have lied to himself. Chi-Yu carried Kellen and said, "You wait for me here and I'll come back as soon as I go." Kellen trembled slightly. "Where are you going?" Chi-Yu said, "Of course it is to settle accounts with the Gods of Destruction of the 4th universe." After finishing speaking, Chi-Yu jumped into the whirlpool with the assassin leader in hand. The 4th universe is the assassination universe. All the powerful people in the whole world are basically assassins, even Gods of Destruction. Quitla's Gods of Destruction planet is a cloud-shrouded valley where there is no sunlight all day long, which complements Quitla's gloomy personality. Now Quitla and others are still gathered in the main hall, waiting for the upcoming good news. In any case, Quitla gave half of his energy anyway. It would be ridiculous if he couldn't even kill a mortal. The thing he needs to think about now is how he should explain it to the Grand Priest if Beerus makes trouble for himself. Grand Priest is a shrewd man not to be fooled. At this moment, a vortex appeared on the main hall and the 4th Supreme Kai said, "Here we come." Quitla yawned and said, "Really, why did it take so long to deal with a mortal? I fell asleep and waited out. Don't worry, I only need a second to process your entire universe, and I won't keep you waiting any longer." A cold voice came from the vortex, and a bald man in casual clothes walked out of the void carrying the assassin leader that Quitla had just sent. "Who are you?" Seeing Chi-Yu's appearance, Quitla's expression changed drastically immediately. He was also there when Chi-Yu challenged the Grand Priest, who is the bald man in the natural way, and looking at the leader of the assassin in Chi-Yu's hand, Quitla immediately understood what happened. Quitela said, "Smelly bald head, you are quite courageous. How dare you break into my palace?" Chi Yu smashed the assassin leader to the ground and said, "Sorry, I don't think it takes a lot of courage to break into your palace." Quitela sneered and said, "I'm still thinking about how to deal with you. I didn't expect you to come here alone to seek death. It seems that I'm lucky." Quitela really doesn't know where Chi Yu got the courage to challenge their entire fourth universe alone. Does this bald man think that he alone can compete against the masters of the entire universe plus him, gods of destruction? It's just life and death. The current situation is that Chi Yu came to the base camp of the fourth universe alone. In order to prepare for the power tournament, the top 10 powerhouses of the fourth universe gathered here. In Quitela's view, Chi Yu is looking for death. The bald head of the seventh universe, you're too discreet. Dare to come to the fourth universe to provoke gods of destruction, court death. I'm going to crush you later. All the powerhouses of the fourth universe stared at Chi Yu and let out sinister laughter. In the dark hall, a tiny life invisible to the naked eye walked out from the crowd and slowly approached the squeeze. Insect Man Warrior Damon is the smallest warrior in the fourth universe. Even though he is small, he is actually the trump card of the fourth universe. This guy is so small that it is almost invisible to the naked eye, but it has powerful strength and extraordinary speed, so it is very difficult to deal with. In the original work, in order to defeat this little thing, Son Goku and others tried countless ways. In the end, Piccolo hit the ground so hard that it became unstable, and it was knocked out of the field by number 17. Otherwise, even if Goku and Vegeta become super blue gods, there is nothing they can do about him. Seeing that Chi Yu didn't respond, Damon was overjoyed and then suddenly became violent and launched an attack. Successful, the fourth universe knew of Damon's actions. Seeing that Saitama didn't notice, Quitela couldn't help smiling. The strength of the insect man is absolutely not proportional to its size. It is extremely terrifying. If this blow is real, even gods of destruction will be injured by it. Touch . Damon's fist hit Chi Yu's face heavily, and the whole hall shook violently because of this blow, collecting a lot of dust. Suffering such a violent blow, Chi Yu didn't even move his body, and he continued to ask Quitela, "Which one of you is going to go? Or are you going to go together?" After finishing speaking, Chi Yu casually slapped himself on the face and said, "You have a lot of mosquitoes here. I hate mosquitoes." Then he took a group of insect corpses that had been beaten into a pulp from his face, and then flicked it casually, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Died? The number one strong man in the fourth universe, the insect man Damon, just died like this. Terrible silence spread in the hall, and Chi Yu said impatiently, "Hurry up, I'm in a hurry to participate in the power conference. If you don't write any ink, I'll take action directly. Run . Someone yelled, and the warriors of the fourth universe scrambled to escape to the outside of the hall. Chi Yu said coldly, "Run, where are you going?" After saying that, Chi Yu made a dodge, directly appeared behind the first enemy, and grabbed his head with his hand. This contestant is a werewolf named Shosa, one of the contestants in the Tournament of Power. Zio Sa's favorite skill is to play dead, but this time his special skills can't be used, because he was really going to die soon. Chi Yu squeezed his right hand, and then Zio Sa's head burst open like a watermelon. At this time, Quitela also rushed out from the main hall and shouted, "His speed is too fast, don't run away, you can't escape. Everyone gather and go together . When Damon was beaten to death by Chi Yu like a mosquito, the warriors of the fourth universe were terrified. In addition, Zio Sa was killed in a face-to-face, and everyone couldn't raise their fighting spirit. No matter how much Quitela ordered, the warriors didn't dare to look back, they only cared about running away. But just like what Quitela said, Chi Yu's speed is too fast, and there is no way to escape. Chi Yu's figure disappeared for the second time, and appeared in front of the illusionist De Kelly. De Kelly immediately took out the talisman paper in his arms, summoned countless clones that were exactly like him, and then proudly said to Chi Yu, "I'm an illusionist, even if I can't beat you, you can't find it from the clones. The real me, farewell." Earthlings of the seventh universe, after all, De Kelly's clones flew in all directions, making it hard to tell which one was her real body. Must kill series, take a serious punch . Chi Yu was too lazy to compete with her, so he raised his hand and punched the countless Dakali. This punch was so powerful that it directly enveloped all the clones. After a huge explosion, the planet gods of destruction was shattered in half. Now there is no need to distinguish who is the real Dakali. Not only Dakali, but also several players from the fourth universe were caught in Chi Yu's punching wind and turned into ashes. Chi Yu's figure flashed again, and the contestants died one by one. The fourth gods of destruction, Quitela stood there in a daze as if his strength had been exhausted. watching Chi Yu slaughter his warrior with blank eyes. After an unknown amount of time, there was an explosion and a stop, and a footstep appeared in front of Quaitla, and Chi Yu was walking towards him. "You monster, die for me." Quaitla was also a god of destruction anyway. He used all his destructive power to blast out a huge destructive shock wave and bombarded Chi Yu. However, Chi Yu casually knocked him into the air and fell outside the planet gods of destruction. This time, the entire fourth universe suffered. You must know that the destructive energy of Quaitla is infinitely powerful. Although it has no effect on Chi Yu, it can easily destroy countless other planets. Rumble, asking for flowers, rumble, rumble. The most spectacular connection explosion occurred in the deep space of the universe. That destructive energy ball, like a bomb, had a chain reaction in the universe. Countless suns, life planets, giant meteorites all began to explode and then were destroyed. In an instant, more than half of the entire fourth universe was destroyed. It is not known how many lives were lost. However, the expression on Chi Yu's face, who indirectly caused all these tragedies, did not fluctuate in the slightest. Chi Yu grabbed Quaitla's neck and lifted him in front of him. "Just because you are a piece of trash, you dare to fight me?" At this moment, Quaitla's eyes were dull and he was already desperate. Even his full blow was no match for Chi Yu, and the others would simply die. Destroying Shendu didn't dare to resist at all. Not to mention King Kai and Supreme Kai, everyone can only watch from afar, not daring to come forward to rescue them. "Dirty wretch, there is a saying in my hometown. Do you understand that it is not as good as your family? If you want to play tricks, I don't care, but you want to kill my newly married wife. You deserve it, tilde tilde." At this moment, Chi Yu smelled a bad smell, looked down and found that Quaitla was scared to pee. Chi Yu threw Quaitla on the ground and said, "Quaitla, you really disgrace gods of destruction, but don't worry, I won't kill you for now. Anyway, I have an agreement with Grand Priest, because I value this duel, so the strength I will not destroy your fourth universe before the conference." Quaitla murmured, "What's the difference between you killing all my warriors and destroying the fourth universe?" Yes, without these 10 warriors, Quaitla will be eliminated by Zeno, just like the fourth universe in the Power Conference. Chi Yu smiled and said, "The difference is that you can leave a little more time for you to slowly experience the fear of death approaching step by step." After finishing speaking, Chi Yu grabbed the assassin leader again and ordered him to open the gate of time and space for himself. Not long after, Chi Yu's figure disappeared on the fourth planet gods of destruction. Only the broken planets, the corpses all over the ground, and the shivering gods remained. Seventh universe. Looking at the scenery in front of him, Chi Yu was sure that he had returned to the seventh universe, so he threw the assassin leader in his hand into the dark vortex again. At this time, Kellen ran up. "Master, where did you go just now?" Chi Yu said, "Who is your master? Don't mess with your relationship." Kellen was a little embarrassed and said, "Don't say that, you have indeed taught me a lot. By the way, master, the tournament of power is about to begin, let's go gather." "Don't worry, there are still several hours." Chi Yu coughed twice, cleared his throat and said, "Since you call me master, I will teach you one more thing, that is, if you don't fight the battle of preparation. As the saying goes, if a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his weapon tilde tilde. What does it mean? In the world of Dragon Ball, there are no common sayings. Chi Yu's words sound like 327 and Lin Yun is in a fog. Stupid. Chi Yu scolded, "I'm just telling you, everything needs to be prepared in advance." Kellen gave a thumbs up and said, "Master is brilliant, then let's prepare for the competition now." 3 minutes later, Chi Yu and Colin appeared together in a large department store. "Master, are you sure this is preparing for the conference?" Chi Yu is pushing a shopping cart, constantly picking out snacks and comics on the shelves. Hearing Kellen's question, Chi Yu said, "Of course it's preparation, how boring is the power tournament? It's been so long, I don't prepare some snacks and comics in advance, how can I pass the time?" Kellen looked at his wallet, which was almost empty, and said without tears, "But why am I paying the bill?" Chi Yu picked up another bag of potato chips and said, "I am your master, am I not? Isn't it a kindness to you that I teach you something? It costs thousands of dollars to attend a training class these days, and I confiscated your tuition. This." "What is this? Hurry up and pay the bill for me, master, but I really have no money." "Hey, tilde tilde, forget it." Chi Yu shook his head and said, "Seeing that you don't earn much money as a policeman, I won't make things difficult for you. Just wait here for me and I'll go back as soon as I go." Kellen breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, master." After finishing speaking, Chi Yu pushed the shopping cart and walked towards the cash register. Kellen thought he was going to pay the bill but turned his head to look, only to find Chi Yu running on the street pushing a lot of things. Not good. Kellen turned around and wanted to run away but was stopped by 2 guards. "Hello, this is the bill of the bald gentleman just now, please settle the bill." The bald devil you be asterisk 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 d tilde tilde tilde. Amid Kellen's screams, Chi Yu had already run away. Just kidding, I didn't bring a penny with me when I went out. How can I pay when you ask me to pay the bill? As a disciple, you must have filial piety. This is to help the teacher to avert disaster. Let's ask for more blessings, Kid Kellen. Keelin had been helping Chi Yu to pay when she just bought something, so when Chi Yu told the cashier and the security guard like this, no one had any doubts. Poor Kellen was abandoned in the supermarket by Chi Yu like this. Time passed by every minute. The power conference is getting closer. In the field of competition, everyone is together. Beerus tapped his thigh impatiently, complaining, "Why haven't Chi Yu and Kellen come here yet?" Goku said, "I heard that Kellen worshipped Lord Chi Yu as his teacher, and Lord Chi Yu took him to practice." "Don't worry, Lord Beerus, the bald devil will definitely be there on time," Beerus said, "but there are only a few minutes left before the start. If it weren't for Supreme Kai, they could have reached Zeno's palace in an instant, and I would have destroyed that Krillin long ago." At this time, not only the 7th universe, but the gods and warriors of other universes are also waiting for the appearance of Chi Yu. Anyway, this guy is the highlight of this game. Especially gods of destruction Quaitla, the 4th universe temporarily formed a team in order not to be eliminated directly. Compared with the previous team, these 10 people can be said to be local chickens and dogs, and even Supreme Kai was sent to sweep the floor. Quaitla is waiting for the appearance of Chi Yu and then complains to the Grand Priest. Only in this way can the 4th universe have a chance. In full view, Chi Yu arrives, wearing his signature aloha and flip-flops. But this time he went too far, pushing a shopping cart full of various snacks and comics. Beerus yelled furiously, "Chi Yu, are you here for an outing or for the power tournament? What are you so big about?" Chi Yu waved his hands and said, "Don't be so serious tilde tilde normal heart tilde tilde tilde." Beerus yelled, "What's normal? Where's Krillin?" Chi Yu coughed twice and said, "My lovely disciple has encountered the first test in his life. He must break through many obstacles before he can reach his ideal self. At that time, he will become a real strong." Damn tilde tilde. Hearing Chi Yu's words, Vegeta couldn't help gnashing his teeth. It seems that Chi Yu has taught Klin a certain secret method to become stronger. In this way, wouldn't Klin want to surpass himself, the Prince of Saiyan? Just when everyone was wondering what test Chi Yu had given Kellen appeared in a mess. His practice clothes were torn apart during the pulling. He looked like a beggar who failed to beg for food and was bitten by a dog. The big bald devil tilde tilde ub asterisk 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 d tilde tilde tilde. As soon as he arrived at the venue, Kellen couldn't help cursing angrily. Beerus immediately said, "Krillin, what happened?" So Klin told everyone about his tragic experience and Beerus was furious. "Chi Yu, you idiot, what if Klin can't come back? The 7th universe will be eliminated tilde," Chi Yu said with a righteous face. A caring master must have 100% trust in his disciples. 06. "What should I do if I'm a little moved?" Kellen suddenly reacted and then shouted, "I'm so touched tilde tilde you are a rogue master." Just as Chi Yu and the others were fighting non-stop, a Supreme Kai let out a cold snort and then said loudly, "This is the super strong and legendary. I think Grand Priest made a mistake. The bald head is just a place home rogue." Not only this Supreme Kai, everyone present has the same opinion. As far as Chi Yu's performance is concerned, he really can't afford the title of the #1 strongest player in the 7th universe. Looking at all the universes, when has there been such a strong person who buys everything in the supermarket and is reckless? So in the contestant seat, everyone began to talk about it. At this moment, Quaitla stood up, pointed at Chi Yu and said loudly, "Everyone, don't be fooled by his appearance. This man is indeed a super strong man, because just a few hours ago he attacked Chi Yu by himself. The 4th universe killed all our participating warriors." Quaitla's words were like flames falling into gasoline, which immediately caused an uproar in the venue. "What? Killed all the warriors by one man? Just kidding. Is this guy really that strong? Quaitla is powerless to stop it. Doesn't that mean that this bald head is stronger than gods of destruction? It's just too cruel and not friendly at all." Kellen was not there when the incident happened. He just knew that Chi Yu disappeared for a while. Could it be that in such a short period of time, he slaughtered the powerhouses of the entire 4th universe? Is there really anyone in the world who can do such a thing? Kellen couldn't believe it, but Beerus had no doubt that Chi Yu could really do this kind of thing, and he could also do it with his character. 22 Beerus tugged on his own dog ears, completely mad. "Chi Yu, what stupid thing did you do again?" Chi Yu said, "I can't help it. They sent people to destroy the Earth and the entire galaxy, so I returned the gift by the way." At this time, Quaitla said to Grand Priest, "Now our 4th universe simply can't show enough combat power to participate in this conference." Please, Grand Priest, exempt us from the obligation to participate and punish the big villain Chi Yu. Grand Priest put his hands behind his back and said, "Didn't you send people to the 7th universe for assassination first?" As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately quieted down. Quitela swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the cold sweat broke out on his head. The main responsibility of the Grand Priest is to monitor and manage the entire universe instead of Zeno, and he didn't expect that even this kind of thing would be noticed by him. Quitela wanted to defend himself, but couldn't find the right words. According to Grand Priest, it was he who started the dispute. Grand Priest said to Quitela, "Assassination is not prohibited in the rules, so I didn't stop you, and I certainly won't stop Chi Yu. Well, don't say any more, my lord has already waited up." Quitela said, "But Lord Grand Priest." Grand Priest ignored Quitela but said, "Now I announce that the Tournament of Power has officially started and all contestants are invited to come on stage." The 4th Supreme Kai looked at Quitela and said, "What should I do?" "Master Quitela, now that things have happened, Quitela has no choice but to grit his teeth and say, 'Let the players go on stage.' The strong players participating in the competition come from different universes, so they have different shapes. A bald man with long ears, a robot with a whole body of steel, you name it. The only thing in common is that these people all exude a terrifying aura. Of course, this has to send out the 4th universe and Chi Yu. No matter in terms of breath or appearance, Chi Yu is an out-and-out common. He came on stage and even pushed the shopping cart. Chi Yu found a shady place to sit down, then took out a comic book and read it intently. Seeing the happy place, he also let out a piercing laugh without any scruples, which made people unbearable. Because of what happened before as a foreshadowing, and some people suspected that Chi Yu was a real superpower, no one shot him at the beginning of the game. Thus, a strange scene happened like this. Warriors from all universes gathered on the edge of the arena, waiting for the battle, not daring to breathe. Chi Yu was the only one sitting under the big pillars in the arena, eating snacks and reading comics at the same time. But no one dared to attack him. The 11th universe camp. A member of the proud team, Dispo, who is good at speed, couldn't help but said to the captain beside him, "Topo, is this man named Chi Yu really as great as you say?" Topo said, "Of course, this guy's strength is unfathomable. I have a hunch that even compared with Giron, he may not be inferior at all. But this guy's personality is extremely annoying and he likes to kill innocent people indiscriminately. He will the strongest enemy of our 11th universe." Then Topo continued, "Then everyone save your strength first, and we will concentrate on solving this guy until the end. Don't be afraid, no matter how strong this guy is, we still have the last resort." After finishing speaking, Jai Po looked at Giron, who had been standing in the open space in front of him without saying a word. "Okay. It is a matter of the survival of the universe, and everyone still needs to have certain tactics." After arranging the plan, Topo sat down and began to meditate, waiting for the moment to come. Meanwhile, the same discussions are still going on in the 10th universe. "This uncle is really powerful. I don't think so. I think the strong can't just look at the surface. Even if you don't look at the surface, he can't feel any chi. Stop arguing." At this moment, a strong man came out, and it was Muley Kimu from the 10th universe. Muley Kimu looked at his watch, then took out the protein powder and took a big sip before saying, "I'll go to 193 to test his strength for everyone." At this time, Chi Yu was sitting in the middle of the ring. No matter who wanted to attack first, he had to bypass Chi Yu first. This makes it difficult for everyone. That's why Oyster Muki stood up, ready to test the force zone of extrusion first. Li Bai Wu, a companion with butterfly wings, said, "Be careful, if you are no match for him, please retreat immediately." Mulimu said strangely, "I know." After finishing speaking, Mulimuki walked towards Chi Yu, and everyone present held their breath, not daring to act rashly. Kellen in the corner of the arena clenched his fists and said, "Damn it, what the hell is Master doing? Sitting alone in the middle, he will become everyone's target." Vegeta folded his hands and said to Kellen, "Instead of paying attention to Chi Yu, you should care about yourself." Son Goku also said, "Don't worry, the bald devil will be fine." Kellen was skeptical and then looked towards the center of the ring. At this time, Mulimuki had already arrived in front of Chi Yu. He showed his exaggerated muscles and said to Chi Yu, "A real man must have strong muscles. The sloppy uncle in front, I challenge you in the name of muscles." Sloppy uncle in front. "I challenge you in the name of muscles." Mulimuki poses in various poses to show off his toned muscles to Chi Yu. At this moment, Chi Yu suddenly shed a few tears and sobbed softly. "What happened? Why did the bald devil cry?" Li Bai Wu clapped her hands and said, "I understand, this man named Chi Yu must have been scared to tears by Mulimuki's muscles, so she is just a posturing guy." Not only the 10th universe, but the Saiyan girl Caulifla of the 6th universe also said, It's really embarrassing. I was so scared that I cried after all. Caulifla also started to move at this moment. Hitler stopped her and said, "Don't move." Caulifla was puzzled. Why? That guy is obviously a guy who is strong on the outside, but he is stuck in the middle. How can we attack? Hit lifted up his shirt, revealing a bowl-sized scar on his chest. It is conceivable that Hit must have been beaten right back then. The scar was so ferocious that Caulifla's face turned pale. It is hard to imagine how Hit, who had been so seriously injured, survived. Hit said, "This is the fate of underestimating that guy, do you understand?" Caulifla took a step back unconsciously. Hit is the #1 powerhouse in the 6th universe. Even if she mastered Super Saiyan transformation, it would be difficult for Caulifla to pass a move under Hit. To be able to hurt Hit like this, then Chi-Yu's power is definitely not fake. Hit turned his head to look in Muramuti's direction and said, "Look, this guy is going to be unlucky." At this time, Muramute was still showing off his muscles. "Kill him. Kill this B********* D who dares to stand in the middle letter 3005 tilde. People who are frightened enough to cry are not worthy of coming to the tournament of power tilde. Muramute, finish him with one punch." Muramute lowered his head and said to Chi-Yu, "I don't like to bully the weak, but this is a tournament of power, sorry, humble weak." After saying that, Muramute raised his foot, ready to kick Chi-Yu out of the ring. Chi-Yu himself still didn't respond, looking down at the comic book. Finally, Muramute felt relieved and swept his kick towards Chi-Yu. However, the bald demon king suddenly raised his head and yelled loudly, This comic book is really amazing tilde. Chi-Yu yelled, and then slapped Muramute in front of him, and a horrible thing happened. Muramute flew out of the arena at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Amidst a loud bang, a strong wind blew up. The entire arena was like a biscuit, broken into 2 pieces by a huge force, and began to tilt slowly. In the strong wind, 2 or 3 warrior columns were unstable and were directly blown out of the ring. But even so, Chi-Yu's palm style still remained undiminished, and he went straight to the auditorium where Quitla was. Just when Quitla and the gods of the 4th universe were shocked, Grand Priest stood up and blocked Chi-Yu's palm. Quitla and the others breathed a sigh of relief and immediately thanked Grand Priest. "Thank you, Grand Priest Chi-Yu, this must have been intentional if it wasn't for you." Suddenly, Quitla stopped talking because he saw Grand Priest's body trembling slightly. 4th Supreme Kai shocked, "Grand Priest you." Grand Priest put his hands behind his back and turned his back to Quitla and others. "Don't worry, I'm fine, it's just that I haven't felt this way for many years, so I'm a little excited." "Excited, you mean? What does it feel like?" Grand Priest looked at Chi-Yu on the ring and said in a deep voice, "It's the feeling of fighting spirit." Quitla and others are about to go crazy, and if they can give Grand Priest a feeling of fighting spirit, doesn't it mean that Grand Priest has already admitted that Chi-Yu is a powerhouse at his level? Quitla swallowed and stared at the ring with wide eyes. Gale was still roaring in the arena, but it was not so strong anymore. The entire arena was torn apart and centered on Chi-Yu. It was divided into east and west parts, floating in the air of the void realm. Chi-Yu looked in Muramute's direction and said, "Sorry, you blocked my light." After that, he sat down again, tore open a bag of potato chips, and continued to eat snacks and read comics. No one dared to make a sound, no one dared to make the slightest move. Only the sounds of Chi-Yu chewing potato chips and flipping books were left in the ring. Creak, 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 awesome. Chi-Yu is amazing tilde. The 2 Zenos took out a tablet-like machine and then grayed out the faces of the players who had just been eliminated. These unlucky ones who fell out of the arena have now all returned to the players' benches. Among them, the most depressing one was probably Muramute, who fell into a near-death state without even knowing what happened. If it weren't for the automatic recovery of injuries after falling into the void, he would be dead now. The 10th Gods of Destruction Rumshi has an elephant's head. He hit Muramute on the head with his elephant trunk and cursed, "Didn't I tell you to be cautious? You eliminated yourself so early." Muramute covered his head and said, "I'm sorry, Li is good tilde. Rumshi shook his head and said, "Forget it, at least the current development is beneficial to us." Mulimu asked strangely, "People from the 7th universe are so powerful, why are they beneficial to us?" Rumshi said, "Yes, it is because their Chi-Yu player is too strong, so it is in our favor. Didn't you notice? All eyes are on this person named Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu's blow just now completely shocked everyone, even Jiren opened his eyes and watched Chi-Yu's movements." The 7th universe was originally the initiator of this power tournament. It can be said that everyone has a strong hatred for the 7th universe. At this time, Chi-Yu showed too much strength, so not only Chi-Yu but also Son Goku and others became the focus of the field. Past. Chi-Yu was still obediently reading the comic book, and everyone held a cold attitude towards this overly powerful big devil. Before doing anything to Chi-Yu, it would be wise to eliminate the rest of the 7th universe and weaken the overall strength of the 7th universe. Otherwise, once Chi-Yu joins the battle and fights with Goku and others, the battle will be overwhelming. In fact, even leaving aside Chi-Yu, the overall strength of the 7th universe is extremely strong. Especially after Frieza and Vegeta joined, apart from the 11th universe with Jiren, the other teams are not very good. Of course, 10 fingers have different lengths, and not everyone in the 7th universe is so powerful. The scuffle started quickly, and the first to be targeted was Colin, who had the same hairstyle as Chi-Yu. The enemy he faced was Basil, who had fought against Majin Buu but unfortunately lost. Basil stuck out his scarlet tongue, licked his fangs and said, "I heard that you are the weakest warrior in the 7th universe." The weakest person in the 7th universe should be Master Roshi, but Kling did not argue but clenched his fists. Today's Kling is not what he used to be, but even with 210, Basil is definitely not an opponent that can be underestimated. Teammates have their own opponents, and the only person Kellen can rely on at this time is himself. Seeing that Klin actually faced Basil, Beerus in the stands couldn't help but broke into a cold sweat and said, "Too bad, Basil is one of the 3 trump cards of the 9th universe, and Klin can't handle it." Whis said, "I heard that Kellen and the bald-headed devil went to practice together. I don't know how the results are. Everyone still absolutely recognizes Chi-Yu's strength. If Chi-Yu is Klin's teacher, maybe Klin can really reach a very high level." However, the time was still too short. Even Chi-Yu couldn't make a qualitative change in Klin's strength in just a dozen hours. Thinking of this, Beerus couldn't help saying, "Krillin, don't fight him, run away ~~ let Vegeta and Goku deal with him later." If it was Kellen in the past, without Beerus reminding him, he would have run away with oil on his feet. But this time, instead of running, Kellen put on a posture and confronted Basil. Beerus scolded, "Damn it, is there going to be downsizing so soon?" Whis said, "It's not certain. If the bald devil really gave him some secret technique, maybe Krillin can really defeat Basil. Is there really a dozen hours of training in the world that can transform a person?" Beerus doesn't believe it anymore. If he enters the House of Spirit and Time, then maybe he can try it. But Chi-Yu didn't take Kellen to the House of Spirit and Time, so if Kling can beat Basil, then Beerus doesn't believe anything. So far, I can only hope that Kling can last a while longer and wait until Goku and others solve their opponents. At this moment, 2 rounds of red arrogance erupted from Basil's legs and then suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, the red werewolf appeared above Klin's head, and with one leg like a battle axe he slashed at Klin's head. Boom ~~~. After a burst of explosions, cracks like spider webs appeared under Klin's feet, and his whole body was bent down by the blow. But even so, Kling's hands still blocked Basil's full blow. Beerus in the stands looked straight. Blocked. Did this faint-breathing Earthman actually block Basil's attack? Beerus muttered. What did the bald devil do to him? Why did he become so much stronger in such a short period of time, Sisei? Even Whis frowned, his face serious. Everything that happened on the field was really unbelievable. If a man's fighting power could soar to this point in more than 10 hours, then Chi-Yu must have used some super-secret technique that even he and Angel doesn't know. However, this is only the beginning. Basil let out a loud cry and then burst into anger. His feet turned into torrential rain, continuously blasting towards Kellen, causing violent explosions on the ring. But this time, Basil's attack still had no obvious effect. Kellen waved his hands, taking all of Basil's attacks. Gradually, Basil stopped, and he turned his head to look at his elder brother Beljimo, who was fighting, who said this guy is the weakest warrior in the 7th universe. Are you sure our information is correct? Beljimo stretched out his hand to block the enemy's attack and said, "The people from the 4th universe told us that there should be no problem." Basil said, "Hurry up and deal with your opponent, come and help me, this kid is a little troublesome." Melee in the arena is not the place to talk about demeanor. According to Kling's strength, even if Basil could defeat him, he would have to pay a heavy price, which is not what Basil would like to see. But unfortunately, Belgamer faced Hit, who was 10 times worse than Basil. "My side is more difficult than yours, don't hold back and deal with that kid." Without the support of his teammates, Beljimo may not last long. Seeing this situation, Basil could only do his best. He looked at Kellen and said viciously, "Sorry boy, my brother needs help, I'm afraid I don't have time to play with you." After all, the arrogance on Belgamo's feet soared again. "You are a very powerful warrior." Kellen stood up straight and praised Basil. At this moment, a strange aura began to brew on Klin's body and slowly revealed. This time, Beerus was not calm at all. He stared and said, Could this be?" Whoa, this is really unexpected. Wise covered his mouth and said, Klin has also reached this level, what should this be called? What do you think of the god of superterrestrials? Yes, although it was very faint, the flames that emerged from Klin's body did indeed symbolize the flames of God, not the flames of arrogance. Although compared with Goku and Vegeta, Krillin's blaze is as weak as a candle in the wind, but it does mark that he has stepped into the realm of God. That round of white flames covered his skin, shining like jade, not violent but pure and serene. Seeing this scene, Vegeta was probably the most unbalanced in his heart. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, Klin, that B******D must have obtained the secret practice method of the big bald devil. Damn the big bald devil, I'm your younger brother. Ah. You actually passed the secret method to an outsider, and refused to pass it on to me tilde. Due to the restrictions of the Constitution, as a human being on Earth, Krillin can't get as powerful as Saiyan. But in terms of realm, Klinglin has already stood at the same height as Goku and Vegeta tilde. If he hadn't acquired some kind of earth-shattering secret technique, how could Kellen become a god in such a short period of time? In fact, no matter Vegeta or Beerus, they have overlooked a problem, that is, Klin's experience in fighting and training is no worse than that of Langkong. They all learned from Master Roshi, from Piccolo Daimao to Majin Buu, every enemy that Goku has fought, he has also fought. Maybe he can't compare to Son Goku in terms of talent, but regardless of experience or the use of chi, Kellen is not inferior to Goku at all. What he lacks is only a psychological breakthrough. After Chi Yu's training, Kellen has completely overcome his fear and stepped into this fantasy realm. Kellen yelled, Basil, let's see it. This is the power I gained after enduring 11 hours of abuse by the bald devil. Basil tilted his head and sneered, Stop bluffing, I can't feel anything at all, even the chi in your body has disappeared. Kellen said, It's just that your realm is too low. At this moment Belgamo's voice came again, Basil, how long are you going? I can't hold it anymore. Hit is not an easygoing existence, even if he does not exert much strength in order to preserve his physical strength, he is not an opponent that Belgimo can defeat. Only 1 minute passed, and Belgimo was already covered in injuries and seemed to be in danger. I'll take care of this guy right away, just wait. Basil turned his head and said, Okay, the entertainment time is over, go to hell, little bald head. After saying that, Basil rushed towards Kellen again. At this moment, the 9th universe gods of destruction Sidra shouted to Basil, Azir, stop, that is not a realm you can challenge tilde, but his reminder was too late. Basil was originally the weakest of the dangerous trio, and he had no chance of winning against Klin, who had already reached the god level. Just as his legs were up high, Kling delivered an uppercut that landed Basil in the stomach. Basil spat out a mouthful of blood and his body shot up into the sky, but Krillin was not ready to let him go. Ah, hit, Klin punched frantically, and Basil's body twisted and deformed under the stormy attack. Basil tilde. Belgimo called his brother's name loudly, but Basil was overwhelmed and fell from the sky and remained motionless. Kellen walked over, lifted Basil from the ground and threw him off the ring. The victorious Cochlin shouted excitedly, This is the strength of my bald little devil, ha tilde. Seeing Klin's victory, Beerus in the stands also breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the man who received Chi Yu's training, the bald little devil, this is really interesting. At this moment, a figure passed Klin's head at an extremely fast speed and hit the ground behind Klin. This person was covered in blood, and there were blood holes all over his body which looked extremely terrifying. This is none other than Bell, who just fought against Hit. The 9th gods of destruction Sidra pulled his beard and said frantically, Damn it, 2 of the dangerous trio have already been killed tilde, what should we do? The strength of the 9th universe was already at the bottom of all the universes, but now that it lost 2 generals one after another, Sidra couldn't help but not panic. Fortunately, at this time the 9th Supreme Kai said, Lord Sidra, don't worry, just watch the field. The kid who defeated Basil is also finished, asking for flowers. After Hit also dealt with Belgamo, he walked directly towards Kellen. It stands to reason that Kling is no match for Hit no matter what. Little bald devil. I see you are Chi Yu's apprentice. There are many people in this world who have entanglements with Chi Yu. If you want to choose the person who hates Chi Yu the most, then Hit will definitely be in the top 5. From the very first meeting, Chi Yu made a big hole in Hit's chest, and then repeatedly broke Hit to a crushed fracture. As soon as Chi Yu was mentioned, Hit was so angry that he couldn't sleep all night. Up to now, defeating Chi Yu has become an obsession in Hit's heart. Since he can't deal with the bald demon king, it is also a very good choice to take his apprentice. Now Kling's strength has far surpassed that of the past, but he is facing Hit, who can draw 50-50 with Son Goku. No matter how much Klin improved, he couldn't reach the point where he could defeat Hit. Fortunately, at this time, Vegeta had already dealt with his enemies and appeared in front of Kling. Although he has all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred for Klin, it is related to whether the entire universe will be eliminated, and Vegeta is not on Klin's side. Hit said, "Vegeta, get out of the way, I don't want to fight with you, the defeated general." There are two things that the proud Vegeta hates the most in his life. The first is Chi Yu, and the second is someone who despises him. Since Hit dared to talk to himself like this, no matter what, the two of them had to fight to the death. "Go away, leave this to me." Of course, Kellen didn't want to fight Hit. This was clearly a fatal outcome, so he said with amnesty, "Then I'm leaving, bye." After saying that, Kellen rubbed oil on the soles of his feet and disappeared without a trace. Seeing Vegeta let go of his prey, Hit was also very angry and said, "Since you are looking for death, you can't blame me. Take a look, this is the power I prepared to defeat Chi Yu." After all, a vast aura rose from the field, and all the players couldn't help but stop their movements and look in Hit's direction. Ah, tilde tilde tilde. Hit yelled up to the sky, and the breath of his body rushed in all directions like a tsunami, and even the entire ring trembled slightly under his breath. As the wind wave after wave, Hit's breath became more and more concentrated. Immediately afterwards, two dazzling balls of light appeared on Hit's hands. Beerus in the stand said in amazement, "What is this? Why do I have a bad feeling?" At this moment, a rude and tasteless laughter came from the stand next door. For endless ages, every time Beerus heard this laughter, he beat the owner of the sound to pieces. Beerus raised his fist at Champa and said, "What the hell are you laughing at, fat pig?" Champa snorted coldly and said, "Beerus, you just wait to die." Now Hit is an invincible existence of 423. Beerus disdainfully said, "What invincible existence? Can he still defeat Chi Yu?" Champa didn't speak and then stretched out his hand, only to see that his hand was wrapped with a thick bandage. Immediately afterwards, Champa unwrapped the bandage, revealing a deep bony gash anyway. Champa is gods of destruction in this huge universe. How many people can cause such damage to Champa? A drop of sweat fell from Beerus' forehead. Could it be? Champa laughed again. Beerus, I deliberately didn't recover from the injury just to see your expression. Yes, it was caused by Hit. With my help, Hit today is no longer the Hit of the past up. Beerus said, "What the hell did you do?" Champa said, "Guess." At this moment, Whis interrupted the dispute between the two and said to Beerus, "Master Beerus, look at the field." Beerus turned his head and saw the deep black energy he was familiar with on Hit's body. Yes, it was the power of gods of destruction. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, Zaishi has already mastered the destructive energy zone belonging to gods of destruction. Beerus said angrily, "You actually taught him the power of gods of destruction." Champa sarcastically said, "You can give it to Chi Yu, why can't I give it to Hit? Besides, the current Hit's strength is not just because of his gods of destruction power." The two balls of black's light grew bigger and bigger in Hit's hands. At this moment, Hit suddenly shouted, "Super destructive flame knife." The destructive energy suddenly deformed in Hit's hands, turning into two light knives with a length of 1 meter, one on the left and one on the right, swallowing terrifying energy. What's this? Hit didn't change his form, but the two light knives in his hands exuded terrifying power, and Vegeta's palms couldn't help but sweat. Hit said, "I have been pursuing a move that can hurt Chi Yu and break his defense. For this I have experienced countless practices, but I still failed miserably in Chi Yu's hands. At this time Lord Champa taught me the power of gods of destruction." Vegeta trembled. Could it be? Could it be that you combine the power of gods of destruction with your own moves? That's right, Hit shouted. "My moves have a super penetrating ability coupled with the destructive energy that destroys everything. Even Chi Yu can't stop my attack. Die, Vegeta tilde tilde." After that, Hit rushed towards Vegeta. The two light knives dragged out two bright trajectories on the ring, and before Vegeta had time to react, Hit's slash arrived. In a panic, Vegeta could only dodge in embarrassment. Even if he hadn't experienced it himself, Vegeta knew that these two light knives should never be touched. Hit masters bug skills like flash time kung fu and is best at giving the enemy a fatal blow in the gap of time. The reason why he is always defeated by Chi Yu is because Chi Yu's body is too strong. Even if Hit uses all, none of the means can cause effective damage to Chi Yu. So Hit has been pursuing the ultimate attack power. If these two lightsabers can damage Shendu, let alone Vegeta. During this period of time, Vegeta has become much stronger and he can barely avoid Hit's attack, but that is when Hit has not used the flash time skill. Vegeta stepped back quickly. At this moment, Hit stopped time. "Taste this indestructible blade, Vegeta." There is no substance that can stop my blade tilde tilde tilde. At this time, Vegeta had fallen to the ground and wanted to crawl back, but his body was already unable to move under the flashing force. Then at this moment the slap in the face happened. The light knife in Hit's hand stopped, because his knife was stuck by a very hard thing. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward an inch. Vegeta was less than a meter away from the blade, but he just couldn't reach it. The reason why Hit's light knife got stuck was because it touched the hardest substance in the world, the body of Chi Yu. At some point, Vegeta had retreated to Chi Yu's side, and the trajectory of Hit's knife just overlapped with Chi Yu's head. So the knife fell on Chi Yu's shiny bald head. The light knife collided with Chi Yu's head, making a steel sound that echoed throughout the arena. Champa's head rushed out of the auditorium and he yelled unacceptably, "How is this possible? Why can't such an attack hurt him? What is the body of the bald devil king made of?" Hit was still using his strength, but Chi Yu's bald head was like a hard steel stone. No matter how hard he cut it, he couldn't get it in. "Stop joking, why can't 0-9 hurt you like this? I can't accept it tilde 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 ah tilde tilde tilde." Hit raised his two knives and continued to slash wildly. The lightsaber collided with Chi Yu's head, and the horrific airflow aroused knocked the surrounding players upside down. But Chi Yu didn't seem to notice it at this time and concentrated on watching the comics. Chi Yu's eyes were staring like copper bells, and his breath was short of breath, obviously seeing the exciting part. At this moment, Hit's light knife accidentally landed on the comic book, evaporating the entire comic into nothingness. Then Chi Yu moved. He looked up at Hit and said, "Tell me what happened behind. Is Whitebeard dead? Did Ace and Luffy escape successfully? Tell me." According to Hit's understanding of Chi Yu, he knew that he might be in trouble. "Tell me, is Whitebeard dead? Did Ace escape with Luffy successfully?" A familiar and painful feeling emerged from Vegeta and Hit's hearts. They turned and ran without even thinking about it. This time, Hit launched a flash attack with his greatest strength. Time was stopped, but Chi Yu's movements were not restrained by the static time and space, and he still grabbed Hit's leg without hindrance. Due to inertia, Hit fell heavily to the ground. Vegeta ran behind a big rock at his fastest speed and then heaved a sigh of relief. He poked his head out and looked at poor Hit and said, "Be *****D Hit, just court death and almost take me with you." This kind of back then, the big bald demon king was a completely irrational monster. Whoever provoked him would die. He was killed by Chi Yu once, so Vegeta has a deeper understanding of this kind of thing than Hit. Sure enough, Chi Yu lifted Hit up and said to Hit while hanging upside down, "Tell me, is Whitebeard dead? Did Ace escape with Luffy successfully?" "What? What Whitebeard? I don't know. 22. I'll ask you one last time, is Whitebeard dead? Did Ace escape with Luffy successfully?" At this moment, Vegeta tightly hugged the stone in front of him. Then he pumped up all his energy and shouted to Son Goku and others who were still fighting, "Stop, prepare to resist the impact. It's coming tilde tilde tilde." Hearing Vegeta's words, Son Goku probably knew what was going to happen. He grabbed Frieza, who was about to give the enemy the final blow, and said, "Stop hitting, run tilde tilde." Frieza said coldly, "What are you doing? I'm going to deal with this guy." Son Goku was very anxious and said with a pale face, "I told you not to fight, run quickly and find a bunker. If you don't run, you won't be able to escape tilde tilde tilde." In the stands, Beerus was doing the same thing. He shouted to the surrounding gods of destruction and Supreme Kai, "Lie down tilde 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 if you don't want to die. Get down quickly tilde tilde tilde. Grand Priest, please get ready. First aid measures for Hit tilde tilde tilde." Quitela said, "Beerus, what are you yelling about?" At this moment, Champa also jumped out. "Quitela, you idiot, get down quickly tilde tilde tilde." After fighting with people from the 7th universe for so long, Champa also understood what Chi Yu would do when he was in a rage. Seeing that Champa also said the same, everyone understood the seriousness of the problem, so they quickly fell down on the stands. In the arena, Son Goku and others gave up their original opponents and formed a big group. Toppo, who was still watching the battle, said, "What are the people in the 7th universe doing?" Jiren watched everyone's reactions calmly and said, "They seem to be preparing to resist the impact." Toppo said, "Is there a big explosion in the stands?" As soon as Toppo finished speaking, the explosion came. Chi Yu lifted Hit's foot, and with a loud roar he slammed it down to the ground. With Chi Yu and Hit at the center, a terrible airflow erupted, like a hurricane that destroyed everything and went straight in all directions. The contestants who were not prepared for the earthquake were directly bounced high into the sky and hit the ground heavily. Many of them were covered in blood. However, this is just the beginning. Before the players who fell on the ground got up, the second wave of shock came again, and the ground was again shaken strongly, and each guy was thrown to the sky by the force of the shock. A burst of terrifying air rushed towards the auditorium. smashing the stands to pieces, and many gods hugged the pillars of the stands tightly to prevent themselves from being blown away by the strong wind. Quitla wrapped his limbs tightly around the pillar, resisting the impact while shouting to Beerus, who was himself on the same stone pillar, "What happened?" Beerus closed his eyes and shouted, "The wind is so loud I can't hear what you're saying." Quitla said, "I ask you what happened." Beerus said, "It's all Champa's fault, it's his warrior who p***d off the bald devil tilde tilde tilde." The shock continues. "You dare to tear up my manga? Boom, I'm seeing the most exciting moment. Boom tilde, damn it, tell me. Why don't you talk tilde tilde tilde? I haven't seen such a wonderful cartoon for many years tilde tilde tilde. Boom tilde tilde. Who will tell me whether Whitebeard is dead or not tilde tilde tilde? Boom 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 tilde. Chi Yu used too much force, and Hit's leg was completely torn. His body bounced high, flew to a distant place in the void world and disappeared. There was only one bloody thigh left, which was still held by Chi Yu. The storm gradually calmed down. At this time, the arena was completely broken into several pieces, and even the pillars used for timing flew to which universe they didn't know. Pieces of huge rubble were piled up in disorder, like tombstones in mass graves. Caulifla pushed away a boulder, then crawled out from under the rubble and said in shock, "Gabe, how are you?" At this moment, a painful voice came from behind the boulder. "Help me, damn it. My hand is falling off." Caulifla hurried over and dug Gabe out from under the rubble. At this time, Gabe's right leg was bending in a strange way, obviously injured. "I'll help you connect it, it might hurt a bit, bear with it." Gabe was sweating profusely and said, "It's okay, just do what you want, I can stand it." Caulifla twisted hard and Gabe's joints clicked and then they were twisted together. Gabe let out a cry of pain and it took a long time to slowly recover and said to Caulifla, "What's going on? I can't feel Hit's anger anymore. Generally speaking, if you don't feel chi, it means that the person is dead. This is a power conference, and according to the rules, killing people is not allowed. If Hit died, the person who killed Hit was also doomed to be eliminated."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.